Enchanté.
Forehead cam. Let's get the camera. There we go. That's the better. How's everybody doing? Oh, hey. Who's here tonight? Let's see. Omega. Vital. Perizifol. AJ. Bunch of letters. AJTCJ. Derek. Matt Thorne. Tragonus. Who's Cloaked. What's up, lovely people? How are you guys doing? Are you doing well? Do you feel good? Are you having a good night? Are you eager to look at some homebrew with me? I hope so. I hope so. How's it going? I think I posted in all the places that I'm live. Excuse me. Oh, I'm burpy tonight. What's up, chat? Name? Azealous? Oh, man. Let's see. Can I read that Hebrew right now? Is that a meat? Oh, I'm so bad at Hebrew these days. Hey, a meat. I don't know if your name was a meat, but I see an aleph and a mem and a... Is it a meaty? What's up? How's it going? I am bad at games. Master Roxas. Angel. Hello. Webmets. Hello, 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 hello. How's my volume tonight? Is it good? Am I louder than normal? Do I sound okay to you? Do you accept my sound? I hope so. Let's get some music going. Hi guys. It's fine. Sounds good. It's fine. It's fine. How's it sound? It's fine. It's fine sound. Who cares? Lower this volume a little bit. There we go. Oh, hey, Gina. What's up? How you doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Oh, my goodness gracious me. Oh, my. What a night we have in store, friends. I don't know if we're going to have any guests on tonight. I'm going to go. We might have our dear PC Perini coming in to co-host at some point. I'm not exactly sure. Let me actually do this though. If you are somebody who is getting reviewed tonight, if you are a YouTube member or a patron of mine, and you want to be on stream when I review your homebrew, please go to the stream waiting room in the Discord. I just opened it. I should probably turn off the call-in instructions because we're not doing call-in. Oh my goodness. Did everybody have a pretty good week? Guys, do you remember Gina? Gina was my guest on what day was that? Tuesday? Today, I am a mermaid at heart. Because in the flesh, I am mostly a man. Mostly a man! Crazy Moose with the 5 gifted. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Coming in hot. Crazy Moose. Can anybody stop him? I don't know. Thank you for the 5, Crazy Moose. The best part of the applause is the very quickly stopping it. No, they can't? No, they can't. That's okay. They don't need to. As long as they're having fun, that's all I care about. Did I post everything? Did I post it in all the places I needed to post, guys? I think I did. Let me just double check first. And then we're going to start. We have 24 people on the wheel tonight. 24. Just a pretty solid little number for our member stream. What's up, James? How are you doing? Enrai, how's it going? Okay, so for folks that are new, in case you are new, the way that this show works, also hi, welcome, hope all of you are doing good, it's a homebrew review night. So if you are a YouTube member or a patron, you can submit homebrew that gets reviewed on Thursday nights. And if you aren't a YouTube member or a patron and you want to submit homebrew, you can submit homebrew for my Sunday night streams. And the link is in the Discord, not the Discord, the link is in the description of this video. There's many links in the description of this video, and you can find all of them. So another thing that I wanted to point out before we get into anything too hectic is that this, in 2 days, on Saturday, I am going to be part of a live stream Q&A for my podcast, my actual play, Unbalanced Encounters. And if you want to submit a question for the cast, or for me, or for anyone, well, me or the cast, really. I am part of the cast. The link is down there, too. And also the link for the event. I would love to have some of my crew here come on over and hang with my Unbalanced community. I think that would be lovely. So consider checking it out. You guys want to see what the wheel looks like for tonight? Are you guys ready? Should we dive in? Gina, are you still here? I want to show you my badass intro. I don't know if you're still here. I don't know how to check either. All right, whatever. I'm going to assume you are. And if you're not, that's fine. But guys, check. Okay, let's, you guys ready to review some motherfucking homebrew? You got a 40, 1 second. What did you just say? The tax collector? Well, first of all, the tax collector. Thank you for the 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I got more 40k miniatures today. Your wallet's very sad, but your Night Lords are very happy. You're a Night Lord player. Night Lords are intense. All right, guys. Night Lords are really intense. Okay, let us, I don't know how to play Warhammer 40k at all, but I love the lore. But anyway, if you guys are ready, you know, let's dive in. On a cold night. On a cold night. Tonight. On a cold night. On a cold night. I was muted. Boom. Welcome to the wheel. Why is my camera so weird? How big should I be? Wait, is this better? Let me just fix the camera a little bit. There we go. That's better. Oh, that joke is so stupid. What a stupid joke. Yet I always make it. Hi guys. Yeah, that was my intro. If you haven't seen it before. Why is my camera's like not there we go. That's a little better. Let's fix a couple things here. All right. Let's get some tunage back. Sorry about I know. Epic start into immediately fumbling, right? Crazy Moves, did you just get 5 more subs? No. Well, thank you anyway. Don't do that again. That was not an ask. That was a misunderstanding of the way things work. Okay, guys. Let's dive into some of this shite, shall we? Shall you spin the wheel? Shall we start? Let's see what we're working with tonight. I'm excited. I'm excited to read some brew. My big head perfectly situated. Matt Thorne. Matt Thorne is going to be our first participant. See what they did. I tried rewriting the rules of Lycanthropy to make them clearer and to grant the PC actual risk of going feral. Ooh, that's cool. Tradosio coming in with the 5. Let's fucking go. Thank you, buddy. Very kind. Let's see what you made. And it looks like you wanted to come on stream, so let me grab you. Where are you? I see you. Hello. Matthew.
Sup?
How are you doing, my friend?
Just fine.
What brings you to the internet on this fine day? You've brought me a new werewolf.
Yes. Well, I felt like the old rules were lacking, and even though the fantasy of a werewolf is often like the risk of going completely crazy and like mauling people and that sort of stuff, I don't think there's actual rules for that sort of stuff. So I wrote new ones.
Okay. All right. I like the hustle. I like the idea. I do think one of the best things to do with Homebrew is to try to solve a problem that we're feeling. So let's take a look. The Lycanthropy curse. Stories and folktales surrounding lycanthropes have been told for eons. And while some may not believe these tall tales, every once in a while they will hear the terrible howls that ring from the winds at night and tell rumors surrounding the old man on the hill who locks himself in a cellar every full moon. And one might wonder, might there be something more behind it all? All right. Okay, so let's see what's going on here with the. I like the flavor text is pretty solid, by the way. I think that the only thing that I would change if I were you is the example that you gave is nice, but you transition to it in a way that makes me feel like it's not really being used as an example. It could be interpreted as like the sole situation that you are pointing at. So I would maybe consider when you transition from talking about the general to giving a specific example, you make that like a new sentence and sort of start it off in a way that implies that it might be an example. But that's the only feedback. I think it's pretty solid flavor text other than that. Okay. So these are the bites. So we have bite DCs of the creatures. Solid. And now what you've done though, I've noticed, is we have staged lycanthropy. Yeah. All right. So at stage 1, you let's see. Basically, you have disadvantage on animal handling checks. That is a nice touch. I really like that. For folks that don't know that much about werewolves, that is like a big thing of werewolves. Animals do not like werewolves. Dogs don't like them. Cats don't like them. Although I will say, I feel like wolves do. But you know what I would do if I were you? Now that I say that, you know what I would do? I would give you disadvantage on animal handling checks on all animals other than the type of animal that you are a were creature of.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I might even give you advantage on those checks later on for the animals that you are a were creature of. Cursed by the moon. As the moon starts to wax, you begin having weird dreams that get more intense as time goes on. Each full moon, you have to make another Constitution saving throw. DC plus your current stage of lycanthropy. Oh, that's nice. It gets harder every time. I like that. On a failure, you advance to the next stage. You lose... let's see. On a failure, you advance to the next stage and transform into your hybrid or beast form. You then lose control and go feral like a wild animal until the moon sets, until you go unconscious. On a success, you are only haunted by nightmares of tearing flesh and the hunt and suffer a level of exhaustion. Okay, so I have a couple things here. Mechanically, I like this a lot. I think it's very nice. I like that you have aspects of the were creature that you keep all the time, and then there's a chance that you transform into the werewolf. One thing that you're missing here, which I don't know if you need or not, but I do think it would be good to point out, is oftentimes, and maybe this isn't actually true, maybe it's just what I think it needs to be, so I don't know if it's oftentimes, but I feel like when you go into a largely transformative state where the transformation is in the mind as much as it is the body, it's good to specify to the people, to the players, to the dungeon master, if you can still determine who your allies are. Like if it is like all creatures are now hostile towards you, or if it's like you can still determine the people that you know, or if there's some way to do that. The spell Feeble Mind comes to mind, and I'm not sure if normal lycanthropy has anything like that, but I do think that people will not be sure and they will interpret it their own way, and maybe that's what you want. But if you do have a specific idea in mind that it's like, oh no, everyone is hostile unless there's, you know, a trigger to not be, I would include that specifically.
Yeah, I didn't have a specific image in mind. The basic was that you go wild, might attack someone, and maybe you run off into the woods and hunt rabbits all night. Mostly up to the DM at that point.
I would maybe consider adding that as like a sentence, like, and you could say literally that. It's like, maybe this means you attack your allies, maybe it means you run into the woods and hunt rabbits all night, determined by your dungeon master, something like that. Because I do think that you should give a little bit of guidance, even if the guidance is only saying, dungeon master, decide what happens. And the reason specifically why I think that's more okay on a piece like this is really for a dungeon master. This is not something that I would give my players. It might be something that I gave my players piecemeal. Like I might give them the information on stage 1 lycanthropy once they got it, but I would definitely keep a lot of this private also. So
definitely.
So you can write this more as an instruction manual for a dungeon master, because it is more for that. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Okay, cool.
100%.
Cool. Let's I gotta lower the volume of the music a little bit. Let's go on to stage 2. Shape Changer. You can use your action to polymorph into a beast humanoid hybrid, or into the beast hybrid that is based on for 1 minute. There's a little bit of a language thing here. What you want to say is you can use your action to polymorph into a beast humanoid hybrid, or into the beast your hybrid is based on, I would say, not the hybrid is based on. It's like, I don't know if that's an English language thing or that's just my brain thing, but I think that will make that read better. Or back into your true form. The hybrid and the beast forms have the same stats, and the beast is determined by the type of lycanthrope that bit you. Any equipment you're wearing or carrying isn't transformed. That is a nice touch. You revert into your true form, or you revert into your true form if you die or go unconscious. When you transform, your stats change into the ones on the table below. We have a table below. Above? We have a table above. Okay.
Technically above.
Yeah, no, it is below. Yeah. Okay. I really, what I like about this, what I like about the armor and stuff not changing with you is it immediately is very different than the polymorph spell and very different than wild shape, but it also, that's both good and bad, because that could be a bad thing, right? Where it's like, I'm gonna end up losing my weapons and stuff, like, or like, be like stuck in like a plate armor that I can't escape from. But on the other hand of that, if you use this with intention, you could always walk around with a tower shield on your back that is way too big for you to carry. But when you transform into your werebear form, you can slip it on like a buckler, you know? Like, you could plan for there to be items that you could interact with in your were form. And I don't know if you did that with intention, but I do really like that aspect of this part.
Not that part. Technically, if you have like a beast and a hybrid form, the hybrid form could use your equipment, but the beast form probably couldn't.
I think
So
that it
there's
could.
that,
I
of
think that it
course.
could depend on what the item was. I think if you had a shield,
Yeah,
I could see
yeah,
a
of
bear holding a shield.
Yeah.
You know, maybe.
Technically, none of the abilities change the size
Mhm.
of your of like the PC.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. The werebear is. I think the werebear is large. No.
They are large.
All right. Yeah. Okay. And then we get some score changes. I feel bad for whoever gets these little fucks. I would want. Why be a werewolf when you could be a werebear? Okay, these are pretty solid. I like this. This damage is really high. That's not necessarily bad,
Yeah.
but
The stats are directly from the stat blocks.
yeah, the werebear I think is one of the higher CR ones. Also, the werebear, fun fact, is one of the, I think the only one that isn't like you don't. The werebear is like the one where you don't necessarily become evil. They're like the good guy one.
Yep.
You can transform once for long rest. All right, that's cool. You now always transform and go feral during a full moon. Cool, so you're just going. Feral nature. When you are below half health and take any damage, you must make a wisdom saving throw to maintain your sanity. Oh, interesting. The DC equals half the damage you take. That makes sense. It's like concentration. If you take damage from multiple sources, such as an arrow and dragon's breath, you make separate saving throws for each source of damage. That's fine. On a fail, you immediately transform and can't undo it for a minute. This happens if you have no uses of your hybrid form left. While transformed in this manner, you have to make opportunity attacks against anybody who leaves your reach. Oh, that's an interesting... That's interesting. So you're not necessarily feral. You're just a little feral. Okay.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Easing into it.
Yeah. And then let's see what stage 3 is. You get vulnerability to silver. Okay, each turn you hold or touch an object made of silver, you have to make a con save or drop it. Okay, so it's like you have heat. Basically, silver is like heat metal minus the fire damage.
It's metal without damage.
Yeah, very nice. Keen hearing and smell, nice. Essence of lycanthropy. You have resistance to a bunch of stuff, nice. Damage types. Feral instinct. You always make saving throws for your feral nature trait, even when you're at full health. Okay, so now you're just turning to werewolf all the time. And then stage 4, you get multi-attack. True lycanthropy. You are immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing of non-magical. That's very cool. Strong. Additionally, you can now transform into your hybrid forms at will. So in order to get to stage 4 lycanthropy, you need to... 4 months need to go by, and you need to... Right?
Yeah. At least 4 months.
4 months
You can still
assuming
succeed
failed
without
saves.
saving.
Yeah, 4 months assuming failed saves. Okay. When your feral nature traits trigger, you always have to pursue and attack the last creature damaged. Okay, nice. And then let's see what happens at 5th level. You succumb to the curse. Okay, you become the big boy monster. And then what is this? Is this how to cure it? Let's see. How do we cure it? Performing a ritual at night on a full moon with the remove curse spell, material components of Wolfsbane, and the fresh heart of a lichen from another tribe. Alternatively, the wish spell or the ability such as a cleric's divine intervention. Okay, cool. So I like this a lot overall. I think that this is the kind of thing, in my opinion, that if dungeon masters are honest with using it the way that you intend it to be used, I think it could work really, really well. I could also see players being like, very intentionally being like, hey, can I do nothing for 4 months? But that's not, I think, an issue that you should address as the creator here. Do you have any thoughts based on any of the things that I said? Anything you want to share, add? Questions? Feelings?
I think just one at the moment, the size changing. Should I add some sort of, or like the bears, like it changes your size? Or like specify for example, the were-rat that your size
if you
might
take on the statistics of that
considerably.
creature type, your size would change with you.
Yeah.
I think that's baked in as it is. I think you actually already would change size, the way that I would interpret it.
but it's not written in anywhere in my rules, so
I don't think
I
you.
might
I don't
add
think
it
you
in
need
the
to. I don't think you need to.
I don't need to,
I don't think so.
even for the hybrid form.
Maybe you could say specifically that you don't change size on the hybrid form if you would on the full beast form, so that you can control it a little bit more. But I other than that, no, I don't think you need to. I think it's good.
Fair enough.
I really like this. I think this is a really solid. I was gonna say before I started reading it, I saw a different alternative version of Werewolf Curse that people use in Curse of Strahd a lot, and I was curious to see how close yours was to it, and it's pretty different. And I really like the slow degradation into being a werewolf, and I especially like the interpretation of like the sort of prolonged effects when you're not under the moon, when you're just like changing during your day to day. I think it's really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice.
I'm really grateful to especially Reaver, who managed to convince me to not make this technically like a curse that manifested as like character levels, because that was how like curse that my first concept was, and it was awful because you lose all the levels if you get rid of the curse and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah. No, this is good. I like this. Makes sense. I think it's solid. Cool, man. I don't have any other thoughts for you. I appreciate you sharing. I would just, if I'm gonna be honest, this just gets my seal of approval. If I think that if for anyone at home, or if you, Matt, are trying to put this into your game soon, I would go for it. I think it's ready to roll. I feel good about it. I think there's a little bit of cleaning up you can do based on whatever stuff I said when I was reading it that I don't remember right now to like polish it, but I feel it feels good. Feels good.
By the way, something the chat mentioned was that should I change like the name in the stage 2? It's you can use your action to polymorph into a beast humanoid hybrid. Should I use?
Oh, I guess maybe you could say transform or shape change into. I think that people could confuse that for the spell. That's not a bad idea. That's a good idea.
Okay, fair enough.
I wasn't even thinking about that, but that is a good point. Whoever said that in chat, A+. Bonus points. All right, Ryu. All right. Listen, Thorny McThornerson. If you have nothing else to say, I'm kicking you out. Ready?
No, yeah.
All right. Bye. Thank you very much. This is cool. Fun fact, I got transformed into a werewolf in a campaign once, and I friggin' wish this was the way that it worked, because this would be friggin' awesome. The way that it happened to me was mediocre. Cool. All right, let's get back to that sweet wheel. And if you at home are like, hey, I want my homebrews submitted, you can either become a patron or a member to do it every Thursday night, or you can just submit a piece for my Sunday night stream. Sunday night stream has a lot more people, so it's less likely your piece will get looked at, but that's okay. There's still always a chance. We have the Gray Mage, Gray or Z. I'm going to call you Gray Mage. That's the choice I take. This is my first submission. Very exciting. It is a hope-themed bard. Okay. That I worked quite hard on. The final feature has been difficult for me to word because it's kind of a feature that mechanically involves the roleplay aspect of D&D. We can play with that. We'll see what it looks like when we get there. I'm excited to see what you think of it, Lordly Sally Cinder. I appreciate the title. Also, thank you to whoever gifted me a membership. Ah, yes. Most likely it was probably Tradosio or maybe Crazy Moose. Those are our big boys. But it could have been Tax Collector. I think they were gifting subs before last time. Could be all sorts of people. Who knows? Could have been anybody. All right, let's take a look. I'll post it in chat first so nobody yells at me. See how we do? See how quickly I am? See I'm a lightning man? Did you want to come on stream? I didn't see. You do. Gray, I don't see you in the Discord chat. Gray, are you here? Gray, if you're here, say something, and then I will pull you in. But I don't see anybody with a name similar to Gray in the waiting room of Discord. So for now, I will not worry about it. All right, let's make sure that this looks nice. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering. All right, there we go. The College of Hope. Bards who join the College of Hope learn to find the best in others and bring it out. They are a spark of light when all is shrouded in dark, a drop of water in an arid desert, a breath of air in a vacuum. That's nice. That's a nice opening. That's a nice opening. When all is lost, they bring hope that things will get better. Bards from this college are typically good in nature, seeking those in the worst of circumstances and guiding them through. Though villainous bards may use their knowledge to bolster the ideals of misaligned individuals, reinforcing their wicked beliefs and aiding them as a means to an end. Okay, I see. This was not a... I thought... Okay, I read that sentence with weird inflection. My apologies. What's up, Milk Boy? All right, let's take a look. Bolster vitality. I'm doing a little scan. All right, looks like a decent length, solid length. All right, bolster vitality. When you join the College of Hope at 3rd level, you gain the ability to revitalize the wounded through inspiration. When a creature rolls your bardic inspiration die, they restore a number of hit points equal to the number rolled plus half your bard level, rounded down. Any excess healing gained through this feature is converted into temporary hit points. Additionally, if a creature that has a use of your bardic inspiration die takes damage, they can roll that die to reduce the damage, to reduce the amount of damage taken equal to the number rolled. Okay, I have some thoughts immediately. My first thought is I like the idea behind this feature quite a bit. It feels a little too. It maybe feels a little too strong. I don't know if I were you, I probably wouldn't have them restore hit points equal to your bard level plus half your bard level. I might just have it restore hit points equal to the roll of your bardic inspiration die. I might just do that. I might pull out the half of your bard level thing. I also think you need to clarify in your wording here whether or not this additional use also gives you hit points or if it doesn't. Like if this one just reduces damage, or does it reduce damage and restore hit points? I don't know. I feel like you could actually probably just drop this part. Also, I don't know if it needs this extra. Being able to heal on a bardic inspiration die is pretty strong. The damage reduction might feel better if it required a reaction. Oh, yeah, that would make sense too. It should definitely require a reaction. Good call. Yeah, they can use their reaction to expend the bardic inspiration die and reduce the damage for sure. That would definitely be the way to write it. But overall, I think it's a pretty fun feature. It's also distinctly unique. I don't think there's any other bards that can trigger any healing off of their bardic inspiration die. But yeah, I probably would drop the bonus to your bard level. Or I would make it like plus your charisma modifier maybe. But I just think it could, I think this is maybe pushing it a little bit too strong. Maybe. All right, let's look at Bright Speech. At 3rd level, you have learned to ignite the hope in others. Wait, my screen's... I'm cutting shit off for you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. At 3rd level, you have learned to ignite the hope in others through your words. You can use your action to speak words of hope. Choose a willing creature within 30 feet of you. If the chosen creature is subject to an effect that would have it repeat a saving throw at the start or end of its turn, it can repeat the saving throw, I would say immediately, ending the effect on a success. Cool. I think that's cool, but let's see what else we get. Additionally, the chosen creature emits a flash of bright light in a 10-foot radius. When the light appears, you can designate any number of creatures you can see to be unaffected. A creature within the area must succeed on a Constitution saving throw against your spell save or be blinded until the end of their next turn. Creatures that cannot see automatically succeed. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain expended uses on a long rest. Okay, you have a choice to make here. You can either completely drop this second part, or you can make this a once-a-day feature. But this being proficiency times per long rest is too strong if it's doing both of these things. This is a very strong feature. And this is a very strong feature. And I think that this is enough. I think if you really need that flavor of the flash of light as a part of it, then this needs to be a once a day feature. Right? That seems reasonable. I feel like it seems reasonable. Seems reasonable to me. Let's take a look at the 6th level feature. Inspire to inspire. That's a funny title. At 6th level, your ability to give hope to others inspires them to do the same. You gain the following benefits. Whenever you use your Bardic Inspiration feature to give a creature Bardic Inspiration, you can expend 2 uses instead of 1 to give another creature within 60 feet of you an additional die. What does that mean? Does that mean you can give 2 creatures Bardic Inspiration at the same time? I think that's what you're trying to say. Alternatively, you can give an additional Bardic Inspiration die without expending a second use. This die is a D4. Additionally, when you cast a Bard spell of 4th level or lower that targets one or multiple creatures, you can choose to target 1 additional willing creature. Buddy, this is a fun idea, but this is much too strong, man. You're getting way too strong with this. This is just too strong. To give you an example of how much too strong this is, if the only thing we got at 6th level was this, I would say it's pretty strong. I would say this is a very strong 6th level feature if this was the only thing we got. Because keep in mind, this is polymorph, this is haste, this is dimension door, this is invisibility. This is there's a lot of stuff that this does that makes almost just this feature alone too powerful. Cure wounds. So what I think I would do if I were you is drop this feature entirely, and I would also drop this second part entirely. And I would just say, whenever you use your Bardic Inspiration die, you can expend 2 uses at the same time to give 2 creatures Bardic Inspiration at the same time. That's what I would say. Yeah, it's much stronger than Twinned Spell, because there's no resource. Yeah, permanent Twin Spell is a little too strong. Oh, shit. I almost clicked out of everything. I would keep this part and drop the rest. From what I can tell, the guy who made this is struggling with balancing uniqueness of flavor and features and flavor. What did you say? The guy who made this is struggling with balancing uniqueness and flavor with the features and strength. I think that it's a situation of they have a lot of ideas and they are trying to put them all in. And I think that that is not a bad thing when you are starting, but I do think that when you are getting to the point of refinement, you have to trim the fat a little bit. And I think that that's what's going on here. Is you've given, like, this bard is basically getting like 2 to 3 features at every level, and it really should be getting 2 features at the 3rd level and pretty much 1 or 1 plus ribbon feature at every other level. Yeah, better to overshoot and trim. Exactly, my lord. Lord Tremor. Let's splitting this into 2 different bards would be the move, you think? Maybe. It does sort of feel like 2 different ideas for bards, but I would also argue that, like, I don't see what the second one would be. Like, I think that the blinded feature is kind of just out of left field. Like, it doesn't feel like it connects. And same with this one, it doesn't really feel like it connects. Aside from the general, like, you are doing more helping or whatever. Magnus Hopus for 14th level. Excuse me, I'm burping. You can attempt to perform the ultimate act of inspiration. This act may be used as an action. Don't say that. Say can. Bonus action or reaction. Ooh, I'm going to be honest. I do not like that. I do not like when you just give anybody that they want. I do not like letting them do anything in the action economy to do a thing unless the action that unless the part of the action economy they're choosing to use affects what the thing does. So like, I think that if you had a feature where it was like you can use an action, bonus action, or reaction to do this, using an action would make this happen, bonus action would make this happen, reaction would make this happen. Rockham, thank you for wait a minute, is that my dear dungeon master, or is that a different Rockham? Well, guys, for folks that don't know, listen, I'll pitch it right now. I'm on a new Twitch show. I'm not even on Twitch. It's on this channel every Wednesday night. Well, for like a little bit. Go follow this guy.
Unless somebody comes in and
go follow this guy. I don't know if that's the same Rockham, but there you go. Anyway, thank you for the becoming pretty cool. I appreciate it. Haha. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow up your spot. I apologize. I won't promote you. I promise not to promote you anymore. Okay. But yeah, so I'm not a big fan of features not requiring a part of the action economy because it makes them harder to balance in general. But let's see what this does. This act can be used as an action, bonus action, or reaction and must target creatures that can see or hear you. Okay. It may depend on it may be words of deep meaning, an act of self-sacrifice, don't say an gentle, it's a gentle loving touch. If the act is not meaningful enough to inspire any intended creature, the feature fails and nothing happens. The DM has great say in which creatures can be affected. I would say this is I would use language like up to the DM's discretion. I would use language like that here. If the act is successful, the following effects occur depending on how much meaning it had. Oh, I see why you're not sure how to work this, because you're really just leaning into like the dungeon master decides how useful it was. The level of meaning depends on the affected creature. Okay. Minor meaning, affected creature has an inspiration. Moderate meaning, they gain 70 hit points and is converted to temporary hit points. Jesus. That's moderate? What's meaningful? Affected creatures can immediately take one action as if it was the start of their turn. Major meaningful, affected creatures gain a major benefit determined by the DM. I wouldn't have a feature like that. I would not have a feature where it's determined by the DM. I'm going to be honest. I think the problem that you're having here is you're getting too caught up on the idea that the power of this is affected by the role play. I think that you could make this a role play feature, but it really doesn't need to, because essentially what this feature is you say a thing and then everyone that can see or hear you gets a boon. There are plenty of features in D&D that do this. So what I'm going to say is, first of all, there's no reason for this not to be an action to use. There's no reason for this to be a reaction for a bonus action. This should just be an action. So make it an action. That's the first thing. The second thing is it should have a range. The range shouldn't be infinite. The range shouldn't be sight and sound. The longer you make the range, the more powerful it is. So if you want to make it infinite range, sight, and sound, then I genuinely think this is the only thing you should keep. Everybody just gets one inspiration, which honestly is not that bad. That's a pretty powerful 14th level feature. Once per day, you can give inspiration to every creature within 30 feet of you without expending inspiration. That's very strong. That's very strong. So I would probably, honestly, that might be the move. Once a day, you can do this, is the way that I would do it. I would get rid of everything else. And considering your inspiration is already doing extra stuff, that's what I would do if I were you. I would cut out everything else. And I wouldn't worry so much about, I don't think this idea of like you doing a bigger gesture makes a better thing should be in the subclass. That feels like something that should be determined at the table between a dungeon master and a player. I think that it's best to pull it out of this, because I would also argue that I don't think what you have here merits trying to figure that out, because the way that it's written right now, it's just very OP. OP in a way that like I wouldn't allow it at my table. I would allow this part of my table, but the rest I would really put my nose up at. So that's my thoughts. I would cut the rest out. I don't think you need the rest. I think everyone gets an inspiration is really strong. And yeah, those are my thoughts. Let's see if you decided to pop into I don't see anybody by your name. All right. Well, thank you, Gray Mage. Thank you for the piece. I think they're trying to make Rule of Cool a mechanic. If your GM is cool, they'd let you do the grand gesture. Oh, hey, Gray Mage, you are here. Well, we just finished looking at your piece. I'll give you the nuts and bolts really quickly. It is a fun idea that is much too strong. So at most levels, I encourage you to cut 1 to 2 parts. So that's the long and the short. I think you've got a good idea. I think you've overpowered it in a way that it makes it a little bit all over the place, and you should tighten it up and tone it back in a couple spots. And that's my feedback. And if you want that detailed feedback, click back in the video a couple minutes, and you shall see all the things. The issue is non-mechanics are nearly impossible to measure. Yeah, specifically with the 14th level feature, I was very much of the opinion... Why is my head cut off there? I was very much of the opinion that you shouldn't make it be... it shouldn't be the flavor mechanic that you tried to build. I would just make it a mechanic. I would completely drop the Dungeon Master determines how powerful it is based on like specifics and just make it... It only does one thing, and that one thing is the first thing, and I would cut everything else. All right, cool. Let's click to the next. Hey, Rohanathan, what's up, buddy? Next, we have Pokey Niner. This is my Ranger subclass for my year-long project. I fell behind on concepting my Warlock project, so that may take a bit longer to complete. Let's take a look at this Ranger. I love Rangers. Let's see if Pokey wants to come on stream. I think I saw them in the Discord. I did. Let me grab them. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good. Question. I don't remember if us in chat have gone over this subclass, so I apologize if in advance if we do. My memory is terrible.
That's okay. I'm skimming it right now. I don't recognize it.
All right. Good.
All right, there it is in the chat. There it is again. All right, let's take a look. It's the Aegis Strider. Chosen by the divine to safeguard the realm, Aegis Striders are warriors gifted with the ability to invoke surges of celestial destiny upon those around them. I would not use the phrase invoke surges of celestial destiny. I would say to maybe use, to summon celestial urges to change destiny, but you're not really like, what does it mean what is a surge of celestial destiny? That doesn't feel like that feels like the wrong type of word for that sentence. So I would find something else to put there. They stand as vigilant guardians, attuned to the whispers of the divine, and charged with the sacred duty to vanquish malevolent forces that threaten the balance between the various realms. Also wordy. I mean, you're getting your point across, but it is wordy. But you're getting your point across. Yeah, I was just thinking. Through their connection to higher powers, they mark their chosen foes, guiding their allies to strike with righteous purpose. With unwavering dedication and resolve, these rangers embody the radiant might of their celestial patrons and are sworn to protect the innocent, defend their lands, and ensure triumph of the divine justice. So what you're doing here that I would highly recommend thinking about is you're sort of repeating yourself, not with the words you're using or the sentences, but with the idea you're getting across. Like, to be fair, I think that if I dropped this whole last paragraph, I wouldn't lose anything about what I understood about this subclass.
Yeah, I feel like the thing I see a lot. Yeah, that's the thing I see a lot with my work, where I just go on too long. I need to find like a sweet spot of stopping.
So I would cut this whole last paragraph out. Don't get rid of it, but make a version, like just cut it out for a little bit, and then read it with just the first paragraph and see if it feels like it's enough. And if anything is missing, if you're like it's mostly enough, but there's like one thing missing, then make one more sentence that is that one thing that specifically is missing.
Got it.
Yeah. Rohanathan, you can call in. I'll just ask you if you're here. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll just ask you. Okay, let's see what spells we get. Sanctuary, Augury, Beacon of Hope, Guardian of Faith, Holy Weapon. Fantastic choices, I think, for spells. I think that there's a lot of directions you could go here, and I think that this is a very solid direction. These cover a lot of different vibes. And they are strong spells, but you are not doing the annoyingly strong spells. Like, Like Spirit Guardians, I think, would be the one where it's like, of course, you give it fucking Spirit Guardians. So I like this a lot. I think Augury is also a good vibe. Yeah, I like it. Good vibe, good vibe, good vibe. I have no complaints about the spells. Spells are just solid. Like them. Okay, let's see Burning Sigil. Starting at 3rd level, you can invoke a Surge of Divine Destiny. Again, don't use that phrase. On your enemies. You can use your bonus action to mark a creature you can see within 30 feet of you with a glowing sigil. That creature becomes a destined enemy to you and nearby allies for 1 minute. When you use destined enemy there, that's a fine use of the word destiny. The next time you hit a creature with a weapon, attack, you deal 1d6 radiant damage. Additionally, when an ally hits the marked creature while within 30 feet of you, they can use their reaction to deal an extra 1d6 radiant damage. You can only mark one creature at a time with this feature, and marking another creature removes the mark. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I am not sure how I feel about the fact that this is significantly stronger than every other ranger's 3rd level damage feature, and that it's balanced by the fact that it's resource dependent. I don't know how I feel about that.
So here's the big thing. Rangers only get this boost once. Everyone else that's teaming up with gets the extra damage. Only if the ranger, their next hit happens. That's what this thing is based on. You are built on a team that you're targeting one character, and you are empowering your team to blast that thing as much as they can. That is where this ranger's extra damage comes into play.
I like that idea. I think you might need to figure out how to clarify that a little bit more, because the way that I read it, I assumed that it was just going to be every turn. I'm rereading it now, and I see that that's not there, but I wonder if it's explicit enough. It might be. It might just be me having misread it, but it feels like there's a way it could potentially be a little bit more explicit. And then I'm going to reiterate that it is still significantly stronger than every other ranger damage boost by a lot. And I don't know how I feel about that. And I don't know how I feel about the downside of that being that it's resource based. I'm not sold on that idea yet. I'm wondering if there's a way to capture that feeling without doing it in that way. And maybe it's just a matter of toning it back a little bit, where it's like you can use your bonus action or whatever to mark a creature, and then it's almost like I would almost do it like it's like bonus action to mark a creature. The next time that creature is hit, whether by you or one of your allies, they take this much damage. So that it could be, it's still sort of like a once around thing, but it's not, the issue is like, if you have 4 allies, that's a lot more extra damage potentially. So I would try to trigger it in such a way that it was like almost like guiding bolt, where it's like it is triggered by the next ally that attacks it, as opposed to by every next ally that attacks it. And I think if you tone it back in that way, it could still capture that feeling, but it could be infinite use, and it wouldn't be potentially overpowered. And you could do it where it's like it's like a bonus action to mark a creature, but then they're just marked, so you don't even need to concentrate on it. It's just like a thing. And then it's like, if you miss it both times, and it's whatever. I would maybe play around with that space.
All right.
Tradosia says it might be okay if it was extra damage equal to proficiency bonus, and that's still way strong. I would argue proficiency bonus extra damage would be stronger. Anytime you can give a flat number as opposed to roll dice, it ends up being a little bit stronger a lot of the time. Let's look at the third level feature. But I like the idea quite a bit. I think the vibe is strong so far. Additionally, at 3rd level, your devoted missions grant you a heightened intuition and connection to the divine. You learn a spell of your choice from the cleric or paladin list. The spell you choose must be of your level, is cast on the ranger table. It counts as a ranger spell for you and is included in your number of spells known column. You learn 1 additional spell from the cleric or paladin spell is at 5th, 9th, and 17th. Okay, I see this. I accept this. I don't love it. Because regardless of how many spells you have as a ranger, you are still dramatically limited by being a half caster. So getting access to more spells does not really give you as big of a bonus as it does for full casters.
This is where I definitely looked into like the paladin buff spell list and working with teammates with getting certain like auras or
I mean, I get that idea, but what I would strongly encourage you to do here is try to figure out. I just don't know if the move is you get a bigger expanded spell list. I don't know if that's the move. I feel like it would be worthwhile, like, for example, if you look at like the Celestial Warlock, they get a bunch of features that are like cleric adjacent. They're not exactly cleric features, but they're like cleric or paladin adjacent. And I'm wondering if that is the move here. Like, I would almost encourage you to think about giving this ranger maybe like the reason why I say this is you get an expanded spell list. Like, that's what the whole point of the expanded spell list is. So I think that if you're going to be doing more
this
features,
one is more like magical secrets. This is the magical secrets.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think that's a good feature in my opinion, I don't think that's a solid way to express you becoming more of an angelic warrior as a ranger. I don't think that's the move. Magical Secrets, again, is on a bard, which is a full caster. You are already so limited by your spell slots. I would strongly encourage you, like most rangers get features that if they do give them extra spells, they'll give them like a free casting of that spell once a day or something like that. So you could do something like that, where it's like when you learn this spell, you get a free casting of it once a day. Maybe that would be the move. But if I were you, I would encourage you to, just to like what you said, it's like this opens up paladin features like auras and smites and stuff like that. Like, you should just decide what is the reasoning behind picking giving them cleric and paladin spells, and then whatever that reasoning is, see if you can build a mechanic that accomplishes that reasoning that isn't giving them extra spells. Or if you really are set on giving them extra spells, I would make it so these spells are like, they're like once a day free spells that don't require spell slots to cast, something like that.
All right.
Let me look at the Aegis sigil. Beginning at 7th level, your divine service. You could also fuck around with giving them like a weird ranged alternative to smite. It's not exactly the vibe of these, but I would consider.
Oh no, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay. Beginning at 7th level, your divine service has granted you an awareness of evil forces around you. I would just say, you an awareness of, I would say, of the evil forces around you, and have prepared you accordingly. You cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed by fiends or undead. Interesting. Additionally, you gain resistance to necrotic damage. This is good. I mostly just like this. I think it's fine. Solid. I like it. I like it. I might drop the charmed and just keep the frightened and possessed. Maybe. Because immunity's pretty strong. I might drop the charmed. I don't know. Think about it. At 11th level, your destined strikes can ruin those with evil intentions. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend one spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target. In addition to the weapons damage, the extra damage is 2d10. You can't give them a smite that's stronger than a paladin smite. You got to change that. The extra damage is 2d10 for a first level spell slot plus 1d10 for each level above that, to a maximum of 6d10. The damage increases to 1 by 1. Okay, so here's the problem. You can't give them a smite that's stronger than a paladin smite, and then also you can't make their smite both be able to be ranged and do higher damage. You just can't do that. You gotta cut that back. If anything, I would make it weaker. I would make it d6s. I would build it around d6s, not d10s. I would go down in type so that paladins still are paladins, and the fact that you can do it at range is so strong. Yeah, I would go down. I would make it d6s probably.
All right.
Yeah, Hammy, welcome to the Enclave, buddy. What about casting spells with a range of self? Target someone within 30 feet. It's aura adjacent. That's a very different idea, but it's an interesting one. I don't know if I would give it to this bad boy. Let's look at a true Aegis. When you reach 15th level, your divine connection transforms you into an unwavering guardian. Whenever a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack, you can use your reaction to grant that creature resistance to the damage type of the attack for the turn. If the creature already has resistance to the damage type, it gains immunity for the duration instead. I don't know how I feel about giving a creature immunity. I probably wouldn't do that. I would also probably not give them resistance to all of the damage. I would have them... So, like, what if... Like, a lot of monsters will hit you for, like, 12 piercing damage and 27 poison damage. I might make it be, like, a damage type. Especially if you want it to be infinite use. If you don't care about it being infinite use, you can make it a lot stronger. But in its current state, I think it needs to be a little toned back. But I like it. I think it's a solid 15th level feature. It is very good. It's going to be situationally very good and situationally less good. But that is okay because it is an infinite use feature. Downdrift said maybe just half the already halved damage. You could do that. I think there is an element that I like to the flavor of it giving you resistance to that damage type. And then you can... That they keep that resistance, I think, right? They keep it for the whole turn. So it's any attacks that happen on that turn. So if the monster attacks you, the first attack, you trigger it, you still have resistance for the 3 other attacks it makes, which is pretty solid. So I like that. I wouldn't just have the damage on one hit. I like the resistance. I don't know how I feel about the immunity. That might be worth playing around with. Overall, though, dude, I think for making a angelic ranger, this is sitting in a pretty good spot so far. I feel like the main thing that I feel like is an opportunity for you to give this guy some stuff that's genuinely unique is Divine Notice. I don't feel super strongly about it. If you do, though, keep it, but everything else feels pretty good. Like, I like the vibe. Burning Sigil, I think, needs to be cleaned up and reworded and toned down enough that it can be infinite use. But yeah, I'm a fan. Do you have any thoughts, questions, anything?
Yeah, the biggest thing I definitely had worries about was that Divine Strike.
Mm-hmm.
So when I looked at it, I often compared this to the Paladin, and when I did, you're getting this so late in level that when I compared it to how often Paladins had that strength for so long, you're gonna be pushing so far into this that you wanted something to pay off in the end. Something like maybe a similar strike.
But let me rephrase that. Let me phrase that a different way. Let's say let's say you're a Paladin and I'm a Ranger. And we've been playing for a really long time. We've been playing for a year and a half. We get to level 11. You have worked hard to get to level 11 as a Paladin, as I have worked hard to get to level 11 as a Ranger. Does that mean that me as a Ranger should suddenly be better at smiting than you? You know? Like, yes, it is going to be strong. What'd you say?
Paladins do also get improved Divine Smite, so they do add on to that as well.
Not, I mean, it only against specific creature types and things. I'm going to tell you, man, if you can push back on me if you want to, but there's no way you're going to sell me on the idea of giving a smite that you can do at range that also does higher dice than a Paladin smite. I just don't buy
I'm
it.
definitely down for turning down the dice, but I feel like keeping it maybe the same as smite would work.
If you're going to keep it the same as smite, you need to limit its use beyond spell slots because, again, range is a big deal. The only reason why Paladins are balanced is because they can't smite at range.
Not until 1D&D, but we won't. Well, that's a different story.
Well, that's a different game. So that's neither here nor there. That's saying like
Yeah,
the rules of baseball.
here nor
The rules
there.
of baseball don't apply to the rules of football. You know.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing. Do you have any other final questions or anything?
No, it's pretty good. You guys should subscribe.
All right, Poke9er. This is a really fun piece. Thank you.
Later, guys.
All right, bye. Man, I have to be honest. One of the things that I love so much about I don't know if it's a ranger thing or not, but rangers have so much space to give cool, powerful subclasses. They're good. They're fun to build. And I think this is a really good example for folks that are working on stuff at home. This piece is a really good example of a piece that has very strong flavor, very strong vibes. And I like the way that it incorporates aspects of other classes in terms of like giving them their own version of Divine Smite and stuff. Like it's a good vibe subclass. Take a note. All right. Thank you, Poke9er. Hey, Salsa Bomb, what's up? Data bank. The banks are data. This is from my Dinosaur campaign. Love it. This item was used for the final fight. I think you'll figure out the vibe. Okay, let's take a look. Did you want to come on stream? You do. Cool. Let me grab you. Let's grab you if you're around. There it is in the chat. I don't see you in the Discord data, so you might not be online. What am I looking at here? There's a bunch of items here. Did you tell me which one you wanted me to look at? All right, I'm just going to read the first one then. Hope that's okay. It's a legendary item, Circlet of Dinosaur Control. Attunement to this item takes 4 hours and must be done within a 5-mile proximity of 100 dinosaurs. While attuned, the circlet floats lightly around your head. You become unattuned and... While attuned, the circlet floats lightly around your head. You become unattuned and cannot use this item if there are less than 100 dinosaurs within 10 miles of you. That's a very funny limitation. The circlet has charges that you can expend for various purposes. It has 10 charges. Just put that in the first. The circlet has 10 charges that you can expend for various powers. It regains 1d8 charges each sunrise. By laying unused in the sun for 1 hour, it regains 1 charge. So it can basically regain its charge. It can have a lot of charges. Basically has infinite charges if you just have time. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that. We're gonna see if that makes sense in the mechanics, but I might drop the you gain a charge an hour just by it sitting in the sunlight. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, it explodes, dealing damage. I'm gonna be honest. So far, this is reading more like an artifact than like a legendary item. Just from the way it's expressing itself. This is some hectic shit. And this makes me feel maybe artifact is going to be the move. Let's see here. Control definition. That's likely to get charges back on a long rest during the day. Yeah, no, I don't like that either. I would drop the they get them back from the sun. I don't think that's the move. Through different ways you can control dinosaurs. I would drop the through different ways. I would just say you can control dinosaurs. Control dinosaurs. Wait a minute. What do you mean through different ways? What ways? You have to data. Come on, man. You got to tell us what's happening here. If you're going to start explaining how you control dinosaurs, you have to explain how you control dinosaurs first. Don't give us the definition for something that we don't know what we're defining. I'm not going to read it. I'm going to skip it till we understand what it is. While attuned to this item, you gain the following benefits. You have advantage on all animal handling checks made with dinosaurs. You can cast Locate Creature at will to find dinosaurs, even ones you have not seen. You know, yeah, this is definitely an artifact. A good example of a legendary item is a Cloak of Invisibility. The whole thing it does is you can cast invisibility at will. That's a legendary item. A +3 sword is a legendary item. A +3 shield. All right. Okay, so you can summon a bunch of you can locate dinosaurs. You can use your bonus action to command up to 10 dinosaurs you control to take the attack action. We still don't know how we can control them, and this is not good organization. If you are ever giving especially if you're making a complicated item, you need to express it in the order in which we understand things. It looks like you did it in alphabetical order. The only time you really need to do alphabetical, actually you don't even ever really need to, but monster stat blocks are written out in alphabetical order often of abilities, but I don't think that's the move here. I think you're going to be you're making it extra confusing by accident. Oh, 1 second. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we still don't know how we control dinosaurs, so I don't know what I'm looking at yet. You can telepathically communicate with dinosaurs. Okay. Extend influence. You can use an action to expend 1 charge to gain control of 1 dinosaur you can see. This dinosaur is controlled by you for the next 24 hours. Now we know what's going on. This should be at the fucking top. So what does a controlled dinosaur get? It's charmed by you. It follows your commands. It will defend you. You can release it. There needs to be a saving throw here. This should not be an automatic thing at all. Should not be automatic. If the dinosaur's intelligence or charisma of 8 or higher, it may... Come on, man. Come on! It can make a saving throw with an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma check to resist it. On a failure, it's controlled. Wait a minute. So it isn't automatic? I'm so confused. Oh, it can only make the saving throw if it has these numbers higher? I would just let it make a saving throw. This seems like a extra step that you don't need. By expending 2 charges, you extend your mind to a dinosaur you control. This dinosaur serves you as a mount, both in combat and out. You can have instinctive bond with it. Mounted dinosaur. Let's see. While bond with your dinosaur within a mile of you, can communicate telepathically with it. You can't have more than one bonded by this spell. This is not a spell. I think you probably took the language from Find Steed, maybe, or something, but change the language. This isn't a spell. Sun's Cry. You can call upon the power of the sun to influence all local dinosaurs. You can use an action to expend 4 charges to let out a shout to control all dinosaurs within 5 miles. Dinosaurs with an intelligence whatever or higher are described as extended influence. What? Why am I getting confused here? What is going on? They are affected as described in extended influence. So, does that mean they get to make this saving throw? I'm confused. Over the next 10 minutes, all dinosaurs you control converge on your location. They are under your control dinosaur things for the next 8 hours. Once you use this ability, you can't use it again for 1d8 weeks. Sunburst. As an action, you expend 3 charges up to a blast of... 3 charges up. You can expend 3 charges up a blast of radiant light. That sentence, you're missing some wording there, bud. It forms a line of 120 feet long and 15 feet wide that blasts out from you in a direction you choose. Each creature in the light must make a con saving throw. Don't make it your spell save DC. Items have DCs. On a failed save, the creature takes a bunch of radiant damage and is blinded until the beginning of your next turn. On a success, they take half damage. As an action on your following turn, you can point the line in another direction. If you do not use your action to maintain the line of light, the line dissipates and you must expend a charge to use it again. Okay, this should require concentration to maintain, as if concentrating on a spell. This is undoubtedly an artifact, and I kind of disagree with the order needs to be cleaned up. Honestly, everything that this does is mostly cool. The problem is you're not, it's not clear enough in the way that it's written. Like when you mentioned going back to read extended influence for how something is affected, like that didn't make sense to me. Like if anything, you should go to dinosaur control to see how it's influenced. Like if you want everyone to make a saving throw or be under your control, then just write Sun's Cry. All dinosaurs within a certain radius have to make a saving throw against a number. Otherwise, they are under the controlled effect. Like, simplify your language and don't tie back into other features in that way. Or if you're going to, you need to make the features that they tie back into, not other features that they have to, like, go into to understand what those features do. Like, if I want to know how Sun's Cries work, I need to then go back to extended influence, and then I need to then go back to controlled definition. Like, it's not fun. I don't like that. I don't like that. Why does it even have that many charges if it's less if less than half can be used to mind control all dinosaurs within a 5-mile radius? I don't know. I think it's because you can only do it once every 1d8 weeks. But in that case, this probably shouldn't even cost charges. It should just be a separate feature. I like the idea of a circus manager getting his hand on this and making Jurassic Park. Yeah, that could be fun. I think it's a neat idea. I like the idea that you can controlling dinosaurs is fun and goofy. This is, I think, a little too strong in its current state. And needs to be toned back in a couple places. But again, it's an artifact. So it's not an artifact. It should be an artifact. So you probably shouldn't, maybe you get this at the end of the adventure for like a session or two. So that's probably fine. The main thing is that the clarity here, this is a confusingly ordered thing. And I think you just need to clean that up and make it a lot easier to navigate. There you go. Circlet of dinosaur control. Thank you, Data. You are still not in the Discord, so I still not give you a call. Just make this thing cast Dominate Beast on dinosaurs. That would clear it up. That's not a bad idea, actually. That would be a way to simplify it. All right, thank you, Data. Let's see who's next. We got TV, aka Tradosio. Give it a higher CR limit, you think? You could do that. You could do that. That would make sense also. Did you not want to come on stream? Hello, Bashful Block. Hey. I would like for you to review the Fighter Blind Battler subclass. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I wanted to really make the mechanism playstyle more unique than any other fighter. I hope you didn't make it overcomplicated. Complicated doesn't mean unique. Instead of just making them better while blinded, I also allowed them to benefit from having patience as well. On a different note, thank you for giving me something to focus on while I've been going through some real tough time in my life. Oh, I'm sorry you've been going through a tough time. I've had a real harsh breakup a couple months ago, and I didn't know when I'd ever recover. Your content made me excited to write Homebrew again and got me out of a deep slump. So I really appreciate all the help you've given me, knowingly or not. Oh, buddy. Well, I'm sorry you've had a rough time, and you know, there's always light at the edge of things. You're gonna get through it, man. I'm glad I've been able to give you a little bit of fun amidst some harsh times. Oh, look at this. Look at this sensual fucking table of contents. I love it. All right. Here you go, chat. Tread, did you want to come on stream? If you want to, you can, but I don't see you in the Discord. But if you want to, you know, pop in. I can click on it on... Well, I'm not that advanced. Oh, you're working. Sorry, B. Sorry, B. All right, let's take a look. The Fighter Blind Battle. Oh, I just want to point something out also. A lot of people that are watching are like, I don't know how to format my documents. This is perfect. You don't need it to be any more than this. Make it 2 columns. Make things big where they're titles and regular small when they're not. Put an underline under the title. This is it. This is all the formatting you need. If you're ever unsure how to format your document and you're nervous too, this is great. If I see a document formatted like this, it's wonderful. I love it. Okay. The Fighter, the Blind Battler. This fighting technique was developed out of necessity when a knight was deprived of their eyesight. Ooh. Excuse me. Now, all these fighters are found around the realms, trained to battle. Don't say... You can cut this whole part out. I would say these fighters train to battle with blindfolds or are taught after the warrior. You can use the past tense. These fighters were trained with blindfolds or taught after they lost their most vital sense. Is eyesight the most vital sense? Who's to say? A blind battler is cut off from the visual distractions of warfare and is able to spot openings that hide in plain sight. Okay, mostly really solid flavor text. You got a little bit of extraneous wording in the middle, but you can just cut it out and you'll be golden. Hey, Glitter Staff, what's up? I was a glittery man the other day. It took me like 2 days and a bunch of showers to not be glittery because I was not ready to be a glitter man. I was not ready. Touch is okay, calm down. Touch is the most vital sense to me. I don't know what the most vital sense to me is. Eyesight's important. Hearing is important. I don't know. You feel like taste isn't that important, but if you've ever lost taste for a while, it's very easy to get depressed when you can't taste things. It's like weirdly tied to your emotions, or at least for me. Smell too. Smell is like a very emotional sense, and you don't really realize it until you lose it. Is there a Batman Beyond suit homebrew? I don't know if there's one on. I don't know. I'd love to read one. All right, let's see what this does. Sensory deprivation. At 3rd level, you can maximize the use of your other senses when deprived of sight. While you are blinded, you gain blind sight to a range of 30 feet. Okay. If you already have blind sight, the range increases by 30 feet. I would not increase it by 30 feet. I would increase it by like 10 feet if you already have it. Because if you already have it, I would say, here's what I would say. If you already have blind sight, I would say that blind sight, here's how I would rate that. I would say if you already have blind sight, and it is less than 30 feet, your blind sight becomes 30 feet plus the range of the other blind sight. I don't know how to word that exactly, but I feel like if you already have blind sight, I wouldn't double it. I would make your blind, this is how I would do it. If you don't have blind sight, you get 30 feet of blind sight. If you do have blind sight, you get 40 feet of blind sight or 45 feet of blind sight. So if you choose the blind fighting style, you could maybe like pop a little bit of extra on. But not a whole lot extra. I wouldn't want to do too much extra. Okay. Let's see. If you already within that range, you can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover. Moreover, you can see an invisible creature within that range. Unless that creature specifically hides from you. You don't need to include this. This is just a feature of blind sight. So I would probably just get. I honestly, I think you can drop all of this. Oh, it's taken from blind fighting. I mean, I guess you could keep it. I don't know if you need it. The dungeon master to me feels like you don't need it, but if you feel like you need it to make it feel like it has the wording that you want, then I think it's fine to keep it. I hope. How much more do we get at third level? Just one more thing. All right. I hope it's good. Let's see. Patient Partisan. When taking this archetype at third level, whenever you hold your action to make an attack against a creature, you can use your action to make the weapon attack at any time, not just when the trigger you set occurs. Additionally, when you hit with an attack on another creature's turn, you can add 1d6 damage you deal to the attack. This is not strong enough. This is not strong enough. What I would do, this is what I would do if I were you. What I would do if I were you is I would have it so you have two separate new features. I would make this a feature, and then I would actually give you a whole other thing too at third level. So the way that I would redo Patient Partisan is I would say, when you hold your action to make a readied attack, or I would say, like, when you like, I don't know how to word it exactly, but essentially what I want to say is, when you hold your action to make a readied attack and you use that reaction to make that attack, when you use that reaction, you can make a number of attacks equal to the number of attacks you have. So, because normally, if I'm a level 5 fighter and I have 2 attacks, when I hold my action, when I use my reaction to attack, I don't get 2 attacks then. I can only get 1 attack. They get that at level 7? Okay. Well, then I'm going to say you should just make a whole new feature here. I don't think this is the move. The vibe is, or just make that level 7 feature the level 3 feature and give them something else. But I don't think this is not doing it for me. The idea of using a reaction whenever you want feels kind of janky to me. It doesn't really feel like, I don't know. It's not rubbing me the right way. I would come up with something different. Well, that's why it's only weird to give it to them before extra attack, because it doesn't immediately do anything. But that's why I would have them get something else at that level. But if you want to keep it at 7th level, I think that's totally fine. I really think you got to do something else with 3rd level, though. I would, especially if you're going to be doing the readied action does a cool thing at 7th level, I don't think you need to do that at 3rd level. I think you could do something totally different. Like, I'm not sure what, honestly, but I would play around with something else. Maybe something to do with attacking a creature, using your blind, that maybe like once, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like, when you attack a creature within range of your blind sight, something happens. I'm not sure. I don't know. You have a lot of space to play around with, but I don't think this is the move here. It just feels off. Okay. 7th level. Choose one sense from hearing or scent. I would say scent isn't a sense. I would say hearing or smell, sight or smell. You gain advantage on all wisdom perception checks that rely on that sense while you are blinded. Additionally, whenever you can use your reaction to make a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to take the attack action instead. Oh, that's a really interesting way of wording that. I think that's cool. I like that way of wording that. That's really nice. I like this feature. This is a really good feature. Makes me feel even more that this needs to be a little bit of something different. Something different. Uh-oh. I might have to walk away for like 5 minutes. Give me 1 second. Okay, guys, I'm actually going to be right back. I'm so sorry. I shall be right back in about 2 seconds. And then we'll keep looking at this. BRB. Uno momento. Por favor. I shall be right back. If anyone comes in and is like, where's Cinder? Be like, he's going to be right back. Shut up. Did you miss me? Were you sad? Sorry about that. I'm back. Oh my god, Crazy Moose, did you give me $20 when I went? Crazy Moose. Oh my god, I appreciate it so much. I will say, can I tell you guys something? I don't like talking about the money side of this thing at all. Because at the end of the day, that's like not really fun. But if I can boast or be proud, or be, maybe proud is not the right word. If I can be grateful for a moment, I will make a confession to you guys, and then we'll keep reading this this homebrew. This is the first month of my career as a streamer, and I've been streaming now pretty regularly for like, I don't know, a couple months. I've been making content for a long time, but I've been only streaming on YouTube for like, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. But this is the first month where I will be paying my rent and pretty much all of my bills with streaming, and it's thanks to you guys. It is entirely because you guys are very generous, and I appreciate that. So, as someone who has been struggling to try to make this shit work, the fact that this is a month where it's like, wait a minute, maybe this will work, is very heartwarming. Yeah, so thank you guys. Okay, emotions over. You're not here for emotions. We're not here to get emotional. We're here to get serious. Okay, let's look at the 10th level feature. Additionally, at 10th level, you can choose a second option for fighting style. I don't know, man. This is what the champion fighter gets at 10th level. It's like it's exactly what they get. If I were you, here's what I think. Here's actually what I think. This is what I think you should do. I think that you should take a little bit of time, and I think you should look at some Daredevil comic books or cartoons, or you should look at some airbender fighting for Avatar, specifically airbenders. And you should look at things that they are doing that are cool and unique and tie them in here. So let me give you an example of things that I think you could do that you don't have right now. What if they can take the dodge action, and if they're missed with an attack, they can use their reaction to take the attack action? That's really good, actually. I like that a lot. And it also ties really nicely with the 7th level feature, which is cool. So that's a cool idea. What I was going to say is there's other things you could do, right? You could do things like advantage on initiative. You could do things like they can't be surprised. You could do things like they get a plus 5 to their passive perception, plus 10 to their passive perception. Like, yeah, they could have something to do with insight for being able to tell, like, not exactly zone of truth, but something where they can like read people better because they can like hear their heartbeat. That's the kind of stuff that I think you could lean into to try to kind of fill this thing out. And I would lean into that kind of stuff if possible. What's up, Salvage Smithing? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you popping in. We are doing a homebrew review stream. I always love a little support, emotional or otherwise. But yeah, that's what I would do for you. I would drop this. I get the idea here because it's like you want them to feel like a well-rounded fighter, and I get that, but I don't think this is the move. Detect lies, better ability to find secrets maybe, or something. I don't know. Stuff. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Honestly, I would look at some Daredevil, and I would look at some Avatar, specifically Airbender, or actually Airbender or Toph. Because Toph is blind, and she does all sorts of badass stuff. But the Airbenders also have this weird sort of like situational awareness thing. If you're starting to make your first homebrew, I would say make sure that you know what you want it to feel like and aim for that. Be able to describe the vibe you want the subclass to have in a sentence, and then always work towards accomplishing that sentence. That's the idea behind superior senses, but I can make it more specific. Superior senses is solid, but you can extend it. Like, there can be more. And I think that there is space for these things here. Okay, let's look at focus fire. Starting at 15th level, you can focus your senses on a target to enhance follow-up attacks made against it. Whenever you hit a creature with an attack while you are blinded, you gain a +4 bonus to hit on all subsequent attacks made against the creature until the start of your next turn. I don't like that much. I do not like things that just give you static bonuses. I am not a fan. I am not a fan. Not in that way. I think that if you wanted to do something like this, I would not make the bonus that high. If anything, I would treat it more like a bless spell where you can add 1d4 to your bonuses to hit on subsequent attacks. I feel like that would be much more reasonable. But I also feel like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the move. It's the reverse of Ranger's multi-attack defense. There's a big difference between something being a defense and something being an offense. I mean, I can look at what Ranger's multi-attack defense is if you want, but it's not really going to change the way I feel about it. Is that the Hunter Ranger feature? When a creature hits you with an attack, you gain a +4 to your AC on all subsequent attacks. Yeah, man. Just you getting a plus to your AC does not equal you getting a plus to your attack. D&D don't work that way. Don't work that way. I think the idea is a nice idea, but I don't think it fits. I think you got to tone it back a little bit. You could do something like that if you made it limited use, but I don't know if you want to make it limited use. But you could do something like once per, something like a creature has to make a saving throw, right? Like they have to make you make a contested insight check versus deception check, and on a success, you get a bonus to attack rolls against that creature for some amount of time. Something like that could also work. I think it just needs to be not so static a bonus. Ultimate senses at 18th level, the range of the blind sight granted by your sensory I think you could just phrase it as at 18th level your blind sight increases to a range of 50 feet. I don't think you need to phrase it that way if you don't want to. And you cannot be critically hit by creatures within your blind sight while you are not incapacitated. I think that's okay, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't feel that evocative. Additionally, you gain advantage on all wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing or scent while you're blinded. I get the blind sight increase into 50 feet. I like that. Everything else, I think I don't feel super strongly about. What I'd say here is I want something that feels more evocative at 18th level. I'm not sure exactly what that will be. I think that will kind of depend on the way you build this thing out based on a little bit of changes. But not being able to be affected by critical hits, I don't know if is the move. Not sure if it's the move. It might be the move, but it feels it feels like it's next to the vibe we're going through. Like I totally get the interpretation of it's like you are able to move and notice so that like even a critical hit doesn't quite hit you as well because you're like reacting. I get it. And I think that kind of feature could work, but for an 18th level feature, for a capstone feature, I think it should be cooler. I think it should be more action oriented instead of reaction oriented. And I think that I don't think it needs to be tied to your blind sight. It could be tied to your ranger blind sight, but I don't know if it needs to be. This is a fun subclass. I think that you're going in a good direction here. I think you're going in a good direction. I think it needs a whole new 3rd level feature, and depending on what you make that 3rd level feature, you have a lot of space to decide what you want to do in terms of maybe changing the 10th level feature into something more specific, and maybe pulling a little bit out of the 18th and putting in something new into the 18th. But overall, I think it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. I'm a fan. Tradosio, thank you. Any? I know you're not coming on the call. Do you have any questions? Would you keep the extra D6 on attacks, not on your turn for the new feature? I don't feel strongly about it. I certainly wouldn't make it on all extra attacks. I make it on the first one, but not on all of them. But even then, it's like, it's just extra damage. I mean, it's good to do extra damage, and that is a good way to do it. So that's not a bad place to put it. But I don't think that should be the totality of the other 3rd level feature. Like, I feel like maybe once per turn, you know, when like if you hit a creature if you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you know, like once per, I don't know, you have to phrase it so it's like it can only happen once. It shouldn't be able to happen every attack. There's a couple ways you do that, but the easiest way would probably be like when you use your reaction to make a weapon or to take the attack action, or to, you know, something like that. The first creature you hit takes an extra d6 damage. What if holding your action and dodging became the same for you? That could also work. That's an interesting idea. When you take the dodge action, you can also hold an attack. That could be fun. It's a neat idea. It's very strong. It's a very strong way. The thing is, you know, it almost is very strong, especially if you can take your full attack with your reaction later on. It's very strong, so you just keep that in mind. But it's a neat idea. I like the concept. I wouldn't. You could make it proficiency bonus per long rest, but I feel like if I were you, I would probably actually do something like wisdom modifier per short rest, maybe, or maybe prof bonus per short rest. I don't know, but it is strong, but it's worth thinking about in a bunch of different directions. It's a cool vibe. It's got a lot of potential, I think. I agree. S obelisk. Action surge to act on another creature's turn. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I will be very honest with you. I do not think the move is to make this a subclass that is built around acting on other creatures' turns. I think that the only place where you should keep that feature is the one where when you ready your action to take an attack, you can, instead of taking an attack, you can take the attack action. I wouldn't sit too deep in the doing things on other creatures' turns space. I've seen it done a lot. I genuinely don't think it works well for the way D&D is designed. Like, you got to be real finicky with it, because it can sort of turn into this thing where combat turns into you interrupting people, and that can be tedious, instead of you just like having a moment where everyone knows it's your turn. Thank you, Tradosio. I appreciate you sharing. Oh, yeah, and multi-classing with Rogue would get really hectic. That's a good point. Galacticus is next. Galacticus. It's a monk subclass. So sorry in advance. That's funny. It's fine. It's fine. The idea behind it is a monk who never gets past the basics while training and didn't get the chance to learn a monastic tradition before venturing off, working on improving the basics until they reach unprecedented heights. Interesting idea. Let's see what it looks like. So it's like way of the self-taught. It's essentially the it's like the hedge mage for monks. Interesting idea. Let's see how it plays out. Way of the Martial Master. A monk who follows the way of the martial master is one who only learned the basics in their training at a monastery. Whether by choice or because there isn't another one. What is that? I think you just dropped this whole part. They never learned. Speak in the past tense or the present tense, not both. They never learned the more advanced monastic arts. Instead, they practicing. Again, full sentences, my man. Instead, they practice and master the bare essentials until achieving perfection. Monks who follow this path are not outstanding students or exceptionally talented, but instead the hardest workers. Okay, cool. Let's see what we get. At third level, we get martial forms. At third level, you learn a number of martial stances to aid you in different ways. As a bonus action, you can spend one key to enter one of the following stances. You remain in the stance for 1 minute until you fall unconscious or choose to end it. No action required. You can only be in one stance at a time. All right, so we are limited in these to our key points. Serene, water stance, flash, step stance, burning fist. You enter a reactive stance and prepare for anything that could be thrown at you. While in this stance, your deflect missiles apply to both ranged and melee attacks. When you reduce the damage of a melee attack to 0, you can spend a key point to make an unarmed strike against one creature within 5 feet of you. Interesting. Flash step stance. You enter a loose stance, prepared to jump and dash at a moment's notice. While in this stance, when you use your Step of the Wind, your movement speed is increased by 15 feet until the end of your turn. Okay. A Burning Fist stance. You enter a stance designed for brutality, preparing to cause pain. While in this stance, you can use Flurry of Blows, even if you did not use the attack action on your turn. I'm going to be very honest with you here, Gladicus. I'm going to be very honest. What's up, Speedwagon? Hey. What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here. So I'm going to be very honest with you. I think each of these features are interesting. I like all of them, actually, if I'm being honest. I think all of them lend themselves to some fun. I love you too. I am not seeing the correlation between the flavor and this third level feature at all. If anything, this seems the opposite. This seems like you are a specialized monk that knows these special stances. This does not feel like a self-taught monk. And I don't know if that matters. Because now I'm kind of curious to see, is this going to continue to go in the direction where you should actually flavor this in literally the opposite? Or is it going to try to be a self-taught monk? Because I will tell you straight up, fighting with a bunch of specialized stances is not the move if your goal is to be a monk that is self-taught. This very much feels the opposite. Very much feels the opposite. But I like all of them. I like all the stances. Drowned Drift thinks you should pick one. I'm not so sure. I'm going to be honest, because none of them are that strong. And each one requires a key point to activate in the first place. And then even once you've activated it, it still requires subsequent key points to actually do anything with. So it's very key point heavy. Look at this. Look at this for a second. In order to use Burning Fist, I use 1 key point to activate Burning Fist. And then I'm still needing to use key points to use Flurry of Blows. So at level 3, you get 1 stance and 1 use of that 1 stance. So it's like I can activate the stance with 1 key point, and then I can use that stance 1 time. So the fact that that is so key point dependent kind of makes me feel like it's okay that you can switch between the 3 stances, because you're really not going to get to use this feature that much until you're level like 6 or 7. It's not going to feel like you have a lot of uses of it anyway. So I don't know if that matters. I'm kind of okay with it being switch around. Gladicus says the idea wasn't self-taught, more Zenitsu from Demon Slayer. I have no idea what that is. He only ever learned and had the chance to master the basics, so each ability focuses on improving the core monk stuff. Okay, I see. So it's like he gets better Step of the Wind, better deflect missiles. Then I think that you need to, I don't know, man. I would change the wording here, because this does not feel... I understand what you're going for. This is not accomplishing that goal, I don't think, in the way that it's formatted. It really does feel like the opposite. It feels like you learned hyper-specialized... I don't know. It doesn't... it's just... There is misalignment between the flavor and the mechanics. I don't mind the mechanics at all. I think the mechanics are solid. I just would not describe this class as a guy that is untrained in a monastery. Let me take a look at the 6th level feature, Diligence. At 6th level, having worked yourself to the bone time and time again, you truly embody the essence of hard work. You gain proficiency in acrobatics and athletics. If you already have proficiency, your proficiency is doubled when making checks with those skills. So you basically get expertise and or proficiency in acrobatics and athletics at level 6. Okay. I made a face, but I like it. Is it enough? Is it enough for level 6? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. A strong sub monk class at level 6 is like the Shadow Monk. They can teleport as a bonus action. I wasn't sure how much I could give, and monks don't get a ton at 6. I feel like monks get a medium at 6. The way that I imagine monks is that monks should feel totally like themselves by level 6. Everything after that should be adding on to it. I think it could be enough. I might try to. I don't know. I might try to give him something else. I might see if I could squeeze something else in. I'm not saying you need to, but I might play around with it. Although the 3rd level feature is pretty strong, so maybe it's fine. Let's look at the 11th level. Strike hard, strike fast, strike first. At 11th level, you give yourself a bonus to initiative rolls equal to your wisdom modifier. Additionally, when you use your stunning strike feature on a creature who has not acted in initiative, this should not be a period, this should be a comma. You can spend 1 key point to roll your martial arts die and subtract the roll from their saving throw. Oh, that's very strong. You can do this after the creature rolls before you know if they succeed. This should have a limit on use. You shouldn't be able to do this more than, I don't know. This should be very limited in use. Very limited in use. It's very strong. Very strong. Underline. Big underline. I like it. It's just very strong. So it's got to have some serious limiter on it. Maybe once per short rest. Or you got to tone it down and make it. You can keep the idea, but tone it down. All right, I want to read the 17th level feature, and then I want to talk about the whole thing. At 17th level, you have mastered the basic stances, bringing them to the most powerful forms. Your stances gain the following additional benefits. While in this stance, while you are using patient defense, you can spend a key point to use the damage reduction effect of deflect missiles without expending your reaction. Throwing back a projectile or hitting a creature in response still requires you to expend your reaction. Okay, that's kind of fun. I like that. When in this stance, when you step of the wind, you can spend a key point to teleport in place of your movement. I like that. Burning Fist stance. While in this stance, when you use Flurry of Blows, you can spend 1 key point to add your Wisdom modifier as a bonus damage to the 2 unarmed strikes. This bonus damage is doubled on a critical hit. I would drop the doubled on a critical hit thing. But other than that, I think it's good. Okay, 17th level is awesome. A+. 3rd level, awesome. B+. 6th level needs a little bit something else maybe. 11th level, I don't super love. I understand why it's here, but it needs to be weakened. Okay, so here's my main feedback. This is pretty solid subclass. I think you need to completely rewrite your flavor and drop this thing where it's like, oh, I only learned the basics, because that's not really the vibe here at all. The vibe here, and it's honestly, it's more a matter of perspective that I think you need to change to sell this idea. Instead of selling it as you only learned the basics, sell it as you are a monk that specializes in the basics. Like a lot of, and don't write it like this, write it the way that I prefer you to write it. But basically what this subclass should be is like, instead of learning all these fancy advanced moves, your monastery or your monk class or whatever specializes in mastering the basics to such an extreme that they can compete with and often exceed the power of the more highfalutin monk stuff. Something like that. If you refocus it like that, where it's like you are a specializer in the vibe of the simple, then I think this works. But if you want it to be like you were cast out from a monastery and figured it out as you went, I don't think this is the move. So you have a question to ask yourself, which is, what do you care more about? Do you care more about the fiction of the piece, or do you care more about the mechanics of the piece? If you care more about the mechanics of the piece, then I think you just switch a little bit of the fiction, you're good. If you care more about the fiction of your piece, I would strongly encourage you to sort of role play in your head what a monk who was learning how to fight from people that weren't monks would be like. Almost more of like a street battle master monk. Hey, it's the Playmat. Hey guys, the Playmat is a person who I know and is awesome. Go, here's his Twitch. Playmat. Is this where people should go? Everyone go here. Go follow the Playmat. The Playmat is a professional dungeon master. He is one of the people that plays with me in our campaign on GM Workshop's channel that we had our first session of. And I'm going to be very honest. Playmat, if you get embarrassed, you can close your ears for now. I spoke to Matt the least of all the other players before we started playing. I knew the least about his character. And his character was the one that I don't even want to say I didn't connect with, but they were the one that I was the most like, we'll see. Like, I don't really know what their vibe is going to be. And I will be very honest with you, chat. 3 sentences into Matt being his character, and I was like gushing over this character. And I was like, I have gone from not knowing who this character or even really who this person playing this character is to being like, I want to spend more time with this character and this player. If you want to see a really solid example of role playing, check out the Playmat. He is good at role play in a way that I was feeling nervous. So go check his stuff out. He's great. Okay. Yeah, those are my main thoughts, Gladicus. I think that overall, I love the ideas that you're working with here. I think you just got to refocus the flavor. Your theory, yeah. Well, listen, man. If you didn't have a theater degree, I'd be extra jealous of you. That makes me at least feel a little bit more okay. It's so rare that you can like sell a character in like a couple sentences or like just own a moment like that. Oh, it was good. I appreciate when someone can command a room, you know? Anyway, go check out the Playmat, guys. He's very good. Yeah, his character is the shit. Oh, Aegis. Derek Silverstone. Hi, Derek. What do we got? Are you coming on stream? Hell yeah, you are. Let me grab you, buddy. Oh, hello there, Derek. How are you?
Hello. I'm eating a fun dessert.
What do you, wait a minute, you're eating a fun dessert?
Well, yeah.
What is it? You can't just tell me that and not tell me what it is.
It's like a microwave no-bake. It's oats with chocolate stuff in it.
Oh my god, I want oats with chocolate stuff.
It's got chocolate chips and butter and heavy cream and Nutella.
I got this fucking bag of salted nuts. So boring.
Well, I guess you gotta find some oats and chocolate and make yourself one.
Yeah, one day maybe. All right, let me see. What did you write here? You want me to look at bracers? The bracers of Adventurer were created by a random name for a strong Fey-themed character. The bracers of Speed are somewhat based on the bracers Dritz wears. All right, we'll look at the. Let's look at some bracers. Bracers. Let's see what we got here. Boom. Okay, what am I looking at? Bracers, A, B, C, D. Where do bracers sit? They're probably wondrous items. So you want me to look at the bracers of adventure?
Mm-hmm.
Where are they? Okay. We'll look at the adventure and speed ones. Bracers of adventure. Unless I have a million things to say about bracers of adventure, in which case we might just talk about it. These did I post it in chat? I did. No, nuts are good. They're good. They're just not as, listen, there's Percy Uwu at that. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I deeply respect your opinion. But there is no way in this or any of the other 9 hells that you could convince me that salted nuts are better than salted nuts plus chocolate. That's a crazy person thought. And if you think that... Just say. Okay. These ornate leather bracers are tooled with an image of a humanoid figure walking through the forest. While attuned to the bracers, you get a +1 bonus to your AC. In addition, anytime you are lost in the forest, you can spend 1 minute calling out to the forest spirits to guide you. When you do, roll a percentile die. On a roll of 11 or higher, a friendly dryad finds you and leads you to your destination. On a roll of 10 or lower, a hostile treant finds and attacks you. Amazing. If you have a Fey ancestry trait or the Fey creature type, you get a +5 bonus to the roll. Okay, so when you say on an 11 or higher, you mean an 11 out of 100, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So my first thought is, I think that you have to be a little bit. I think that you might want to add in language that clarifies how helpful this dryad will be. Like, are they now your ally until you get to your destination? Like, getting a 90% chance to get a dryad NPC that is on your team is pretty strong.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that wasn't the intent, so I'll have to clarify that.
So I would clarify that they won't put themselves in harm's way. And that, like, there are some element of, like, making it clear that it's, like, they will guide you, but they aren't going to, like, be your ward. They're not going to warden you. I don't know exactly how wording to put there, but I like the idea quite a lot. And I love the 10% chance that a treant will come and punch you. That's so funny. So overall, it's good. I think you just need to clarify how active the dryad is in being your guide. Or like how willing they are to put themselves at risk. And then there was something else. The other thing that I was going to say is maybe the language you could use is escort you instead of guide you. I don't know if that will fit better. But yeah, there's an element of, like, I feel like there should be, you don't want them to, like, magically be able to take you anywhere in the woods also. Like the other thing that I was thinking is, I don't know if it would make sense. Who is messaging me? I'm getting so many messages right now.
I'm also going to answer chat real quick because a bunch of people are saying it doesn't need to be a D100. I know it doesn't need to be a D100, but D100s are more fun. The bigger the die, the better.
That is a legitimate option, I think, in the very specific situation of things like this, where it is a percentile.
Super niche. It's not.
But I do agree. I think it's fine. I think it's absolutely fine. I think the main thing to think about here is how specifically the dryad helps you. And this is a good example of a thing where it's like, if you were running this in your home game, or if I was running it in my home game, it'd probably be fine. But if/when you want to, like, put this out into the world, that's a place where, like, tightening up could happen. But the core idea, I think, is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. All right, let's look at the bracers of speed. And for folks that are watching at home, basically the way that I review Homebrew is that if I'm getting I will review 2 short things like this, like these items that are pretty quick, but I'm not going to review crazy long things. So you'll notice sometimes I will do something like this where I'll review 1 or 2 things from a person, and then other times I will review about a page and a half of something and then stop, because it's, so whatever. I'm a crazy man. Do what you want. Support me or don't. Okay, bracers of speed, very rare. Requires attunement of a creature with a dex that is pretty good. When you first pick up these magical bracers, they appear as a single 2-inch silver ring, half an inch wide. As you interact with them, they separate into 2 pieces and open on a hidden hinge. That's cool. When you attune to them, they grow into full bracers, covered with an intricate gold inlay of an elf running between trees. With the bracers on his ankles on one. I would end the sentence with elf running through trees. This is getting too long.
Yeah. The idea was that it shows both possible uses of the bracers.
Then you need to figure out how to write that in faster.
I think the first sentence could also use rewriting, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. It's all right if you end it earlier. Okay, these can be placed on either your wrists or your ankles to grant the benefits to your attack speed or walking speed, respectively. Attack speed isn't really a thing. I'm going to see what you mean by that.
Yeah, that's not meant to be mechanical language, but...
Okay, cool.
See why you think it was.
When worn as bracers, you gain the ability to make 1 extra attack when you take the attack action on your turn. This ability does not stack with other abilities of its kind. That might be more than very rare. Ankles. While worn as an anklet, you gain a plus 20 to your walking speed. You also gain the ability to use dash, dodge, or disengage as a bonus action on your turn. Both bracers need to be worn as bracers or as anklets to benefit from this. Just to clarify, as bracers, the extra attack is added on top of any extra attacks. Yeah, no, that you made that clear. You don't need to clarify. You did a good job of clarifying that. Cut this. Have confidence, my dude. You're explaining yourself. Don't second guess yourself. Lean in. You're doing good. Okay. This is very strong. I think that my main thought is this feels like it sits more as a legendary item than as a very rare item, or very, very close to one. So I think the question that I would say for you in terms of mechanically how you want to handle this is, do you want to figure out a limiter for it? Whether that's a resource or circumstances that it can be used, or some alternative thing that's like a downside to balance it out a little bit. If you don't want to do any of that, I genuinely think you got to figure out this being a legendary item.
All right, if I make it legendary, do I need to buff the ankles to keep them up with the wrist, or is that balanced against each other?
The way that I would buff the ankles is I would give you plus 20 to your movement speed. So if you have a fly speed, your fly speed increases by 20. If you have a climb speed, it increases all movement speed by 20.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That'd work.
But I like it. I think it's good. I think it's fun.
All right.
There is a part of me, I don't even want to say this, but I'm going to. There is a part of me that questions why this isn't just 2 different items. And I don't think it necessarily has to be 2 different items. But if you do decide to allow this to be a legendary item, I would strongly encourage you to attempt to rewrite the flavor text a bit so that you give bare minimum to visual description and give a little space for like lore description and describe the thing that made or is wielding this, so that the person who's reading it can kind of in their head be like, oh, that's why these are connected. That's why they're not 2 separate items.
Like remove the inlay with the weird sentences.
Yeah, like if you look at, like if you
yeah.
read any of the descriptions of like the vestiges of Divergence, all their descriptions are like, this silver plated key was forged with the blood of 7 criminals on the site of a harrowed moon or something. Again, there's a slight story to it. And I think that you could, in your initial description, put a slight story to this. Like, these silver and gold braided bracers once wielded by Elbar the Knight, Lord of the Swift and the Striking, who was known to be able to, run faster than any beast when needed, or attack faster than any whatever, like something that makes you be like, oh, okay. That's very nitpicky, but also I feel like that is the feedback that is most applicable, because most of this just works very well. For folks that are watching at home, if you notice that I'm getting really into the weeds with someone on something, it usually means they're doing a good job. It's the weird double-edged sword of Homebrew, is that the more intense the feedback gets, it usually means the closer the piece is to being done. Unless I'm just like, yeah. But anyway, Derek, do you have any thoughts, questions?
I don't think so.
Cool.
But you removed the soundboard, so.
Yes, I did. And I will never put it back, and it's all your fault. But I do appreciate you very much. All right, I'm hanging up on you. You were starting to do something weird. I didn't know what it was. I have to admit, I feel like I have dug my own grave a little bit here, because I promote impish nature in my stream, and then it leads to fucking you guys acting impish. But I act impish, so I guess we learn by example. I guess that's okay. Is it okay to share a generator for a review? What sort of generator? I'm not sure what that means. Soup Angel. Soup Angel. Soup Angel. Da, 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 da. What? You guys know that song? Soup Angel, Soup Angel, ba ba boom ba, Soup Angel, Soup Angel, ga ga ga, ba da blah. You guys know that song? I think it's called Earth Angel. Let's see what Soup Angel made. Soup Angel not making it to stream tonight. That's okay. And we have a blank. We have no info. We're just diving in blind. Could be anything. Or it could be a druid circle of the eclipse. I do love a druid. We don't get a lot of druids. Druids are not commonly provided to us. There you go, friendos. There's the link. Yeah, one of you crazy people was like keeping stats for a while of like how much different pieces get looked at, and Druid was pretty low on the list. First time catching you live. Been watching your shots for a month. Shots fired. Casually found you were live through your pinned comment on the short. Oh, sometimes it works. Welcome, Pedro. Let me acknowledge your existence and hope that leads to you being more committed to following me into the pyres. Pedro. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Happy to have you. I'm happy to have you. I'm excited too, man. We're excited together. And we can share in that excitement. And much like two lit matches, each holding a single flame, when held together, create a fire that is larger than either of the two could make independently, so too shall our passion grow exponentially until it erupts. Okay, let's not get too weird before we start. Welcome. Circle of the Eclipse. Hi. We're doing homebrew reviewing. If you have homebrew and you write D&D homebrew, you can submit it in the thing below for Sunday. And if you want to become a member or a patron, you can submit stuff for Thursdays. But also, don't give me money if you don't have money and you don't want to give me money. I don't want your money if you don't have money. I only want it if you have money. Okay. Welcome. Circle of the Eclipse. The world changes as the sun rises and sets, as does the magic of the Circle of the Eclipse. A interesting first sentence. These druids intensify the light or dark around them in order to reveal secrets or hide behind them. Don't use hide behind them here, because you use them here, and this them is referring to the druids. And this them is referring to the darkness. And it's confusing. So change this word. Has anyone made a warlock with Cinder as a patron? A bunch of people made homebrew about me once that I looked at on stream. I'm sure it's in the VOD somewhere. They were pretty good. I'll be honest. I was not in a judgy mood. I was mostly just excited that people decided to make homebrew based on me. That was very fun. That was very goofy. Okay, so they get two different circle... No, they get circle spells. Okay, so let's see. Fairy Fire Sleep, Moonbeam, Mind Spike Moonbeam, Aura of Vitality Blink, Shadow of Moil, Sickening Radiance, Dawn, and Dream. Interesting spell list, friend. Interesting spell list. Interesting. Does Fairy Fire represent daylight? Not sure. Does Mind Spike represent daylight? Not sure. Does Vitality represent light and Blink represent darkness? Not sure. I feel like your daylight should be one of these spells. Surely. Shadow of Moil, Sickening Radiance. I like this combo a lot, and I like this combo a lot. I think that you could find other things for this, and other things for this, and I question both of these. Okay, let's see what else we get. Bonus action cantrip, 2nd level. You learn the magic of day and night. You learn the cantrips Chill Touch and Sacred Flame. They count as druid cantrips for you. Nice, solid, simple, easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Make covenant with Cinder. Gain life everlasting. To be clear, the life everlasting you gain if you make a covenant with me is... It's adjacent to the life that you live in your flesh vessel. I do not guarantee more or better years in your flesh vessel, but I can promise better beyond. It does require a certain amount of work spent towards the time you spend in your flesh vessel. Like if you make a covenant with me, you have to kind of abide by my tenets in your time in your flesh vessel. Otherwise it still won't be good. But if you do those things, then it's good. So basically, you want to make a covenant with me, and then you have to essentially be a fairly active. You have to attempt to be open and active in like community stuff, and there's a couple other things. Be a little bit of an imp, but not in a way that ruins relationship. We can talk about it later. Well, it'll be an after-hours stream. I'm getting so distracted. Dawn and Dusk. Also, starting at 2nd level, you change with the sun and the moon, gaining different abilities depending on whether it is day or night. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of your wild shape to enter blazing light form if it's day, or crippling dark form if it's night. Cool. That's cool. This change lasts for 1 minute or until you end it as a bonus action. I have a question immediately. Which is so nonsense, but what happens if you use it in the Feywild? I only ask that because most of the time, in my opinion, the Feywild is neither day nor night. The Feywild is that space in between. The Feywild is that strange twilight. So I wonder how this effect would work in the Feywild, or in places where it is neither day nor night, like the Astral Sea. Maybe there's not. Maybe we don't need to know, but that is what I wonder. Shadowfell too. Although I think the Shadowfell does have day-night cycles, does it not? I don't know. I'll be honest. The Shadowfell is just a big shadow cloud that is really cool, scary monsters. I've never used a lot. I've never had a lot of Shadowfell in my game. The most Shadowfell that I've had in my games are like, the players are there for a very brief period of time, and they have a very bad time, and they leave as quickly as they can, which I feel like is a good way to do the Shadowfell. Let's see what these forms are. Blazing light or crippling dark. This should be called blazing light, and this should be called crippling dark, if that is what these features are called. So this says blazing light. This should say blazing light. This says crippling dark. This should say crippling dark. Unless these are totally different features, in which case, if these are totally different features, then blazing light and crippling dark need to be up into dawn and dusk. But I'm assuming that these are tied together. Dude, I'm down. Matt, I am so down to do a Shadowfell one-shot. I'm down. I'm down to clown. I love the Shadowfell. I love the Shadar Kai. I love the idea of these morose elves that are like emotionless and so withdrawn, but also like sharp as a whip when they like are being kind of like, but they're also. I like the scary monsters there. I like the lost and the lonely, and those creatures are so cool. Okay, so this should be called Blazing Light. Soft light shines forth from you, granting friendly creatures within 15 feet of you advantage on attack rolls made against targets also within that radius. Additionally, invisible creatures within this radius are not invisible. And then additionally, Blazing Light attacks against friendly creatures within your revealing light must subtract 1d4 from the attack roll. I'm going to be honest here. I think this is a little... This is very much dancing with being too strong, I think, in my opinion. I think you are dancing with this being too strong. Permanent advantage on attack rolls within a pretty significant area is not nothing. That's big. And then the permanent bane within that area is equally quite big. The invisible creatures is good. I think start with this. Either keep this or keep this, and not both is where I would start and see how that feels. And that might even need a little tweaking back. Let's see how what happens if we do nighttime. Your spells thrive on darkness. Once per turn, you can deal an extra 1d8 damage to one creature you damage with a spell if you have advantage on the attack roll. If you don't have advantage on the attack roll, or if another enemy is within 5 feet of it, that enemy isn't incapacitated, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack. What? Oh, okay. So you don't need advantage if you have all of those things. And then it's the same type as the spell, and it increases at different levels. Nah. This is not the move. I don't think this is the move. I think you're trying to create a certain amount of asymmetry here, and you're getting too asymmetrical. Crippling darkness. When you damage a creature hidden in the dark, it must make a con saving throw against your druid spell save DC. On a failed save, you are considered invisible to it until the end of your next turn. This is kind of cool, I guess. I would make sure it's only one creature. Like if you did a big area of effect spell, I wouldn't have it affect all creatures. That seems a little too strong. But I'm going to be honest, man. I don't think this feature is the move at all. I think that if you're trying to do this thing where you have a wild shape that does one of two things, depending on whether you are in the light or the dark, if you are going to be making those features asymmetrical, by that I'm meaning they're not really reflections of each other, they're radically different, you really need to tighten and focus them to make sure they're accomplishing a vibe that makes sense. Daylight being you glowing with light, and that light helps, very flavorful, makes sense. Dealing extra damage if you have advantage, or if this weird little condition is in place, what does that have to do with night and darkness? I'm not feeling it, so I would come up with something new here. I would rework this. And just to clarify again, the way that I'm interpreting this is that when you use Wild Shape in the day, you get these features. When you use Wild Shape in the night, you get these features. If I'm interpreting that incorrectly, then I don't. Then you need to rework how this is written. And if this was on all the time, or if this was on all the time, that would be way too strong. So don't do that. Okay, let's look at Cloak of Luminescence at 6th level. You are able to influence light levels around you and gain an extra edge from matching your surroundings. Day Sunspot. At will. I think you need to clarify also, like, if you're going to be doing this where you have different day and night features, you need to, like, specify somewhere that, like, in this class, certain features are active when you are in the daytime, and they are marked with day, and certain features are active in the nighttime, and they are marked night. You need to give that specific instruction somewhere in here. I think that's what you're trying to do here, but I don't think it's clear enough. This needs to be much more clear, and because the way that this is worded, it sounds like it really is only applying to Wild Shape. Okay, so at daytime, at will, you can increase the illumination within 15 feet of you by 1 category from darkness to dim light or dim light to darkness. When you start your turn with bright light, you gain... Oh, wait a minute. So you... Okay. So you do think that this is always on. Oh, Brother Bear. If this is always on, this is too strong. I'm sorry. Change it. This is not always on. This is only on when you're wild-shaped. Otherwise, this subclass completely doesn't work. It's just much too strong. If these features are passive on... Much too strong. Much too strong. Okay, let's see what this does, though. You can extend the range of your illumination by 15 feet. Wait a second. What? You can increase the illumination within 15 feet of you by 1 category from darkness to dim light. Oh, okay. When you start your turn in bright light, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your wisdom modifier. That's fine. In bright light, your spell attacks and spell saves increase by... No, don't do that. Don't just add your... Don't just... That's like giving... That's like saying a fighter, you now just get a +1 to attack and damage rolls. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Drop that. Drop that. Cut that out. Night. Penumbra. At will... Oh, the other thing I was going to say is don't say at will at front. Say will at the end. So you say, you can increase bop, 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 at will. Put the at will back here. You can decrease the illumination within 15 feet of you by 1 category from bright light to dim light or dim light to darkness. When you start your turn in darkness, you gain temporary hit points equal to your wisdom modifier. Yeah, so again, it's the same thing. Okay, this is kind of fine. I like this as a 6th level feature. You got to drop this. You got to drop this. And this should not be tied to your wild shape. Maybe it is. I don't know. The temporary hit point thing makes me feel like it should be. But yeah. Cut out this blazing light feature. Cut out this crippling dark feature. Too strong. Too strong, not strong enough. They're too strong and no vibe. Don't you create your own bright light? You do. Well, the way that I was interpreting this initially was that you this is only on while you're while you're wild shaping, because everyone is getting advantage on attack rolls. That's stupidly strong. So there's no way in hell that this can be on all the time. That's just impossible. I would never allow that in a game. If it's quite limited in use, I think it's fine. But it's got to be quite limited in use. Key is quite. And this feature doesn't actually extend the range of the light at all, so it's kind of fine. If this was intended to extend the range of the light, and it would by then extend the range of the attack advantage on attacks, that would also be too strong. 10th level, Twilight Gleam. At 10th level, you are able to debilitate your enemies with primal light. Your spells ignore resistance to radiant damage and treat immunity to radiant damage as resistance, okay? When a creature within your revealing light makes an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force them to make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is blinded and has disadvantage on all ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws until the end of their next turn. That's just too strong. Period. I'm sorry. I'll tell you what, you could end it after, if you cut all of this out, it's not too strong. You're just making this too strong, man. You're just making this strong. When a creature is blinded this way, it's blinded for 1 minute. At the end of each of its turns, it can repeat the saving throw. Okay. Additionally, a creature blinded this way takes a amount of rain damage equal to your druid level at the start of each of your turns. No, dude. This is just too strong. This is just too strong. Okay. So, fun fact. If you are creating this is just a good rule in general for druids. If you are creating a druid and you are giving them an alternative use of their wild shape, which I think is a great thing to do, you give them the alternative use at 2nd level, and at 10th level, it improves. That's the math. And it doesn't improve shockingly, it just improves enough. So a good example of this would be the Celestial Druid or the Star Druid. They get things like they get the Archer bonus action attack or the healing bonus or whatever. And then at 10th level, the damage from that Radiant Archer for a bonus action goes from, here, I can just show you, goes from 1d8 to 2d8. It's not a huge jump, but it's enough. Stars. So, like, boom. You get your Starry form at level 2. You can pick between these things. They're all pretty neat. And then at 10th level, boom. Damage goes up from 1d8 to 2d8. You get a little bit of a fly speed. It's like very minor shit. Very minor stuff. But it's still good. It's just minor. So I would encourage you to build this out in this same way. So I think that you wrote this so that these are all passive. I would just completely change that. When a creature makes an attack roll against you, you can use your reaction to force it to make a con saving throw. On a failed save, it's blinded and disadvantaged. Is that not the same exact thing? These features are the same. How are these different? Creature in your light makes an attack roll. So this affects any creature within your light. And this affects creature against you. These feel too similar. At this point, I'm like, these shouldn't... These are too similar, I think, actually. I'm going to be honest here. Too similar. Again, I would drop the whole extra crippling thing here because this on its own is strong enough, especially if it's only on when you're doing wild shape. If it's on all the time, it's too strong. Cosmic Reversal. At 14th level, your control over night and day reaches its pinnacle. As an action, you can reverse the time of day in a circular area with a diameter of 100 miles, up to 100 miles centered on you. In this area, the sky appears as if it would 12 hours, such as appearing to be midnight when it's early noon, and you gain the features of the time of day. The change lasts for 2 hours or until you end it as a action. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. 100 miles is way too big. I would say you could make it, I would probably make it like 500 feet. I would not make it 100 miles. Overall, I think the idea of a night and day druid is interesting. I think you are making this thing way too strong right now. And I would encourage you to lean more into the vibes of light and dark. I feel like you're oddly avoiding them. Like, you have a little bit of it here where you can control it being lighter or dark. But in terms of like the mechanics that are coming out, I'm not really feeling it that much, if I'm being honest. Something in the dark section needs to make you better at sneaking. That could work. At 10th level, the Stars Druid can switch between forms. It's just a bit more damage healing, more versatile. It's true. It's disadvantage on opposite saves. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about here. Yeah, it feels like two different subclasses smashed into one. Yeah, I don't know. There's weird places where the symmetry feels too symmetrical, and there's other parts where it feels like really not really unsymmetrical. I think an element of this is there's just a lot going on. Like, each of these features has like 3 different features in it. I think it's a combination of needing to tone it back quite a bit and trying to sort of lay it out in a way that feels logical, and you could argue this makes sense as existing in its current state, like mushing it together as opposed to it being 2 separate subclasses. They don't interact with each other most of the time. I think that that's almost okay. if it's all about just being day or night. I just think their current iteration, I don't know, something's off. Something's off. I don't think the mechanics are meeting the vibe. And then it's also just too strong in a couple places. I think it needs to be toned back. But yeah, I don't really have a lot more thoughts on it. I don't believe Soup Angel is here. Let me see if they're in the chat. I'm so sorry if you are and I haven't picked up on you. No, I don't see you. Yeah, I really like the flavor. I would encourage you to lean into that hard and then just like look to things like the Celestial Druid or the Stars Druid for balance and that sort of thing, because in its current state it's a little too strong. Disadvantage on opposite saves is in regard to the 10th level feature. On a failed save they get disadvantage on 3 types of saves. Oh, what do you mean? Where is that? Oh, I see. Strength, Dex, and Con. And this is Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charisma. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling that. I don't feel like it's enough. I don't feel like it's... I both don't feel like it's different enough, and I feel like it's too strong. Like, I would drop... The reason why I probably didn't notice it is because I think genuinely I would just drop all of those features after Blinded. I just submitted mine again and working link. I hope it's okay. Cool. Thank you. Don't submit any repeats. I don't accept repeats anymore. Let's keep that in mind. So if it's something I read before, I probably won't read it again. Okay. Thank you very much, Soup Angel. I think it's a great idea, and I would strongly encourage you to look to the other druids that exist, specifically the Star Druid, to balance it out. Keep in mind, and also I would say I would strongly encourage to simplify whenever possible. I think maybe there needs to be just 1 or 2 important features with switch between day and night. That could also be a way to do it. Crazy End Reaver. We had a team up. Probably one of the most common druid ideas ever, but it's our spin. All right, let's see what we're... I'm curious what you're talking about. I will read something again if I feel like over 75% of it has changed. But I will be very honest with you, Josh. If I don't feel like that change is there almost immediately, I'm not going to read it. And if I notice that most of the changes you made had nothing to do with the feedback I gave, I'm probably not going to read it. It has to be different enough that it basically feels like I'm reading something new. Because I have a whole infrastructure on my Discord that is intended for you to get the piece to be as good as it can be before you send it to me, and then after you send it to me for you to go back on and work on your own. And at the end of the day, I'm not your editor. I'm putting on a show where I'm reviewing some stuff, and if I keep looking at the same thing over and over again, that's sort of like I'm becoming your editor, which is not an entertaining stream and is a very frustrating way to be an editor. I would much rather not edit that way. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to forget half the shit I said the first time I looked at it. I might contradict myself. And sometimes the feedback is going to be literally the same feedback because you won't have changed the things that I genuinely want you to change. And at that point, you and I just disagree, and that's fine. And we can move on from that. Circle of the Keystone. Let's take a look. What is a city but a gathering of standing stones, a cross breeze of men, and all the life they bring from the countryside? Keystone druids are guardians of life in such places, learning from the collective spirit of the city. Capable of shaping the streets as easily as their own body, these urbanized masters of metal and stone prove to be a force to be reckoned with. All right, I like that flavor text. It's fun. Let's see. This looks longer than normal, so maybe there's something else in here. You get extra spells once you get access to spells. Nope, this is just normal. Okay, charm person, find familiar, calm emotions, flock of familiars, tongues, erupting earth, freedom of movement, fabricate, dominate person, wall of stone. You should put pass wall on this list. Pass wall should be here. Pass wall is literally doing what you're describing in this vibe. Pass wall is you can touch a wall and make it open. Why isn't pass wall here? Okay. Those are my thoughts. Soul of the City. At second level, you gain proficiency with simple and martial weapons and can wear metal armor and shields. Okay. Additionally, once per day, when you finish a long rest in an urban environment, you can make a persuasion or insight check with advantage to gather information about the local area. Ooh. As the spirits of life whisper snippets of conversation and glimpses of events into your dreams. You can understand and speak one language spoken within the settlement until your next long rest. Huh. I don't think this is enough for second level. Metal armor is not that strong. It's not like we're getting heavy armor. Metal weapons and shields are fine. Once per day you can make an insight check. First of all, we need to know what the insight check is being made against. If we're making the insight check, like what are we making it against? What is it contested by? And then if we make that insight check, what we do is we learn a local language. Now, that is cool. But I would argue that that is not strong enough where you should be able to fail. You should just be able to learn it. I don't think there should be a check involved at all. Oops. So I would just allow you to just learn a local language. And I'm going to say something else. I don't think that's enough. I think you need something else. It could be maybe you get an alternative use of your wild shape, where you could make yourself look like an inanimate object, like a carriage, or like a box, or like a streetlight. Maybe you could use an alternative use of your wild shape to look like a local. Like, you know, like you see you're in a drow city, you attune to that city. When you use your wild shape, you can make yourself look like a drow of that city. And maybe you can speak and sound like a drow of that city. Like, what if you can use wild shape to be a local? Something like that. This needs something else. Needs something else at second level. All right, let's look at 6th level. Street Shuffle. At 6th level as a bonus action, you can choose, because it's cool, but it's not nearly strong enough. At 6th level as a bonus, yeah, honestly, you could even grab the animated object stat blocks from the spell animate objects to kind of determine the vibe of your animated object self that you're turning into, if you did want to go in that direction. Street Shuffle. At 6th level as a bonus action, you can choose a number of 5-foot squares within 60 feet equal to your wisdom modifier. These squares must be made of manufactured surface, such as cobblestone. Okay. So, wisdom modifier number of 5-foot squares. Each square is treated as difficult terrain for 1 minute. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. Additionally, you ignore non-magical difficult terrain in urban environments and difficult terrain created by your spells and abilities. I like this idea, but I'm going to be honest, man. This is not strong enough. Push it farther. Push it farther. You can create 5-foot. This is at max. If you're maxed out your wisdom, you can create 5-foot squares of difficult terrain that are limited to urban structures. I think you could push this harder. What if you could change them? What if you could lift and move like this? This isn't doing enough. This needs to do more. I think that difficult terrain is a good start, but I would encourage you to make it more. Give the character more, almost like this. Like I would almost make it like you can almost like cast mold earth on constructed areas. You know, like you could change cobblestone in the way that you could change earth with the cantrip mold earth, something like that. If you do make it stronger, it does need to have a limiter on it. I don't think it could be infinite in use, but I think it would. I think you should make it stronger. Oh, it already is got a limiter. Yeah. This needs to be buffed. Buff it. Look at what Mold Earth does and see if you could incorporate aspects of that into this feature, and I think you'll be good. Like, if you could also lower or raise those areas by 5 feet, you could build trenches, you could build walls, you could build cover. There's a lot of stuff that you could do that I think would be really strong, and I think would also help capture the vibe of like a street city druid that is like using the city to fight on their behalf. Let's look at swarm form. At 10th level, just living and breathing city, just as a living and breathing city is full of individual life, you too contain multitudes. That sentence is a little bit wonk. You can expend 2 uses of wild shape at the same time to transform into a number of tiny beast swarms within your wild shape CR equal to your proficiency bonus. Don't do that. Don't let you be multiple swarms. Just make you be a swarm. You can move and perceive from all of these swarms independently. Yeah, don't do. I'm just gonna say cut this whole fucking thing off. You can still only take the. I'm not gonna read any more of this. I'm just gonna stop because I disagree fundamentally with you being able to turn into multiple creatures that are separated from each other. I don't think that's the move. I think if you want to be able to become a swarm of creatures, I think that becoming a swarm in itself is pretty strong, and I would make you become a swarm, but I would not split you up into multiple swarms. So, yeah, I would just drop. I would completely change this. Okay. Reshape foundations. At 14th level, you can use your street shuffle ability. When you use your street shuffle ability, you can forego any number of 5-foot squares to instead target an equal number of creatures standing on manufactured surfaces. Each creature suffers one of the following conditions. They take 5d8 bludgeoning damage on a successful strength save versus your spell save DC. This is half. Reorganize how you write this. Do you see how you wrote this one? A creature must succeed on a DC strength save or something happens. Write it this way. The creature must succeed on a. The creature must make a DC whatever. The creature must make a strength save against your spell save DC. On a failed save, they take 5d8 bludgeoning damage. On a success, they take half. Write them all the same way. Sync. They have to make a dex save, or become entangled. Entangled is not a condition in D&D, so you would say they become restrained. And then at the end of the creature's turn, they can make a new save to negate the effect. And then lastly, the creature must succeed on a dex save or be launched 10 feet in one direction. That's really funny. And fall prone. Okay, I like this a lot. I feel like this is really fun. I feel like this could be the 10th level feature. And then I think for the 14th level feature, you come up with something new. I almost want to do like this is what I want to suggest. I would take this feature, tone it down a little bit. And the main thing I would probably tone down honestly is just the damage. Make it the 10th level feature. And then I think for the 10th level feature, and then for the 14th level feature, 10th level is when Circle gets its special wild shape, but we don't get a special wild shape in this subclass. So we don't need to worry about getting a special wild shape at 10th level. The only classes that get a special wild shape at 10th level are classes that also get a special wild shape at 2nd level. This class has no special wild shape. If you give it a special wild shape, you could improve it at 10th level, but we don't have a special wild shape. So if we're going to go with the no special wild shape, why are you saying Moon Druid? Moon Druids do get special wild shape. What are you talking about? Are you agreeing with me? You're probably agreeing with me. Okay. If you get a special wild shape at 2nd level, you get a special wild shape at 10th level, 9 times out of 10. If you don't get a special wild shape at 2nd level, 9 times out of 10, you don't get a wild shape special thing either at all, or certainly not at 10th. Yeah, no, you were agreeing. Yeah. I thought you were agreeing. It's very hard to tell. Sometimes I feel like people are agreeing, or sometimes they're just saying things. I don't know. I assume the worst. Tradosio, I know you got my back. But then, if you make this feature the 10th level feature, then what you do is you make the 14th level feature either a passive all the time feature that's very cool and simple and helpful, or a once a day feature that's pretty crazy. Like, what about this? What if the 14th level feature was once a day you can cast animate objects and it doesn't require concentration, and maybe you get some other bonus? That's very strong. Animate objects, no concentration, that's very strong. And that would also fit the vibe of like you are making this city come to life to fight for you, you know? That's the vibe that I would go with. I think it's a pretty cool idea. I think you have a lot of really wonderful pieces here, and I think you just need to re-amalgamate them a little bit. I think the strongest things that you have, I think the best feature right now, in my opinion, is Reshape Foundations. I love it. Street Shuffle is also pretty solid. I think that also Soul of City is solid. It's just not strong enough. And you got to simplify the second part. And then I think Swarm Form just isn't the vibe. I would just get rid of it. Get rid of it. Unless you want to tie the, you know, you being connected to the swarms and pestilence of the city, the vermin earlier. But yeah, very solid, very fun. Cool. Thank you very much. That was Reaver and Crazy. Oh man, those guys are some crazy Reaving. Reeves the Craves. They wild. We got Rohanathan. Rohanathan, you mentioned you wanted to come on stream, I believe. Let's see if you're still here. You are. Okay. It is a rework of my first homebrew piece. I want to be a better writer because I'm not. No one's a good writer, dude. Don't worry about it. We're all working on it. A great right now. I'm not a great one right now. Okay. Any criticism help? Thank you so much for looking at my piece. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's take a look. You still want to come on stream? You're more than welcome to. Let me grab you. If you get scared, you don't need to, though. Hello, are you here? Rohanathan. You left. Let me pull you back. Rohanathan, do you want to be on stream or not? You're muted. You are muted in the Discord. You are still muted. You've left again. Maybe you don't want to be here? All right. Looks like you don't want to be here. I'm going to pull you one more time. If you leave again, it means you don't want to be here. Do you want to be here, my friend? Well, let's see. I'll leave you in the chat with me, and if you unmute, that means you're here. Okay. Path of the Hunter. Did I post it in the... did I post it? I didn't post it, did I? They might be fixing their audio. That's true. I missed most of the City Druid stuff, but it seems like it had some fun flavor. It had great flavor. Honestly, everything we've looked at so far tonight has been pretty interesting. One thing that I do really like about the member streams is I think it's because people know that they might be able to talk to me about it, and or these are the people that like are willing to like become members or like, you know, give me a little bit of the financial support. I feel like people do their best to step it up. He did mic check, so his stuff might not have working stuff. Reaver, you're in the chat with me. Can you unmute? Not Reaver, sorry, Rohanathan. You can unmute if you want to, and then I can hear you. You unmute. You're in the Discord chat with me right now. All right. Well, if you unmute, you're here, and if you're not, that's fine. Path of the Hunter. People that follow the path of the patient hunter. People that follow the path of the patient hunter and draw their power from their senses and the nature around you. Okay, so there's a couple things here. You said you wanted to work on your writing, so I'm going to talk about your writing for a bit. You tried. Literally, you just have to hit unmute on the Discord, and then you'll be here. You hit unmute on the Discord, you'll be here. So maybe your mic's not working? I don't know. Okay, well, we're not going to worry about it. I love you too, Data. You're wonderful. Thank you for sharing your piece earlier. I appreciated it. Okay, so the first thing that I want to say is when you are writing, you should not... This is all one sentence. So this needs to break... Okay, so if you can't get on, you can't get on. I don't know what's going on. You got to maybe update your Discord or something. So let's talk about this opening sentence for a second. People that follow the path of the patient hunter and to draw their power from their senses and the nature around you. There are a handful of things wrong with this sentence. First of all, around you, what you want to say is around them. Don't apologize. You have nothing to apologize for. This is what feedback is. It's me pointing things out and you being like, that's a good note. Or you being like, I don't like that note. And either way, you can take them or leave them, but you never need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. So you don't say around you, you say around them. And that's because the whole thing is talking about them. They, there. So you, transitioning from the third person, which is like they, he, she, it, to you is transitioning to the second person. Don't do that. Either write it in first person, second person, write it in second person, or write it in third person. Don't do both. The other thing is that this is not a full sentence. This is like a sentence that is starting a sentence, but it doesn't finish it. People that follow the path of the patient hunter and draw their power from the senses and the nature around them. What? These people do what? So I think what you want to say is heroes. What is this? What class? What subclass is this for? Did you not say? What subclass is this for? 3rd, 6th, 10th, 14th. So it's a barbarian, I'm going to assume. I'll assume it's barbarian based on those. So what I would say is barbarians that follow the path of the hunter draw their power from their senses and the nature around them. But you don't say that, follow that, and draw their power, because that is destroying the grammar of the sentence. So say, people that follow the path of the patient hunter draw their power from their senses and the nature around them. And even then, I would argue that you should add more. That's not very clear, because what does it mean to draw their power from their senses? So doesn't everyone draw their power from their senses? Like, how is that unique? You know what I mean? So think about that. All right, let's look at the 3rd level features. We have Mark of the Hunter and Judgment for the Hurt. 3rd level. When you enter Rage, you select one creature within 120 feet of you that you can see. That creature is marked by you, and you gain the following benefits against that creature. You can only have one creature marked at a time. This feature ends if you drop to 0 hit points or if 1 week goes by. Okay, so this here, this should be listed... When you talk about when the feature ends, that should be listed after you describe what it does. So list what it does after you say this, and then put this at the end. Also, this feature should end when your rage ends. It should not go on for a week, because then you're going to have, I don't know, I'm not a fan of that. I strongly disagree with features that are rage activated features existing after the rage. So I would have it end at the end of your rage. If you want this to be something that could be used in a different way, then it shouldn't be tied to rage. You have advantage when tracking the marked creature. You know where your marked creature is if they are within 30 feet of you. Once per turn, when you attack a marked creature, you do an extra 1d4 damage. This increases to a d6 at 5th, a d8 at 9th, a d10 at 13th, and a d12 at 17th. Okay, so this is essentially Hunter's Mark. And I think that that's fine, but I think that, unfortunately, what I would do if I were you is I would drop the tracking thing. I think you got to figure out how to make, because if you want this to be Hunter's Mark, then this feature can't be tied to rage. So here's what I would do. What I would probably do is I would probably cut this part out, the extra damage, and I would make this part untied to rage. And I would make it like, as an action, you can target a creature that you can see within 120 feet of you, and that creature becomes your marked target. You have advantage on survival. You have to be specific. You have advantage on perception and survival checks. I would say you have advantage on survival checks when tracking your marked creature. You always know the location of your marked creature if they are within 30 feet of you. And then I would say this lasts for 24 hours, or if you drop to 0 hit points, or if you target a new creature. And I would say you can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier. Long rest, something like that. Or proficiency bonus, or once per short rest. Then I would have a separate feature. While you are raging, once per turn, when you hit a marked creature with I would say specifically with a weapon attack, or a melee weapon attack, you can deal an extra whatever damage. And I don't think this damage should increase this much. I think it should start at a d6, and then it should improve to 2d6 at like level 10, and then it should stay that, and it shouldn't be bigger than that. That should be where it ends. It shouldn't keep growing. Let's see what the other thing we get is. You gain judgment points equal to double your wisdom modifier. your deemed points, don't immediately change the name. If they're judgment points, just call them judgment points the whole time. You call them deemed points a couple places. That's going to be very confusing. Maybe that was a mistake on your end. I'm just going to keep calling them the judgment points. Your judgment points can be used to mark a new creature. If you've killed a marked creature, you can use a reaction immediately after you killed a marked creature as a bonus. No, dude. This is just confusing. I would just drop it. I don't think this feature is worth existing. I think you keep the marked creature thing. You maybe give you a mark. Don't make it double your wisdom modifier. I would make keep the marked creature, give it to you proficiency bonus times per day or whatever, and then make this its own feature. And completely drop this. All right, let's look at the 6th level feature, Gloomy Aura. As you lurk in the shadows, stalking your prey, the air gloom. The air gloom is that I'm not sure exactly what you mean here. Let me keep going for a second. You flood the mind of those you've marked, causing them to be frightened of you. On your turn, you can. Okay, so here's what I would say. Something like you lurk. I would phrase it like, when you lurk in the shadows. Like you have mastered stalking your prey in the shadows. Period. And. Oh no! Like you have mastered stalking your prey in the shadows and filling them with gloom. Period. On your turn, you can spend 2 judgment points as a bonus action. You can just say, as a bonus action, you can spend 2 judgment points. It's assumed to be on your turn. You can't do a bonus action not on your turn. So I would say, on your turn, I would say, as a bonus action, you can spend 2 judgment points. Again, I'm gonna say that we just dropped this judgment point thing entirely. So let's just see what this feature does. To force a fear effect on your marked creature within 60 feet if they can see. If you do so, they must make a wisdom saving throw equal to your... On a failed save, they are frightened of you and take psychic damage equal to your level. On a successful save, they take half damage and are not frightened. Okay, so there's a couple things here. One, this is not a 6th level feature for a barbarian. This does not fit the vibe. At 6th level, barbarians get a utility feature or a defense feature. This is very out of the norm in a way that I kind of disagree with, and I would dramatically change it. If you do decide to keep this feature, the way that you should word this is this. As a bonus action, you can target a creature that you can see. As a bonus action, I also wouldn't tie this to marked creature. I would just make this thing you can do. I would say, as a bonus action on your turn, or as a bonus action, you can force a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw, equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier. On a failed save, they are frightened of you and take psychic damage equal to your level. Period. On a successful save, they take half damage and are not frightened. And I would say they can repeat their saving throw at the end of each of their turns, or they remain frightened for a minute or something like that. But if I'm going to be completely honest, I would dramatically just rewrite this feature and just make it something new. This is not a 6th level barbarian feature. 6th level barbarian features almost exclusively give you defense or utility. They are not offensive features. Very, very rarely. Maybe 1 or 2 are, maybe, but I would encourage against it. 10th level, you can't hind. Do you mean hide? Is that what you meant here? H-I-D-E, I think. At 10th level, just little things, but you do want to change this. It looks like you copy pasted. This should be 6th. This should be a TH. 10th, this should be a TH. 14th, this should be a TH. My guess is you copy pasted 3rd and you kept the RD, but that's the kind of stuff that people will notice and be like, why is that? It's just like little things, but good to change. You can't hide. No distance can keep you from your goals. Through your heightened senses, tracking skill, and will, they're on places safe from your sight. What does that mean? What are you trying to say here? No distance can keep you from your goals, period. Through your heightened senses and tracking skills, no place is safe. No hiding place. No place is safe from your... What you want to say is this. What you want to say is, through your heightened senses, tracking skills, and will, comma, no place is safe from your sight. But even then, I would strongly encourage you not to do that, because no place is safe from your sight sounds weird. I would say something like, no creature can escape your hunt. Something like that. Once during a short or long rest, if you have a marked creature, you can see them. Put a comma after marked creature. You can see them and hear them as if you were 10 feet away from them. You can do this for up to 15 minutes per rest, not pre-rest, per rest. This fails if the marked creature is in a different plane of existence. So this is the scrying spell. This is almost exactly the scrying spell. So what I would say is, this is what I would say. I would say, and I wouldn't make this once during I would probably make this a once a day feature, not once during a short or a long rest. I would say once a day, as an action, you can cast the scrying spell. If you cast this spell targeting a marked target, they automatically fail on their saving throw. I would phrase it something like that. Just make this a casting of the spell scrying. Because that's basically what this is doing, and that's a much easier way to write it and explain it. Best of the Hunt, 14th level. When you enter a rage, you can spend 2 judgment points. Again, we're not going to do this. I think you were trying to say here is following. So this A should be an O, and this should have ing. I'm going to give you a big piece of advice here, Rohanathan. Write your document in Google Docs before you write it in Homebrewery. If you write your document in Google Docs, a lot of your spelling mistakes are going to get fixed by Google Docs pointing them out to you. So, like, you have a lot of little spelling mistakes and little grammatical mistakes that Google will help you fix if you write your document there first. So that's what I would do. Strongly encourage you to write it out with some software that has spell check and that sort of thing. Okay, so you can spend 2 judgment points. We're dropping judgment points because that doesn't make any gosh dang sense. So let's see what happens. True sight to range of 30 feet and know the location of all creatures not behind full cover within 30 feet. Gain plus 10 walk speed and climb speed equal to your walk speed. You can have a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier marked. This ends if your rage ends. I think you need a new 14th level feature, my dude. I'm not buying this one. I think that I don't agree with the way that you've built the mark system. So this kind of feels like mid. What I would say here is this. I would probably make it like this. When you enter a rage, maybe when you enter a rage, you get 1 free mark. Like you can use a mark without expending a use of it, or you can mark 2 creatures now instead of 1, and have it as that. But I would drop none of this stuff feels like it makes sense. So I would drop all this. I would probably just if you want to go in the marked direction, this should just double the amount of marked creatures you can have. You can have 2 creatures marked at a time. I think that's totally reasonable. And then that's what I would do if you were going to do it like that. But I also think that I would encourage you to like take a step back and be like, what is the vibe of this that I'm trying to accomplish, and what things could I tie into this here that like it didn't get yet that could feel like a capstone big go big or go home feature, and try to put that here too. Those are my thoughts. My main advice for the spelling grammar is put it in Google Docs. And then the other thing that I'm going to say is I think it's just overcomplicated. I think you just got too much. You tried to. I don't know if you tried to build it off of Hunter's Mark, but I don't think that's the move. I think you can take flavor from Hunter's Mark, but I think you got to make this its own thing. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Rohanathan. Sorry you couldn't get your mic working. If you have any questions, you can let me know. Milky Boy. Milky Boy. The milky boy he is. What do we have here? Oh, shit. Are we getting another Ranger? Rangers are the best class. I love Rangers. I do really like Rangers. Are we going? We've gone from Monk heavy to Ranger heavy. I'm going to be honest. I much prefer Ranger heavy than Monk heavy. There it is in the document. In the doc. Let's take a look. Storm Chaser. Let's also move it so you guys can see it better. Storm Chaser. Actually, I might go pee before we read this one. I have to pee. So I'm going to go do that. And then we'll be back, and I'll do more. But I'll put on some more epic music. I'll put on more pumpy. I'll put on more like fun music while I go pee, so you guys don't feel too bored. Okay? All right, I will be right back. I'm going to go pee. 1 second. One second. I'm back. Hello. Sorry about that. You know how it is. All right, let's take a look at this this storm chaser. Excuse me. I'm so burpy. Did I miss anything fun in the conversation while I was gone? I'm an entertaining guy. I'm okay. Okay, let's take a look. Storm magic. This is a ranger. We get some additional spells. Thunder wave, gust of wind, call lightning, control water, telekinesis. I'm curious why you went with call lightning instead of lightning bolt. I'm gonna be honest. Who is this? This is Milky Boy. I would change this out for lightning bolt, and I'll tell you why. Rangers are like really concentration hungry classes. Favored foe requires concentration. Hunter's mark requires concentration. There's a lot of concentration stuff, and I would encourage you to not eat into that. I think lightning bolt would actually make more sense here. I guess call lightning does make sense from like a you are the storm, like you're making the storm clouds. So I get that. But I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like lightning bolt works better for the ranger action economy. The ranger AoE spells suck. Conjure barrage is trash. Yeah, it's not that good. I have it in our campaign. I actually might switch it out because I didn't use it, so I feel like I could switch it out without people noticing. Okay, let's see what we get. Now I'm gonna say this. I've said it once. I said it twice. I'll say it. Chicken soup with rice. I'm nothing conjure brush. Ranger subclasses should be fucking strong, and they should be 1,000,000% vibe and 1,000,000% strong. So not over strong, but strong. It's like half the damage of Fireball, but the same level. Fireball is a dumb spell. Okay, let's see. We get Storm Sense, Fog, Heavy Probably should drink some water, I guess. Ugh. Oh no, I'm dropping shit. Ah. Uh-oh. Camera, be good. Be good to me, camera. Don't get fuzzy on me now. All right, let's fix you. I will try to fix you. Okay. Storm Sense. We'll see in a bit, Pedro. Fog, heavy precipitation, and strong wind do not impose disadvantage on wisdom perception checks made by you. See Dungeon Master's Guide. Can I make a suggestion here also? I would add to this where a lot of the time strong winds make ranged attacks harder. And I want you to, like, I feel like I would say this. I would also say, like, your ranged weapon attacks are not affected by strong wind. I would probably say what you said, and then I would say, in addition, ranged weapon attacks you make are not affected by strong winds or natural weather or extreme weather. Because I think that would be cool, too, is it's like, normally, if it's super, super windy, your bow can't shoot at long range. Or it's like, you know, there's issues come up. And it's like, not for you, because you are the storm. Just say flat, you ignore all the effects of weather. I don't know if I would say it exactly like that, but I guess that is kind of what I'm suggesting. Let's keep going, though. But yeah, I do think your weapon attack should be tied into this. Surging Soul. I wouldn't specify Wall of Wind. I guess you could. But I was thinking more like, I would want it to be bigger than specifically Wall of Wind. But Wall of Wind essentially does what like a windstorm would do. Wall of Wind is a terrible spell, by the way. Terrible spell. As a bonus action, you can give yourself temporary hit points equal to 1d4 plus your ranger level for 1 minute. Why? While you have these temporary hit points, the first time each turn that you hit a creature with a weapon attack, the target takes an additional 1d4 damage. You choose the damage type from the following list: acid, cold, lightning, or thunder. Why is acid on this list? You can use feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Man, I don't agree with this feature. I don't agree with this third level feature at all. Acid rain is not a natural occurrence. It is toxic waste. You should not get access to it. None of this feels like it relates to being a surging storm cleric or storm ranger. None of this does. The temporary hit points I'm not sold on. The minimal bonus damage is fine, but not super flavorful. I think that I would just completely rewrite this feature if I were you. And I would strongly encourage you to write it in such a way that it doesn't need to be limited in use. This should be like every round you can do this. I think thunder makes sense. I think lightning makes sense. I even think I see an argument for cold making sense. But not acid. And I don't, I would try to come up with something else. Some other way to enhance yourself with the storm. Owen Graber says, how do I send you Homebrew? My dear brother, check the description of the YouTube video. You shall see where you can send it to me. Just make sure you read the instructions. I might recommend a feature that takes advantage of Storm Sense in some way to synergize with the other third level feature. I wouldn't give you that at third level. I would give that to you at a higher level, but I agree with you. But I think at third level, we just need a consistent way to deal more damage in an interesting way. That's what we need. Doesn't need to be that crazy. Can I give you an example of what I think this could be? I would say something like, as a bonus action, you can charge your arrow with electricity. When you make an attack with, like, on the next attack you make on your turn, hit or miss, Each creature within 5 feet of the area of your target must make a saving throw against your spell save DC or take 1d4 lightning damage. Right? Like, it's like you charge the bolt with static, and then it bursts, or something like that, or like almost like Green Flame Blade. Like, once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can use a bonus action to have lightning charge off of that creature into a creature within 5 feet of them, and then that creature takes extra damage. Something like that. Something, though, that feels unique and distinct and ties into the vibe of, like, lightning, I think, would probably make the most sense. I mean, thunder could work, too. I think thunder would be more of the boom, and lightning would be more of the jump. But I would go in one of those directions if I were you. And I would just make it always on. I would make it bonus action. I would make it do very low damage if it is an area of effect. It could do a little bit more if it's single target. And then that damage should increase at level 11. If it's 1d4, it could become 2d4. If it's, or 1d6. If it's like 1d6, it could become 2d6 or 1d8, that sort of thing. Will depend a little bit on if you make it AoE or not. 7th level, Guiding Vision. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you also gains the effects of your Storm Sense feature. Additionally, you can see through heavily obscured fog out to 30 feet away. So for here, you would just say out to a range of 30 feet. And I would also probably say you can ignore the effects of heavily obscured fog out to range of 30 feet. The other thing is, I don't think you should get an aura. This is essentially giving your ranger an aura. I don't think you should give your ranger an aura. That's paladins. That's all paladins. What I think you could do, is you could do something. This is what I would do. I would probably say, like, I'd make it something like this. I would be like, as an action or as a bonus action, you can pick a number of creatures you can see equal to your wisdom modifier or whatever, and you can gift them with the sight of the storm. And while they are under the effects of the sight of the storm, they gain all the benefits of your Storm Sense feature. And they keep those benefits for a minute or something like that, or 10 minutes. That way they don't have to be within 30 feet of you. You can kind of scatter. It's similar to the aura, but it's not an aura. But it does similar stuff. That's what I would do if I were you. If you want to keep that kind of thing. It's an okay 7th level feature. I'm going to be honest. It feels a little weak. It's not bad, but it just feels a little weak. I think you could probably think of some way, maybe add a little bit extra juice to it. Maybe also at 7th level, you get some other bonus when you're within storms. Maybe you can hide as a bonus action, although they could probably do that eventually quickly. Maybe you can maybe if you are in lightly obscured area, if you are in an area that is lightly obscured by weather, you can hide in it as if you are hidden. You can hide in it as if it's like total cover or something. I don't know. Something like that. Your surge damage could be lightning, but replaced with X base on the current weather. I would not do that. That's complicated in a way that I don't think would add to the fun. Would, while charged, have resistance to lightning damage help? You know what I would actually do here if I were you? This is what I would do. That's a great... Pedro brings up a good point. I would change this so it's less of an aura, and then also this is the level where I would give yourself resistance to I would probably give you resistance to lightning and thunder damage at 7th level and just let you just have that. Shield of the Elements. As an action, you can give yourself to immunity to one of the damage types from the following list for 1 minute. Once you use this feature, can't do it again to finish long rest. No, I would completely change this. Okay, so here's what you do. You turn this into you have resistance to lightning and thunder damage. You put it at 7th level. And then at 11th level, you have to make some fucking awesome feature. Every single ranger gets something awesome at 11th level. The Fey Wanderer gets a free summoning of a Fey Spirit. No concentration required. The Gloomstalker, I forget what they get. Like maybe... I don't remember. Maybe like an extra attack or something. Everybody gets strong things at this level. The Horizon Walker gets the crazy anime teleport thing. This is where we need to get a go big or go home feature. This is where like we need to really feel like our subclass. So I would completely drop this and come up with something big here. Maybe something like maybe like what about this? Like what if it's like you can cast Thunderstep for free a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier or something like That might be too strong. But like maybe once per short rest, when you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack, you can instantly cast Thunder Step to like do some, I don't know, something like that. Summon a storm cloud or a nimbus. I mean, you could do that if you want to. I wouldn't do that unless you were really eager to write a whole stat block for it. But I think the idea of a Thunder Step as a bonus action is a good idea. That's a good idea. I would say you learn the Thunder Step spell, or you can cast it as a bonus action. That's not a bad idea at all. That's not a bad idea at all. Winds of Change, 15th level. Your mastery of the storm allows you to quickly change the tide of battle in your favor. When you get hit by an attack from a source you can see within 10 feet of you, you can use your reaction to force the attacker to make a strength saving throw against your ranger spell DC. On a failed save, the target is pushed 15 feet horizontally away from you. Whether or not the target failed the saving throw, you gain the effects of the dodge action until the start of your next turn. Again, man, this is not flavorful enough in my opinion. This is not flavorful enough. I mean, it's fine. It's a fine feature, but I like, where is the storm here? This feels very, very similar to like the Tempest Cleric, like first level feature. We need to see something cray here. How about this? At 15th level, you gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed. Okay. In addition, if you are in an area that is affected by weather, such as rain, storm, blah, 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 maybe it's, maybe you can dash as a bonus action while you're within that storm. Or maybe, you can, or something. So, like make it so you become a part of the storm. That's what I would do for 15th level. I like the idea of a storm ranger. I think you just got to lean into it a little harder. And go a little bit bigger in some places. All right, Milky Boy. It's a very fun idea for a subclass. Just make it more crazy in some places and less crazy in others, and you'll be good. Thank you for sharing. I like the vibe a lot. We got launch, plane, or launched. Let's go. I don't know what I should call you. As long as I don't call you late for dinner. That's a stupid joke. Life is a stupid joke. Okay, calm down. Let's see who is this person here? Oh, they are. Let me grab them. Hey, launch plane.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
It's going all right. I'm quick muting the stream. Give me a second.
Yeah, take your time. If I don't make it all right, this is it's a creature from a book series that I've been enjoying recently, from titled Millennial Mage. Did you make that? Did you write this? Is this homebrew that is designed from a book you're reading? Is that what I read? I'm reading that correctly?
I'm reading a book and I made a creature from it.
Got you. Okay. Before I dive in, tell me a tiny bit about this monster, because it is a CR20 monster. So I want to make sure. The thing with CR20 monsters, truthfully, any monster over CR15 is one thing that I notice over and over again is people either give it way too much or not enough. They are very hard for people to find a good balance level, and oftentimes they end up feeling like nothing. Like they don't feel like they have a specific vibe. So I want to make sure that that's like number one for making a high CR monster, is making sure that it is accomplishing having a specific vibe. Number two is making sure that it is easy to use. So tell me a little bit about Terry the Terror Bird. What's the deal with Terry the Terror Bird? What are they supposed to do?
So terror birds in general are like they're flightless birds that they start out as like the size of like a chicken, and then they quickly grow over the course of a year to be the size of a person, and then grow an inch every decade after that. Terry specifically has lived for about 1,500 years. And so is quite big. He's almost 20 feet tall.
Okay.
And terror birds in general have some sort of magical affinity.
Mm-hmm.
And Terry has an affinity for dimensional magic.
So this is a giant killer bird with an affinity for dimensional magic.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to point out a couple things immediately. This is very low hit points for a CR20 monster. Do you know that? Was that intentional?
Yes. He
Okay.
has a lot of ways to like mitigate the damage that he takes.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to clarify. Vulnerable to acid damage. I love when we give monsters vulnerabilities. Big fan. Some solid immunities, resistances. Not as many resistances as I would have thought. Well, good amount of saving throws. Okay, let's keep going. Can understand common but can't speak. It has true sight out to 60 feet. That's pretty good. All right, let's see. Legendary resistances. Our legendary resistances. All right, let's dive in. Dimensional manipulation. Terry can briefly harness dimensional energy immediately after teleporting. Anytime Terry teleports, his next attack deals an additional 1d8 force damage. Cool. Okay. Evasion. That's, I'm assuming, just evasion, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit tied into his ability to teleport, is how he's doing his evasion.
But mechanically, is it just evasion, or is it different?
Basically, yeah.
Is it basically evasion, or is it evasion?
There's a little note at the end of it that shows how it's different from evasion in parentheses.
I would not put it in parentheses. I would probably bold it, because people are going to read evasion, and then they're not going to read the feature, because they know what evasion is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you ever name a feature something that exists very commonly in D&D, people will assume it to be that feature.
Okay.
So like it's always a good rule. It's a good like habit to get into, where if you are making them have a feature that exists but it's a little different, to somehow indicate in the name that it's different. So you could call it like a dimensional evasion, for example.
Okay.
Just something to make them be like, wait a minute, this is different. I should read. This is that feedback is really good feedback for anybody out there. In terms of if your goal is to make something usable for someone that isn't you. One of the biggest, most important parts of writing homebrew, if you are not planning on being sitting at the table with the people when they're using it, is making it easy to navigate quickly. And the best way to make it easy to navigate quickly, you're already doing quite a bit of it, which is just like make sure all the features have bolded names and stuff. But an aspect of that is like, it's almost like you want to think about a monster stat block should be a combination of clear details and quick reference tool. So that's like a good way to think about how you want to organize it. You don't want a dungeon master to have to spend more than 10 seconds hunting for something on a character sheet or to understand what it means in general. Okay, it triggers his clumsy carrier feature. We'll get to that in a second. All these features here, these should be in alphabetical order.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the only times that alphabetical order is used in D&D, but it is in monster stat blocks.
Okay.
Dimensional space. Terry has a dimensional space from which he can pull objects from and to at will. Don't say from and to, say to and from.
Okay.
Requiring no action. That should not be the case. It should require something, or it needs to specify. If it can do it for free, you need to specify where it sits in the action economy. So it's
like his item interaction or.
No. I don't mean that. I mean if it's so. First of all, if like when he can do it, it doesn't need to require action economy in terms of him to take it. But it's like on his turn. Like when is this happening?
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I would say something like at the beginning of their turn, they can pull an object from their dimensional space. No action required. Something like that. Okay. Objects removed from space appear in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of Terry, and he must be touching an object to move it into space. What does that mean? Objects.
Like he can take an item when he takes an item out of the space, it appears within 5 feet of him, and he has to touch the object in order to put it into his space.
I would write it closer to the sentence that you just said out loud than the way that it's written.
Oh, okay.
Because that was clear what you just said, but the way it's written is a little bit more confusing. Object removed from this space appear in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of like that's what I mean. Like removed from I would just say I would rewrite it closer to what you just said. Actually, the way that I would say it is when Terry pulls an object out of his dimensional space, it appears within 5 feet of him. It appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of him, period. He must be touching an object to move it into or out of... This is the problem, is you need to sort of break it up into 2 sections, I think. One is the putting things in the space, one is putting the things out of the space. You're sort of switching back and forth between the two, and it's getting confusing.
Okay.
Must be touching an object to move it into the space. The object must fit in the 10-foot cube for him to affect it. Just say large. That's how you would phrase that.
Oh, okay.
Or you could say the object can be no larger than 10 feet by 10 feet.
Okay.
Creatures cannot enter this space. You don't need to clarify that. I would just say Terry can. You don't need to clarify that. Clumsy carry. Anytime Terry teleports, he can choose to accidentally drop a longsword at his feet from his dimensional space. Why a longsword?
It pertains to one of the actions he can take.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Terry makes 2 attacks with his claws and 1 with his beak. Plus 10 to hit. These bonuses to hit and damage are pretty low for a CR20 monster. This is not feeling like a CR20 monster yet.
Okay.
Blade Storm. Terry rapidly teleports to each weapon within 60 feet he can see that isn't being held, throwing them at nearby enemies. All hostile creatures in the radius must make a... What? Okay, wait. Is he throwing these at enemies, or is he, like, making a whirlwind? What is going on here?
He's teleporting around and, like, quickly grabbing a weapon and throwing it at an enemy, and then teleporting to where it lands and grabbing it again and throwing it again, and he's doing that to
So
all
what
the
is the
weapons in
radius?
range.
Where does the radius take... What is the radius here?
He's teleporting to... The radius is that 60 feet.
So mechanically what's happening is all creatures within a 60-foot radius make a dex save or take some slashing damage. And the way that you are flavoring what that is him teleporting around and picking up weapons and throwing them.
Yep.
I think that you are overcomplicating this feature with the dropping weapon thing.
Okay.
Because it sounds like what you want this to be is he teleports to every place that he dropped a weapon, picks it up and throws it. And if that's not what you want it to be, I don't understand why he's dropping weapons.
That is what it's being.
That's not what it's being. What it's being is a 60-foot radius effect. That's very different. Okay. Because what if the weapons aren't within 60 feet? Like, what if one weapon's 80 feet away from him? Then what happens?
He doesn't pick up that one.
That's gonna be so fucking. That's gonna be such a hassle. That's frustratingly. That's frustratingly complicated in a way that is not going to be satisfying. I think what you need to do is you either need to decide to really lean into that, where it's like he can teleport, he can teleport to each object within a certain range, and then when he gets to that object, he can make a weapon attack that is throwing that object at one specific creature that has an attack roll and damage, or you completely drop him throwing weapons or him being clumsy and dropping weapons, and you literally make it where he is just pulling shit out of the bag and hucking it in each direction, and it's like it's coming out of the moment and has nothing to do with the dropping things. I would say either lean hard into the dropping things or drop the dropping things.
Okay.
All hostile creatures in the radius must make a DC 18 saving throw. 18's kind of low for a CR20 monster. 1d8 slashing damage for each weapon thrown this way. Taking half damage on a success. These teleports do not trigger his clumsy carry ability. Yeah, this is so much to keep track of. Like, just pick a number. Okay. I would just pick a number. I wouldn't make it based on the drops. That's like adding extra complication. Because at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what is the point of this feature? And the point of this feature, the way that it's written, is a 60-foot radius damage. So you can flavor that however you want. But if that's what you want it to be, I would just make it as simple to keep track of as possible. I also want to suggest, though, that, in my opinion, the idea of him dropping weapons and then having them be like beacons that he can teleport to and then throw is cool. And if you like that more, I would rewrite it to be that, because personally, I think that is more evocative.
Okay.
But you should do whatever you want with it. Bonus action, variable size. Terry can change his size at will. While his true size is huge, using a bonus action, he can change the size. While he is large, his beak and claws deal 2d8 or 2d10 instead of 3d8 or 3d10 ACB. I wouldn't do any of this. You can change his size, but I would treat it like the enlarge reduce spell.
Okay.
This is going to be really tedious for a dungeon master to keep track of. Like this,
Okay.
if I was running this, I wouldn't want to have to. That would mean either I would have to like be recalculating. That's a lot of recalculating damage. Or like if you're using this on a VTT, that means if I wanted to plug this monster into a VTT, I would have to plug in every attack 3 different times. I don't want to do that. Yeah, so I'd change that. I would just make it like treat it like the enlarge reduce spell. Teleport. Teller can teleport to an unmarked bed space you can see within 30 feet. Make this teleport range farther than 30 feet. It's a CR20 monster. It should be like I would say you can make it 60 feet easy.
Okay.
Reaction, teleport, dodge. As a reaction to an attack that would hit, Terry can teleport away and back faster than a blink of an eye, causing the attack to miss instead. I think that's fine. You got to put a range on that teleport. Where's he teleport? Is he just teleporting back 5 feet, or is he just like sort of teleporting out of existence for a second and he's not moving at all?
Well, theoretically, he could be teleporting anywhere, but then instantly back to that same square. He's not. Mechanically, it doesn't matter. In my mind, it doesn't matter where he goes in that teleport.
Oh, I see. Because he's teleporting away and back. I think I understand what you're going for. I would reword it so that is a little bit more clear. I would say like as a reaction to an attack that would hit, Terry rapidly teleports in and out of existence, causing the attack to miss. Okay. Something like that. And I would even maybe change the language to not call it teleport dodge, because as soon as you say teleport, there's an assumption of movement that is beyond just a block. So I would maybe try to think of maybe blink dodge or display self or something like that.
Okay.
Legendary actions, they can teleport 30 feet. Again, I think I would just increase the range of that. Make 2 claw attacks at up to 2 creatures. I would switch these 2 features. The teleport 1 claw attack should cost 2 points. This should just be a single claw attack, and it should cost 1 point.
Okay.
And then preparation. Terry quickly teleports around in 30-foot radius before returning to his original location for a total of 10 teleports, triggering his clumsy carry with each one. I would not make that 10. That's going to be really tedious for the Dungeon Master to keep track of.
Right. The idea is it builds up for his Blade Storm.
I understand. And that would make it 10d8 damage, which is good for a CR20 monster. But I think that if you decide to do the Blade Storm where it really is just an area of effect and the actual dropping of the things is like purely flavor, I think it's fine. If you want to go in the direction of like I'm going to keep track of where each one of these things was dropped, I think 10 is too much.
Okay.
Overall, I think it's interesting. I still am not convinced that 150 hit points is enough. I could confidently kill this, I think, in 2 turns with a level 10 party.
Okay.
And so I think it needs more hit points. And I think
originally I had it. It didn't have its Blade Storm ability, and it was CR 13.
CR 13 fits it a lot better. I think you could even keep the Blade Storm ability if you just tone the damage down. I actually think that would work fine.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't have any more thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. And I think that my biggest feedback for you is to try to split the mechanics don't have to perfectly match the flavor to evoke what the flavor is attempting to evoke. I think that there's an element of homebrew that is, let's find what the means to the end is and accomplish, the simplest way to get between those 2 points. And I would encourage you to do. I would encourage you to do that as you move forward with the piece. But yeah, I think it's fun. A little teleporty bird. Any final thoughts, questions, anything?
No.
All right, cool. Thank you, Launchpad.
Thank you.
Click. That was Launchpad. Terry the Terror Bird. Got some weird feeling on my toe. What is it? Is it a callus? I guess it's just a callus. Alright, whatever. Not gonna worry about it. Repco. Let's see what Repco has for us. Uh-oh. Repco, did you not... Did I click the wrong thing? Your name should be in here. There you are. Please, whatever you do, don't change alignment just because you like one part of the sword. Huh, I don't know what that feedback means. I guess we'll see. Here it is. Oh, brother bear, please, 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 please take the 5 minutes it will take you to organize your document in a way that it looks and reads like a document that is this intended document. If you're making a magic item in D&D, magic items are the fucking easiest items in the world to format. Take the time to format it properly. Look. Yeah, let's grab a Blade of Avernus. No, that's too complicated. Grab the Blade of Medusa. Look at this. It has the title. It says the type of weapon. It says the rarity, and it says it requires attunement. Then there is a section where it goes down. It describes what happens. If there is something unique or special, it gets a little bold, and then it explains it afterwards. That will make it so much more pleasant to read. If you give this if you post this document online, no one is going to spend the time to read this. This does not look like you put thought into it. And it's a frustrating thing, but it's true, which is that the quality of the presentation of your brew is as important as your brew, if not more so a lot of the time. I'm going to go through this, but I'm already noticing there's just a lot of shit that's missing. Or if it isn't missing, I don't know where the fuck it is, because it's not where it's supposed to be. So reorganize this so it's organized correctly, and that will already, you'll be miles ahead. This sword can be any sword and gives the following effects depending on the alignment: good alignment or lawful neutral. All right, so I don't normally play with alignments in my games, but I think that's fine. Some people do. This sword glows with a yellow light, which gets brighter as you ascend to the good alignment, i.e., lawful neutral will have a slight glow. Lawful good will have a glow similar to a bright torch. It also adds 2d8 radiant damage to your damage rolls. Okay, so it's basically a magic sword that gives you plus 2d8 radiant damage on a hit. Okay, so it's like a flame tongue sword, but better. If it's evil, then I also don't agree with this idea that lawful and good are tied together. I think chaotic is not inherently good or bad, and lawful is not inherently good or bad. So I would not associate it with those. The sword is slightly shrouded in dark wisps of smoke. It gets darker and thicker as you descend in the evil spectrum. It also adds 2d8 necrotic damage to your damage rolls. And then true neutral. The weapon is medium glow to it, but is surrounded by wisps of gray smoke. It adds 1d8 radiant damage and 1d8 necrotic damage to rolls. These d8s increase to d10s after 4 levels of having the sword. If you want these to increase, I wouldn't write it down here. I would probably write it somewhere else. Oh, I see. You put all this shit down here. Don't put it down here. That's silly. So here's the way that there's a much easier way to write this out. Here's what I would say. I would say something like, this magical sword is enhanced by your alignment. Depending on your alignment, it gains one of the following features. And then you have good, neutral, evil. Good. Attack rolls with this weapon deal an additional 2d8 radiant damage, period. Neutral. Attack rolls with this damage deal 1 radiant and 1 necrotic damage, period. Or 1d8, whatever. Evil. Attack rolls with this weapon deal 2d8 necrotic damage, period. That's it. Doesn't need to be more complicated than that. You could write it very simply. It should also definitely require attunement. That's a lot of extra damage to not require attunement slot. Other than that, I don't really have much feedback. I think that I would probably drop this extra feature Or I would not tie it to how many levels a character has. I would probably tie it to some sort of great feat that must be accomplished. And it could be like, depending on the alignment of the character, that feat could either be a good feat or a neutral feat or a bad feat. I don't know what a good feat would be, or a neutral feat would be. I will wander through the forest, and I shall help some of the creatures, but I shall also hinder others. I don't know what the answer is there. But yeah, it's a fairly straightforward item, and I think you can just simplify the way that you worded it, and you're groovy, baby. You're groovy. I am still live, Salsa Brom. I never go to sleep, and I'm always dancing. Neutral would be something that really benefits yourself. I would argue that that's what evil is a lot of the time. I would argue a lot of evil is like, I will do what I want without worrying about the consequence of others. That to me is what often represents evil. Next is Azalis. Is Azalis in the chat? They are. Lovely. Let me grab them. First time here and first time ever homebrewed subclass. I'd like to talk about it, so please skip me if I've got to go to bed. I'll resubmit next week. Let's see if you're here. I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to give you a little bit of a fair warning when we start, though, because this is your first piece. Hey, Azalis, what's up?
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. So this is your first piece of homebrew?
Just first subclass ever.
All right. Have you seen my stream before?
I have maybe like 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so are you familiar with the structure of feedback? I don't want you to feel bombarded. I don't want you to feel bombarded.
I used to have history as my profession, so I'm used to peer review.
Okay, cool. Whenever there's a new person, I don't want to frighten them away. My goal with the new person is to make them enjoy themselves enough to come back. So tell me a little bit about what we're going for here. What's the goal of this hunter? Or the goal of this paladin?
My fiancé wanted to play a paladin that could range smite.
Ah, the range smite, my friend. The range smite is a wonderful idea, and I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm genuinely curious to see the way you've tried to incorporate it. I have seen it done in a handful of ways. Some of them quite successful. Some of them I think less so, and I'm eager to see what the mood is. Do you want me to read the flavor text, or do you not care? Oh, did I lose you? Did I lose you? I can't hear you if you're talking. Did you silence yourself? Did you leave? Hello?
Am I back?
You're back. Welcome back. We missed you.
Oh, don't know what happened. Do
you want me to read the flavor text or no? What do you want?
Yeah, just the first couple of bits, because the third and fourth, I'm not really sure what to do with them.
Yeah.
They were more descriptors, but then they just got a bit too bloated.
Let me dive in. Paladins of the Oath of the Hunter are holy retribution made manifest. Ooh, that's a nice first sentence. With no regard for personal glory, they become instruments of judgment, striking down the monstrous, the evil, and the heretic in the name of a greater force than themselves. The Oath of the Hunter is not one taken lightly. It is to let go of personal ambition and become more, to enact the wrath of your order or deity upon those who have been condemned to it. Your tools are stealth, speed, and devastating might, and the devastating might of the heavens. You are the hunter of the wicked, and there can be no escape. I'm going to be honest with you. Unless the only thing that you have left is like who they might work for, I think you end it here. I don't think you need anything more.
Because I just go on to explain like what gods it could be, or if you're an order, or if you're on your own. So yeah, I agree.
But I think the flavor text is pretty solid. I think that if I would shorten this as much as possible to paladins of this order might follow this, or this, in the same way that like clerics kind of have that sometimes, where it's like really like a list. All right, let's see.
I was trying to make it as weapon and background as agnostic as I could. That was sort of the goal.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see what the tenets are. Lose ambition. I serve something more. The cause is greater than my desires. Okay. Find the prey. I will never give up my hunt, no matter the obstacles I face. Nice. Spare the innocent. Judgment for the wicked. The good deserve protection. Destroy the evil as a weapon of heaven. I bring retribution to the deserving. Cool. All right. They are.
I tried to pair them as like lose and find, spare and destroy.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's pretty solid. There is a little bit of like, there are some things here that I would argue are very much like all Paladin, so I don't know if you need all of them, but I think it's pretty solid overall. I think they're fine. Let me look at let's see what we have for Channel Divinity. When you
I've taken basically all my mechanics from somewhere else, and I've written a list of which Paladin subclasses I've stolen them from.
Okay, wait, you combine. So is
Well,
this
not quite. Like Hunter's Grace, basically the mechanics are based on
Hunter's Mark? I'm assuming, or maybe
the
the Vengeance
Oathbreakers
Paladin.
control them dead,
Hmm.
at least in terms of the CR and how it works in that regard. What it
Gotcha.
actually does is different.
Okay. I think that taking language from other things is fine. I actually think that taking everything from other things is fine if it's for your home game. But in general, I am not a fan of just repurposing other subclass features. I'm a firm believer of you should figure out how to
unique.
make it its own stuff so that it feels like it's worthwhile and it can be special. Okay, so let's see. Hunter's Grace. As an action, you utter a prayer of tracking. You target one creature you have seen within the last hour. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. The creatures under the effects of your Hunter's Mark spell make this saving throw at disadvantage. On a failed save, you know its current location for the next 24 hours until you use this Channel Divinity option again. A creature whose challenge rating is equal to or greater than your Paladin level is immune to this effect, as are creatures immune to the scrying spell. Okay. I would also maybe throw on top of that not just scrying spells, but creatures that are immune to divination.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
If the target is another
That's a
plane
bit
of
I added
existence,
myself as well.
Yeah. This doesn't. By the way, you threw me for a loop. This feels. I like this. I thought I was gonna tell you to make this different. If the target is on another plane of existence, this action is performed. When this action is performed, it fails. I think you could also just say if a target is on another plane of existence, they automatically succeed on the saving throw. Okay. You are aware of why it failed. Okay, cool. So I like this feature. I think it's good. I think the thing that I like about it the most is this creature you've seen within the last hour. So it's like they can have escaped, and you can activate this, and that's cool.
Yep.
I also feel like, I don't know if you did this intentionally, but if you didn't, I think you should make sure it is it. But I feel like you should not be able to take a short rest and then use this feature. Because if you can take a short rest and then use this feature, you can always use this feature. And I think that's
true.
And I think that there's an element of limitation that you want here. And so I would maybe shorten the duration a tiny bit. Maybe. I don't know.
Do I put a proviso in where if they've passed the saving throw, you can't try on them again for X amount of time?
Well, if they pass the saving throw, I think they should be immune for the next 24 hours, or they should just yeah. I guess it doesn't matter at that point if they're maybe no, it actually would, because if you saw them again, then you still wouldn't be able to use it on them. I was more thinking that you get your Channel Divinities back on a short rest, and I think that could lead to overuse of this feature. But most Dungeon Masters do short rest for an hour, so maybe it's fine. Okay, Meteoric Smite. As a bonus action, you can invoke the Wrath of the Heavens using your Channel Divinity. Until the start of your next turn, you can trigger your Divine Smite feature when you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack. Okay. This, I think, is a solid way to do Divine Smite at range. I like it. So, what I've seen a lot of in the past is people just letting you always Divine Smite at range, or letting you Divine Smite at range for like an hour. This is a whole Channel Divinity for one round of Divine Smiting at range. Divine Smiting is so strong that I agree 100% with the way that you've put this together. Perfectly good. Like it. I like Meteoric Smite a lot.
It's interesting because you were talking, was it early this stream or a different stream that you made one yourself in the past?
Yeah.
That was a weaker smite?
Yeah.
And I thought about going that route, but my fiance, like, she wants to range smite, and I feel like making it weaker doesn't give you that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense.
It makes sense. I'm saying I think this option works.
Yeah.
It's a question of how Nova you want to be. Okay, what spells? Also, minor thing, but put the spells first. Put the Channel Divinity after.
Oh, okay, this is just structured out how D&D Beyond wanted it.
Really? Well, fuck D&D Beyond. Okay, fine. Then ignore me.
Because I started with Vengeance and then I edited it.
I always put the spells first, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Okay. Divine Favor, Hunter's Mark, Invisibility, Misty Step, Haste, Lightning Bolt, Greater Invisibility, Freedom of Movement, Dispel, Good and Evil, Commune. This feels similar to the Vengeance.
So originally I had 3 the same as the Vengeance, which Glory and Devotion have 3 the same, so I thought that was fine. But I had to change the spells quite a lot to get it through the community share on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, because you're like.
So originally I had Zephyr Strike instead of Divine Favor.
Mm-hmm.
I had Lightning Arrow instead of Bolt, because technically Lightning Arrow can be any ranged attack. It doesn't have to be an arrow, so you could do it on like a dagger or a spear.
Or a javelin, yeah.
And then I had Fast Step and Steel Wind Strike instead of Dispel, Evil and Good, and Commune, because those are just Paladin spells anyway. So it was like Misty Step got stronger and Zephyr Strike got stronger to become Steel Wind.
When you run this for your fiance, make those changes on her sheet.
Yeah.
On their sheet.
Because you can't share them, yeah.
Yeah. But I agree with all of those decisions. The only thing that I really would put my nose up at here is greater invisibility.
Same. I originally had Pass Without a Trace instead of Invisibility, but finding another 4th level spell I was really struggling with.
Yeah. 4th level
It is quite a strong one. And I originally had...
It's especially strong on a Paladin. Yeah.
I had Swift Quiver instead of Haste, but I wanted it to be weapon agnostic, which is why I went with Haste, because Swift Quiver obviously requires a bow or crossbow.
I feel like I'm more okay with Haste than I am with greater invisibility for whatever reason. Maybe that's a crazy person thing to say. What level spell is greater invisibility? 4th?
Yeah. Yeah, it was 4th that I was struggling with.
Really slow, so I can't look at it. Okay, let's look really quickly. Arcane Eye might not be bad. Dimension Door is not terrible.
That was then 4 spells the same as Vengeance, which is why I didn't go for that one.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I'm not Locate Creature also, although that might be another one that they get.
Not sure, but it is a little bit redundant, maybe.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a tricky one. All right.
Answering chat, yeah, you can get multiple smites off in one go if you want, like, to really burn through spell slots and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, at 7th level you get Huntsman Wrath. Oh, you're going the non-aura level. Ooh, okay. At 7th level, your ability... Let me read it first. At 7th level, your ability to close in on your prey and enact Holy Wrath is masterful. When you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack while... I see the UK coming out in your language. Whilst you or the other creature are under the effects. It's so funny. Sometimes every English speaking country has like minor grammatical differences, and they're not all the same. I used to think they were. I used to think it was the US writes one way and everyone else writes another, but everyone's different.
Right. Do you want to try and GeoGuess at me where I am?
In the UK?
Yeah.
No, I'm not that good at it.
I
can point out. I can tell the difference between the UK and South Africa and Australia/New Zealand, and that's all I got. Okay. When you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack, while you or the creature are under the effects of one of your Oath of the Hunter Channel Divinity options, you can move up to half your speed immediately afterwards without provoking opportunity attacks.
So it's a bit wordy, but I didn't want it to be multi-classed and use a different Channel Divinity.
Mm-hmm.
And most of it's just taken verbatim from the Vengeance Paladin. It's just what triggers the movement is different. I did think about
does
maybe
the Vengeance
making
Paladin have the thing where they have to be affected by one of their Channel Divinity options to activate it?
No, for them it's a reaction when they try and move out of your reach. But I wanted it to be something else that was rare. I didn't want it to be something that they could trigger too often. I did think about also making you have to close the gap. Like you have to move closer to them, so they couldn't be cheesed to sort of move away after you shoot them or something.
Can I make a suggestion? I think it should happen.
You get what I'm going for, though, right?
No, I do get what you're going with. I just think you should be able to do it more than your Channel Divinity.
Well, there is a feature that ties in with that in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, at 15th level, that's more than a minute. That's like 2 campaigns.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
The difference between level 7 and level 15 is often like.
I mean, you might have an amulet of the devout.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. But I do wonder if it's too limited. I wonder if it's too limited. But I think the feature is fine. I genuinely just wonder if it's too limited.
Do I just make it when you smite somebody in general?
It could be when you smite. I mean, I'm not sure.
Because
I'm not sure.
the flavor I wanted to go with is you range smite, but you're also just better at channel divinity generally, almost like the Tempest cleric, where like that's your thing, is you're good at channel divinity.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what the move is here. I think the main thing though is just figure out how to be able to do it more often. I mean, you could even change it so it's not tied to your channel divinity if you wanted to. You could make it like, you know, some amount of times per day you could do it. That's really going in a different direction than a 7th level feature, but I think it's fine. I just want to be able to do it more than, you know, twice a short rest. Just considering normally the 7th level Paladin features are like forever active. All right, let's see what happens at 15th level. Aspect of
I could also incorporate a way where it gets stronger. Is it 18th level where the aura normally increases?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Oh, I think I lost you again. You just went silent. Oh, no, you're back. Your mic.
I think it's this dodgy old headset.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, 18th level is when the aura usually increases. You could do something with that too. That's true. Let me look at aspect of retribution. At 15th level, you have mastered the 2 core principles of your oath and gain 1 additional use of your channel divinity feature. Additionally, you can now substitute the stated action in either your oath channel divinities with a reaction.
That does open quite a lot of new doors to how you can use them. For example, you can Hunter's Grace somebody that's about to dimension door away. You could use a bonus action to lightning arrow or something whilst also range smiting. There's quite a lot of bonus actions Paladin spells.
I don't love it just being an extra use of your channel divinity and a new way to do it. I kind of wish it was just a whole new feature. This is an opinion thing. You don't need to listen to this if you don't want to. But I'm a pretty firm believer of like, you don't want to just step on old features too much. You want to fill in the gaps. So what I would almost suggest doing, if first of all, I think if you do keep this feature, I think it's fine. I think it works fine. But I think that if there is anything where you're like there's something missing from this, or there's a piece of the puzzle that I could fill out, or like whatever vibe you're trying to accomplish, if it's like pull off cool moves that are like in reactions to stuff happening, if there's a mechanical way that is not tied to the resource of channel divinity that you could have that would do that, I would encourage you to lean in that direction. That is very much just an opinion thing though. I just am not a fan of the features where it's like you just get more uses of another feature.
Yeah.
It's sort of like I'll give you an example. Like the Zealot Barbarian. If the Zealot Barbarian didn't have like augury and like the revive for free features, if it was just like I am do more damage and harder to kill, I would be like, this is a boring fucking subclass, because it's just doing more of the thing it does. We want to branch. And I think one thing that I feel like is by this level is it's not missing, but I don't think it's there as much as it could be, is like
it's maybe a little one-dimensional.
Like we want to add a slice of breadth to this. And you also want to have like Paladin subclasses are tricky because there's not a lot of space for this, but whenever possible we want to try to add a little bit of that multi-dimensionality, a little bit of like branching directions. Now if this is something you're just going to use for your home game and your player's all about it, then I think it's fine. I think it's more a matter of if your goal is to like take this to do something, to put it publicly or to make it part of a compendium or whatever, or if it is feeling too one note, this 15th level, although again will be a while before you get there, could be a place to flesh it out in a sort of slightly adjacent way. Let me look at the 20th level feature, Avatar of Judgment. At 20th level, you gain the ability to fully let go of your mortal ambitions for a time and become a perfect vessel for heaven's wrath. As an action, you become an Avatar of Judgment, gain the following benefits for a minute. Ooh, it's an action. It means it's going to be a big boy one. Your Oath of the Hunter channel divinity options do not require a use of your channel divinity feature. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, that creature takes an extra 1d8 radiant damage. Excuse me. Creatures whose challenge rating are equal to or greater than your Paladin level are no longer immune to the effects of your Hunter's Grace channel divinity option. Additionally, creatures that are immune to the scrying spell are no longer... Okay, two things here. I like
Mhm.
all of this. I think that the problem is I don't love the fact that this sort of is an avatar feature that lasts a minute, but then its effects continue after that minute. Because the way that it's worded, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
You have sort of wasted your 20th level once per day feature to find that person, though.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean more like if I'm in a fight with, let's say I'm fighting Vecna or whatever. Okay, we're 20th level. We're fighting demigods. And I trigger this feature. I trigger avatar state because it's fight mode. And then he tries to run away. Does that mean that the next, like he disappears. An hour later, I'm still able to track him. So you're not really wasting it to use it, right? Like, does the tracking stay on?
If you do it mid-combat, it would.
And maybe that's okay, but I think it's worth thinking about. The other thing that I would say here is I probably would change your oath of. I would probably change this one. Oh, I can hear myself.
Yeah, sorry, my TV unmuted itself after a certain period of time.
Oh, that's okay.
I've just turned the whole thing off.
That's okay. What I probably would do here is instead of making your channel divinity options not require use of your channel divinity, I would probably just say you can always smite on a ranged attack. I would make the other features still require a channel divinity, but I would make it so all of your smites can be made at range. I also would maybe I would maybe add one other thing. I don't know if this is enough. 1d8 extra radiant damage on each hit is good. Smiting at range is good. Being able to use your Hunter's Mark feature is good.
For ranged, because then it rebalances with melee, because improved Divine Smite is an extra 1d8 on every melee hit.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Maybe that's
so is it one? Yeah, because then it's still 2d8 extra for whether it's melee or ranged.
That might be the move. I think that's the move. Because a good way to think about it is you sort of have like 2 or 3 different types of avatar state paladins. There are the ones that last a little while that are sort of combat, sort of utility. There are the ones that are really short burst, which are very combat. And then there's ones that last a long time and they're like cool, but they're not crazy.
You can fly, yeah.
And the ones that are really combat oriented, almost all of them have essentially the same power level as you get a whole extra attack. And I think that extra 2d8 radiant damage twice, which ends up being around 4d8 radiant damage, I think that essentially can count. I think that sort of balances out as getting essentially a whole extra attack at level 20.
I noticed a lot of the Paladin avatar states have a defensive function. Do you think me dropping that in to just allow you to always range smite, do you think that's balanced?
I don't think you need a defensive function because I think
well, that was my thought, is I dropped that in favor of the always being able to range smite.
Yeah, because this feels almost like a scout, like you're not a tank. This is not a tanky paladin.
No.
If we were playing Warhammer 40k, this would be the Tau. I don't know if that's a reference, but that's what I was thinking.
No, yeah, I'm a Blood Angels player. Yeah, I know.
Blood Angels. Okay. I could never listen. The Imperium of Man is fine. I like the stories, but at the end of the day,
I used to be a Farsight Enclaves player as well a long time ago.
At the end of the day, man, I'm Xenos, baby. I'm Xenos. I'm Xenos. Like, listen, give me the it's first of all, let's be real. Okay, I'm done giving you feedback on your piece. I think it's good. I don't remember what I said, but whatever I said, listen to it or don't listen to it. But let's talk about Warhammer for 2 seconds. I've never played Warhammer. I don't know how to play Warhammer, but I love the lore. And if I was in the Warhammer universe, or if I had to pick who would I want to be, there's no question. First of all, number 1 pick is orcs, because orcs clearly have the most fun. No one is having a good time in Warhammer universe.
They manifest things just by believing it. That's just fucking awesome.
And they're having a party. Everybody, you can curse if you want to. That's fine. They're wonderful. I love them. And then if I had to go in a second option, it would be the Tyranids, because I am the Swarm, and I would like to be the Swarm. And then if I had to go to third option, I'd go Necrons, because they're fucking crazy and weird. And then if I had to go fourth option, I'd probably go...
Have you looked into the Harlequins before?
I don't like the Eldar.
I just think you'd like the whole like Black Library look of the Laughing God stuff.
Yeah, no, they're cool, but I don't know, man. I'm sick of fucking elves. I don't need space elves. Listen, the most human I think I would be willing to go, and I do sort of equate the Eldar to human in that same regard, because at the end of the day, they're basically just space elves, is I would maybe go Chaos if I had a good, if I was hanging with Nurgle, Because Papa Nurgle seems like he's a good guy. He just wants everyone to chill.
Yeah.
Stop working so hard. Just relax. Okay. good little Warhammer thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, this was the first time I had you on stream, I think, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, man.
No worries.
Any final thoughts or questions
be here.
before I kick you out?
No. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. See
Oh,
you.
wait.
Oh, too late. Too late. You lost it. You lost your chance. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I don't know what you were going to say, but I definitely hung up on you, and I'm sorry. I was not trying to. I heard wait after I clicked the disconnect, and I hope that you will forgive me in time. All right, next is Elanette. Blood Angels for life? Yeah, whatever. Space Marines are fine. Keep it secret, keep it safe. Okay. Is this another Druid of the Eclipse? Wait, Elanette, did I read your piece accidentally before? Oh, God. Did I misread somebody's piece? No, I didn't. Jesus Christ. Oh, that would have been such a fucking... I would have been so stressed if I read the person's piece. Okay, it's fine. Animated safe. Yeah, it was a fun idea. I was just going to ask what class you'd like me to make a subclass for next. Oh, rogue or bard, or fighter or druid or cleric. Those would be my asks. Actually, or warlock. Here's what I don't want. I don't want any more paladins. We got a paladin from you. I don't want a fucking monk. I don't want a fucking artificer. What else don't I want? I don't want a blood hunter. Folks, we gotta be really honest right now. I don't know how to review blood hunters. I saw one of you sent me a blood hunter this time. Every time I get a blood hunter, I don't know what to do with it. I've never played with a blood hunter in my game. I don't know anything about them. I have very little awareness of them. I'm not going to be able to give you good feedback on your blood hunter. I like a good cleric. I like wizard subclasses are cool too. I like all the subclasses. I just jokingly am tired of reading monks and artificers because I don't know why I get an obscene amount of monks and artificers. I also get a lot of barbarians, but I think that's because I told you guys I like barbarians. But I do get a lot of them these days. I get very few rogues, very few bards. I get very few clerics. Okay. Animated safe. Animated safes look like a large and tall, dark metal safe with... They don't need to look like a safe. They are a safe. You could just say animated safes are tall, dark, and metal with 3 gems embedded on the front, period. A favorite among paranoid wizards... Oh, my headphones are about to die. A favorite among paranoid wizards who know that the best way to be sure that your valuables can't get stolen is to simply teleport them to another dimension. That is a long, convoluted sentence, friend. These saves are a favorite amongst paranoid wizards who know that the best way to make sure your valuables can't get stolen is to teleport them to a different dimension. I guess it's fine. It just seems a little long. It's a little long in the tooth. People think monks are weak and artificers only have 4 subclasses. Gladriel, I'm going to be honest. I would be much more okay with people sending me monk subclasses if they didn't make the same mistakes every single time. And I would be much more okay with people sending me artificer subclasses if they understood the role that artificers are supposed to fill and the way that they exist in 5e and didn't keep trying to make them other things, because they keep trying to make them other things and they're not other things. Artificers in 5e are half-casters that have a cool object that they can interact with in neat ways. That's what they are. So if you make an artificer and that's not how it works, it's going to be like, you're going to be like a gem artificer where you can summon gems to do neat things. Or you're going to be like I don't know. I think people are trying to fix artificers and they're trying to make them what they want them to be. But at the end of the day, that's not what they are. And it just turns into these really fucking convoluted class features that are really complicated and just kind of boil down to you get more infusions or spells. And it's like, it's not that evocative to me. Okay. Animated safe. It's a large construct, CR5. It's got a bunch of immunities, blah, 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 blind sight. These are all things that all animated objects get, which is nice. It doesn't... That's fine. Constructed nature, false appearance. These are all good. All of this is good. Limited anti-magic susceptibility for 18 seconds. I don't think seconds has a U in it. All of this is stuff that animated things mostly have, and I think it's good, and I like it. Knock susceptibility, cool. Let's see. If targeted by knock, you need to clarify that it's the spell. If targeted by the knock spell, and put the word knock in italics. 18 seconds is 3 rounds, yes. The safe must succeed on a con saving throw against the caster's spell save DC, or the door to the safe opens and it falls unconscious until the door is closed. Oh my god, I love that. That's a great feature. Locked. As an action, a creature within 5 feet can attempt has 2 T's, to open the safe's lock with a successful DC 15 dexterity check using thieves' tools. Are they making a dexterity check or are they making a thieves' tools check? That is a different thing depending on the situation. Elena, did you want to come on stream? No. Okay. If successful, the door of the safe opens and becomes unconscious. I would say if successful, the door of the safe opens and it becomes unconscious until the door is closed. On a failure, the safe crackles with lightning, dealing 66 lightning damage to each creature within 5 feet. This should probably have a saving throw tied to it. This is only a CR5 monster. That's a shit ton of damage to happen not on a saving throw. There should be a saving throw here. What's up, Steph? Did I not say hi to you? Anyway, hello. So this should probably be a saving throw. Make it a saving throw. Magic gems. The safe has 3 magic gems on its surface that can be either does not have an A in it, lit or dim. What does that mean? As long as the safe remains motionless, all gems become dim. Not sure exactly. There's no mechanics here. That is confusing. Let's keep going. Whenever the safe takes at least 15 damage at one time, I would say from a single target. At one time, or from a single target maybe. It must make a con saving throw. On a failure, 1 gem becomes dim. I'm not sure what happens. But that is, I don't know what, there's a mechanic missing here. One of the safe's gems becomes lit. Escape. If all 3 gems become lit, the safe's cast plane shift on itself only. Oh, okay. I feel like. Okay, I really like this quite a bit. Well, I don't like this. I think that you need to turn magic gems and disputable magic into one feature. You need to figure out how to just turn this into a feature. Because it's going to be it's confusing to read it in sections. But if you do that, I think you'll be in a good place. This is a fun item. I don't know how intentional you were about not giving it an attack. I feel like you should give it an attack. Because the way that it's written, the truth be told, the way that it's written is that people are going to they're not going to engage with this feature. They're not going to engage with the damage. They're just going to stay at range and shoot it until it dies. What are you confused by, Saucer Bomb? Yeah, it should fall over on people. I love that idea. Hey, Milky Boy. Welcome back. 2 things you want to bring up? Bring them up. How does it work? The way that it works is that every turn it gets to glow a little bit, and if it does that 3 times, it can disappear. And if it takes a bunch of damage, it loses some of the glow, and it can't disappear. And then you can just smash it eventually. But I don't know. I feel like it needs a little bit more of a offensive capability. Like it sort of sits somewhere between an encounter, like a genuine object. Like I guess my question is, I'm not sure. The way that it's written, I feel like it doesn't need to be a monster stat block. I feel like it could just be a safe that has a trap that does damage, and then it can disappear. I don't know if it needs to be a monster stat block the way that it's written. I feel like it could just literally be a safe. And if you want it to be a monster stat block, you got to give it attacks. That's a good idea. You should probably say what happens when you kill it. Like, does it unlock? Oh my goodness, Dylan coming in with the 5. Dylan, very generous of you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. You are a champion. You are a champion. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that I almost feel like this started as an idea and then it slowly crept into I feel like it started as a monster and evolved into this, but I feel like it doesn't just, it needs to have some more monster specific things, I think. I chose Call Lightning instead of Lightning Bolt because Rangers get the Lightning Arrow spell, which is pretty similar to Lightning Bolt. I would argue it's pretty different, but that's fine. But I see your point. I accept. I'm not gonna harsh your vibe. And if you had to share your other thought, let me know. I see where your logic was coming from though with the lightning. It's essentially burst damage versus area damage. That's not true. Rangers get all sorts of stuff at 15th level. It's not always a reaction. Might be a reaction in a couple, but it definitely doesn't need to be. That is not a rule that you need to follow, in my opinion. The Fey Wanderer just gets a bunch of Misty Step, for example. All right. That is the animated safe. A very interesting creation, Elenet. I think that if you want it to be a monster, I think you need to make it a little bit more monstery. Just a little. Just a little. Aw, shoot. Aw, shoot. Next we have Vital. Thank you again, Dylan. That was very, oops, that was the wrong thing. Thank you again, Dylan. That was very, very generous of you. Very generous of you. In fact, let me just make sure. I think that you're on my little list here. I'm gonna add you again just in case. Dylan, you might have your name twice on the exit credits. For folks that don't know, if you do ever decide to gift subs to people, you get your names in the credits of the show, which is kind of fun. Dylan. Oh shit, Dylan, you have gifted on past streams because your name is there already. Me. Oh, you know what I'm gonna move you though. You can sit on the top. I think that I am gonna have to go through this list because some of these people are people that like from a fucking long time ago. There we go, Dylan. You got moved up. Congratulations. You're top of the credits now. All right. Vital says, "Hi again, Cinder. This is my second time submitting Homebrew to you. Doubt it can match the standards to your previous one. I don't doubt yourself before we dive in. I hope you like it anyway. Here's a wizard built around punching the shit out of people. All right. A punchy wizard is a fun idea. I'm a big fan of a punchy wizard. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Dylan, you are so kind. Thank you. I'm glad you love it. Okay. Okay. Vital, did you want to come on stream? Are you Violet? Are you Vital? Are you Violet? Oh, you are. Okay. Hello. Hello, Violet.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hi. I'm good. I'm good.
Welcome to the stream.
Thanks. Wow. Nervous. This is my first time on stream, I think.
Oh, no. Listen, first of all, don't be nervous. Do you want me to share revealing anecdotes? Would that help?
Well, now you've piqued my interest.
They're not. They're embarrassing. They're not cool.
Now I'm even more curious.
I have to make a nervous poop every time I stream before I stream. Every single time.
Oh, wow.
So I'm always
I
nervous
do not do
before
that.
stream.
I see.
Yeah. There you go. And now I told you a little bit of my bowel movements, so we get to be all weird and uncomfortable. Okay, so this is a muscle wizard. So I immediately understand the vibe. And is there a nuance to the idea that is outside of what I would assume it to be, other than like I want to punch magic?
So the elevator pitch in basically is that when you punch, you also cast spells, and the idea is to like you have a chance of possibly casting multiple spells in one turn, but like you have to land a crit to do so.
Okay.
With your punch.
Oh, can I? Okay, before we dive into it, I want to point something out, guys.
Okay.
This is not to you. I mean, you can listen if you want, but this is to the crew.
Oh, sure.
I want to point out something here. There is something. First of all, to the crew, the art. I want to point out the art. this is fucking stylish art. And I want to say, every time that people are using art, we're always using magic stuff. It all looks like the same artist made it. So I want to just, I appreciate when there is a alternative stylistic decision of the art. This is a very like sort of older classical look to it. And I love the black and white art included as well. I think it's a really nice touch. So excuse me, A plus vibe on the art. Also, let's just acknowledge that we have credited the artists, which is double A plus. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Okay, let's see what we get. School of Muscle. The School of Muscle teaches wizards not to perfect their spellcasting with book smarts and brain power, but rather with pure muscle and sick gains. I'm going to be honest. I think you cut out half of that sentence. I think you can just say the School of Muscle teaches wizards to perfect their spellcasting with muscle and sick gains. I don't think you need the what they can't do part. Masters of somatic casting, muscle wizards manipulate the spell weave with raw physical strength, channeling arcane energy not through orb or wand, but through their bare fists. Yet this, like that sentence, is sort of repeating what you just said in the first sentence. So that's another reason why I think you can cut down that first sentence. Because you're getting that, you're sort of doing the same thing in both, where you're saying like, most wizards do this, this wizard does this. You don't need to say that too many times. A lot of times authors will sort of repeat the same idea because they really want to hammer it home, but it's one of those counterintuitive things where oftentimes less is more, and if you repeat the idea too much, it can kind of dull it almost to the reader. So I would pull back a little bit there. While a muscle wizard may still be more fragile in body than a martially trained warrior, this does not stop them from charging headfirst into a fist fight during battle. Cool. The only thing that I would add here is this is more of a flavor thing. You definitely do not need to listen to this advice, but you dance with a element of like tongue-in-cheekness here, like sort of not jokey, but like almost like playful rambunctiousness. It's like you're edging us with that. And I would encourage you to lean into that harder because it's a very fun flavor vibe. And I think it fits the idea of the muscle wizard really well. So I would lean harder into the sort of playful, rambunctious tone if you want to. You don't have to, but that's deciding to, when you're writing flavor text, deciding to like lean into that can go either way, because it definitely doesn't always fit, because the vibe really does need to fit the goal. But in this case, like, muscle wizard is funny. You know that. Like, we all know that. It's a funny idea. And I think to talk about it in a way where you're like, they're like almost like beating their chest, like, yeah, we're fucking muscle wizards. It doesn't necessarily turn it into a joke, but it does sometimes, it might help you sort of envision the headspace of the muscle wizard. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay, let's dive into the features here. Okay, at second level we get 3 features. Okay. I'm gonna hope that one of these isn't too hectic. That's what I asked.
I'm a bit like hesitant about this because like I am really struggling with trying to figure out a way to balance this and make it not underpowered and also not overpowered. I'm not too happy about it having 3 second level features, but
it might be okay. It might be okay. We're gonna let's see. Because the truth of the matter is, the point of the rules and the point of the way it's normally done is as a benchmark. But you need to understand that clearly to know when you can bend around it, because you can bend around it. Wizards of the Coast breaks their own rules all the time. Okay, Muscle Savant. You have undergone rigorous study and training that synergizes both the martial and arcane arts. I'm going to burp soon. There it is. Whenever you score... Homebrew just gets me burpy. Whenever your strength score is higher than your intelligence score, you use your strength as your spellcasting ability and your strength modifier for your wizard spell save DC and wizard spell attack modifier. You can also now prepare a number of wizard spells from your spellbook equal to your strength modifier plus your wizard level. So let me ask you a question. Is your goal of this feature to make it so you can just be strength-based instead of being intelligence-based?
Yeah.
Is it... Would it be okay? I think I'm gonna suggest 2 different directions here. And I don't think there's the right answer.
Okay.
How would you feel if it was just like, when you get to second level in this class, any wizard feature that uses your intelligence score can instead use your strength score, and that's it. Is there a reason not to do that?
Probably a better way to just summarize it. I was just worried about like whether or not I had to follow a specific like format.
I don't know if you do, because if the goal is really just allowing you to use your strength instead of intelligence for spellcasting, I think that it might be okay. The only
Maybe check through.
Might come. No, be sorry. It might. The only issue I could imagine that might come up is multi-classing. That could maybe make some shenanigans. Artificers get a similar thing. They can use intelligence for their attack and damage rolls with magic weapons if they're a battlesmith. It's a little different, but I do think that it might be okay. Coetus, are you saying no? Am I saying something wrong? Am I doing a bad idea?
Oh, there is also a thing that like. Actually, yeah, you're correct. Because, like, when I first wrote this, it was like, oh, you just use strength. Or no, you can use strength, so you could choose between strength or intelligence. But I guess saying just you can switch between, I don't know what's, like, a clean way to, like, phrase it. That, like, you can choose whichever is higher, basically.
Yeah, look, if you want to keep it this way, I think it's actually, mechanically, it's very clear. So you don't need to change it. I do wonder if it would just be easier to write where you just replace you can just use your strength modifier instead of your intelligence modifier. There are magical objects that give you +7 to strength, and they are that's true. You could very easily just get like gauntlets of ogre strength or something. It might yeah, I'm not sure. It's the kind of thing where I think that I'm not sure what the right move is there. I mean, I'm kind of okay with it as is. But I acknowledge that. But I would also argue that there are the items that get your strength higher. There's almost equal ones that get your intelligence higher. I guess they're not exactly the same. Belt of Storm Giant strength. Okay, yeah. I get it. I see your point. Maybe you would have to clarify that like you couldn't use like items that enhance your strength or couldn't be used here. But I don't know if that's the right way to write it. We're gonna let that sit for a little bit, but I do think that's worth thinking about. Your unarmed strikes now deal 1d4 damage, and score a critical hit on a 19 or 20. I would probably drop the crit range increase, just because you could like, that's really strong. That's dangerously strong with multi-classing.
That's fair.
And I don't know if you need it. Headband of Intellect is uncommon, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about like belts of giant strength and things like that. Okay. Hex Pex. Oh my god, that is such a good name. Shut the fuck up. Okay.
I'm pretty proud of that one.
Yeah, that's very good. Okay, now if you're having fucking names like Hex Pex, you definitely need to goofy up your intro a little bit. Okay. You have learned how to emit protective force around you by flexing your shredded physique. You can cast mage armor on yourself at will without expending a spell slot or material components. I might just drop this entirely. This might be the one to drop. I get what you're going for here. You want to be more defensive, but the truth is, heck, mage armor is a first level spell. Lasts for 8 hours. You can kind of decide if I was going to be this wizard, I'd probably just take mage armor or shield. You know, I don't know if we need it necessarily. Maybe. Let me see what punch casting does first. You are now able to channel magic purely through the somatic motion of throwing hands and clobbering people. Whenever you hit with an unarmed strike, you can immediately cast a wizard spell with the casting time of 1 action or bonus action. No action required. I might limit the bonus action part. I might still require it to be an action spell. You can only do this once per. You can only do so once per round, unless the unarmed strike was a critical hit, in which case you can just feature without expending it once per round. I probably would drop that last part. I might just make it so you can just punch spellcast. If the range of the spell is not a range of self, the range of the spell is changed to range of touch. The target of the I would say the target of the spell must be this. The target of the touch must be the same target of your strike. I would say the target of the spell. Must be the target of your spell, of your strike, and the point of origin of the spell becomes the point of the surface that you strike. If the spell requires a ranged spell attack roll, you could just say spell attack roll. It now uses a melee spell attack roll instead. Casting a spell this way can only can use one empty fist of yours as your spellcasting focus, and you can replace any verbal components with somatic components. You automatically succeed on all saving throws against spells in the manner. If you have already cast a leveled spell on your turn, you can only cast cantrips with this feature. You cannot cast more than 3 spells in one round with this feature. I would drop all that stuff. Your DM may disallow this. I don't think you should be able to. This is quite. I would drop all the You shouldn't be. There's no way you should be able to cast 3 spells in a round, regardless. I would not allow you. I would not allow that.
So the thing is, I playing with some thought experiments. If you were playing a level 15 character, you could multi-class 11 levels in fighter, 2 levels monk, and 2 levels in wizard, going muscle wizard. And if, let's say, you cast hold person successfully on a monster, you could theoretically cast 9 spells on that person.
Yeah, that's too much. I think that's too many. I would. Okay, so here's how I would probably work this. I would probably do something where this is all okay. So I think that maybe one of the aspects of this is we have to pull some of these features out of second level. I think the idea of getting more spells out with your attacks, with your fists, could work if you limit that to cantrips. I don't think you should be able to multi-attack leveled spells. But the idea of you can attach firebolt spells to your fists, and you can cast firebolt as you punch people, I think is a lot of fun. I think that. Yeah, I think that this is the. I think that this needs to be a little bit limited more. I also would probably not allow.
Yeah, this is really. I like the concept conceptually, but it's such a chore to try and figure out how to make this balance.
No, it's a medium chore. I do think that I'm wondering if it's okay. The limitations that you put on are good. I do think that it should be a little bit more limited. I think it should definitely be as limited as normal spell casting, because you're turning spells into. Here's my question that I was going to ask you though. If I was to cast polymorph with this spell, so I would make a melee attack, and then it would hit with the melee attack, and then it would make a saving throw against the spell.
Yeah. So even if you rolled an attack roll, it's still separate from your strike attack roll. It's just casting the spell.
Got you. So there is an element there of it being almost okay. So there is that is a balancing act a little bit, because you are essentially putting a lot of spells behind 2 tiers now instead of just 1. So it's yes, you are getting that extra damage from your unarmed strike on top of the spellcast, which is cool. But instead of them just making a saving throw, now you have to succeed on an attack roll and hit that saving throw. So there's a little bit that acts as a balancing mechanic to a certain extent, which I think makes space for you to be able to potentially pop off multiple cantrips and things of that nature. I think that what I would say though is if you want to simplify it, this is how I would simplify it. I would simplify it so that it was basically spells that I would either go in one of 2 ways. I would make it so you could only do it with spells with attack rolls, and it just replaced the attack roll with a punch, so you weren't doing that tiered thing. That would be a lot more limited. But the other thing that you could do is you could sort of treat it as it could almost, if you wanted to limit its use, you could also create situations where it's you hit a creature to cast the spell, so that you make the attack roll, and then they have to make the saving throw, and then maybe they are somehow worse at the saving throw because you hit them. They have some, they get minus 1d4 to their save. It's almost like you're punching them and it's stunning them back a little bit. There's a lot of places you could go in that direction. It's an interesting idea so far. The thing to take out though is the mage armor. That's what I would pull if I were you.
Okay. So regarding that thing about the attack roll being a barrier to entry to casting, that was part of the reasoning behind the increased crit range so that you have a higher likelihood of always hitting the attack.
Okay,
And
I see that logic. My worry though is getting to increase your unarmed strike crit range with 2 levels is really strong. Again, it's the kind of thing where like if you're going to be using this in your home game, it doesn't really matter. But if your like goal is like I want this to be public, a monk taking a 2-level dip in this is a psychopath, is a crazy person now, because now they all of their unarmed strikes are going to crit on a 19 to 20. Like that's pretty big.
that's true.
And it's not that much bigger than taking a 3-level dip into fighter that's champion fighter, and they would get that same feature, but it's not insignificant. I think it's worth thinking about. Let me look at the 6-level feature. I think that you're not far off though, honestly. Like most of this I think is way less convoluted than I think you think it is, if I can be frank.
Okay. That's good to hear.
Yeah, let me look at Gains of Magic. Also good, really good names again. You have infused arcane energy into the very fibers of your muscles. You gain the following benefits: 50% sweat, 50% magic, 100% gains. Jesus, these fucking names. You can make 2 unarmed strikes instead of 1 whenever you take the attack action. Your unarmed strikes now count as magical for the persons overcoming resistance and immunities to non-magical attacks and damages. Whenever you hit with an unarmed strike, you gain temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt with the strike rounded up. I would probably drop the gains part, although I do like the vibe of the names. But you getting 2 unarmed strikes is good. You getting they break through magic is good. What I was gonna suggest is you should well, can you always, does this mean, okay, wait, so when I make these 2 unarmed strikes, can I can still cast spells on that. So it's like if I miss with the first unarmed strike, I can go for a second one and I can cast a spell on it. So that's just a part of that now.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
here's what I would do then. For gains, I would make something like this. Whatever debuff bullshit I said earlier, don't do it earlier. Do it here. I would say if you hit a creature more than once on your turn with an unarmed, like if you hit a creature with both unarmed strikes and then cast a spell that like requires a saving throw, they get some penalty to the saving throw here. So basically being like you do poo, 1 armed strike, and then the second one you go in for the spell and you like it's almost like a combo move. It's like punch you and then punch you again and you get a little debuff because I'm getting you a little zonked. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
The only reason why I would say that is I mean, I guess the temporary hit points make sense if you're trying to if your concern is getting beefier. But
yeah, because like putting this subclass is putting like the squishiest like class in the game into
Yeah.
the front lines, and that's like a worry of mine, especially at higher levels. The D6 kind of like stacks compared to like your D10 fighters and stuff.
so then this is what I would maybe do. I would first of all, it's got to be once a turn, or once per round. And then the other thing is I might make it a thing where you are doing a.
Actually, with I mean, I figured it'd be fine to do it like without once per round, since like temporary hit points don't stack. So you just get to choose which of your strikes you get to keep the hit points.
I
live.
guess that's true. I would still probably make it on your turn. I don't love the idea that like an opportunity attack would get it. And I'm wondering if it should be more temporary hit points, but it replaces the spell casting. I don't know. I'm not sure. You know what? You know what? An entirely other option would be. This is a very different option, but this is another thing that I would consider. Keep 50% sweat, 50% magic, and turn 50%, 100% gains into something that isn't tied to your action economy, or not, or rather, isn't tied to your attack, where it's like you just gain an ability where you can expend spell slots to gain temporary hit points, sort of like the
second wind.
like second wind, or sort of like the moon druids way that they can expend spell slots to heal their wild shape. Like, what if you could expend a spell slot to gain 1d8 plus your intelligence modifier, or 1d8 plus half your wizard level temporary hit points, and it's an additional d8 for each level over that, something like that.
So it's just like a buffed false life, I guess?
Yeah, maybe almost exactly. Someone said reaction to deflect incoming attacks by flexing.
Deflex. That's cool.
Instead of mage armor, more HP. That's also not a bad idea, actually. Although it still would make this guy really front heavy. Although it's not like terribly front heavy. I don't know. Let's look at 10th level Fist of the Muscle Wizard. Your fists can now travel further than your physical body through the power of ripped swole magic. You learn them. This is ridiculously worded, and I really enjoy it. You learn the Mage Hand cantrip. This doesn't count towards the number of cantrips you know. If you currently already know this spell, its range increases by 30 feet when you cast it. I don't think I would do that. Assuming that it's gonna start being a weapon, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Bonus action, you can now make an unarmed strike using your mage hand, which counts as a ranged spell attack. It should still count as a melee spell attack, because that's funny.
Really?
Well,
Okay.
because it's funny. Unless there's a
That's
reason
fair.
not to. For its attack rolls and deals force damage equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your spellcasting modifier. You gain back all expended uses after a long rest. Or you can expend a spell slot of first level or higher to gain a number of expended uses equal to the spell slot. I'm not exactly sure. I would probably drop that second part. Let me finish reading it. Unarmed strikes made in this manner can utilize your punch casting feature without expending its once per round use. In such cases, all spell attacks are treated as ranged spell attack rolls. Your mage hand can deliver spells as if it was your own hand, but it cannot cast spells at a range of self. What I would probably do is I would probably tone this back a tiny bit, and I think you have a decision to make here, which is that do you want this to be mage hand that you can punch stuff with, or do you want to just be able to magically punch stuff that's farther away? If you want it to be a mage hand that you can punch stuff with, I think that that's fine. But I also think that you can like get rid of a lot of what's written here. Like I feel like you could say like, you learn mage hand, and then you can also, in addition to mage hand, you can cast it in a special way. When you do, it becomes like a fist, and you can use it to make these attacks. And maybe it requires I think it requires concentration anyway, so maybe that's sort of fine. And then when you have it in that way, you can cast touch spells at the range of the fist or whatever. You can do your punch casting through it, but I don't think you need to say much more than that. I'm not sure why you're switching the spells into being ranged. Is there an intention behind that I'm missing?
No, it's just like I just thought it was like the mage hand is now a projectile, like a fist projectile, but I guess it's fine as a melee attack also.
It could be either. I just wasn't sure why it was like turning all spells into ranged spells. I wasn't sure if there was a reason for that.
No, I don't think there was.
Okay. So basically what this feature essentially does is it allows you to punch something. Your fists get a range of 30 feet, and essentially spells that normally would only have a range of touch, you can now be casting at 30 feet also. You can do that a number of times per day equal to something.
Yeah, and the last thing is that you can now make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. So it's like you can now actually do 3 unarmed strikes per turn if you use its use. Yeah.
Okay,
So
I think that's fine because these unarmed strikes aren't actually that strong, but I would not let that be 3 castings of spells because it's essentially 3 opportunities to cast a spell and or 3 times of damage. But I would not make each of these be doing more spells.
Right. So like probably removing the not expending its once per round use would be.
I think it should only be used once per round. I would also drop the expending spell slots to gain it back. I would just make it a number of times per day and have it be that.
Right. That was like I have that I did that based on the the quicken spell meta magic option for sorcerer, where like based on the cost of like being able to cast a spell as a bonus action, like I just figured that it would be nice to have it fit, but that's probably too many times.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I don't think the feature makes sense to do that with. I genuinely think if you want to do something where you're expending spells to do something extra, it should be giving you temporary hit points or buffing you physically in some way.
Okay.
And it also fits the vibe where it's like you're sort of exchanging magic for muscle, or vice versa.
That's true.
Let me look at 14th. Arcane Knockout. Decking people really hard now lets your wizard harder. I think you're missing a word there.
It's wizard as in the verb wizard.
Oh, lets you wizard harder. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I accept. Whenever you roll a critical hit on an unarmed strike, if you immediately cast a spell with your punch casting feature, I'm never not gonna lie with that. You can choose to empower it. If the spell uses attack rolls, its first attack roll is automatically considered a critical hit. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do an automatic crit. I have a suggestion for an alternative though. Otherwise, the target of the spell must subtract 10 from the first saving throw it has to make, and all damage die rolls against that creature are doubled if you haven't doubled already. That's the same as a crit, so I wouldn't do that. Okay, so here's what I would do. I would make it a once per long rest feature. I wouldn't make it a once per short or long rest. And I would essentially not tie it. You could tie it to a crit if you want, but I wouldn't. I would make it a thing that you could just decide to use once per day, because in general with features, there are times, the best time I think to make features activate sort of passively where you can't control them, like on a crit, is it's secondary features and it's magic items. I think is the best place for that to sit. Especially, this is a good way to think about it. Your capstone feature. This is your capstone feature, right? You're looking forward to this the whole time you're playing the game until you get it. In theory, in an ideal situation, it would be such a bummer. It would be such a bummer to get to 14th level and to not be able to use your 14th level feature the first session that you have it. You know? It would be such a bummer to have to wait to get that critical hit. So what I would strongly encourage you to make this do is this is what I would do. I would make it a once a day feature that you could activate. Maybe it's a bonus action to activate it. And what I would do is I would make it so once a day, when you hit a single target like a spell that is a single target spell, so this wouldn't be an AoE spell, this would be a single creature targeting spell, using your punch casting feature, instead of rolling damage, it just does the maximum damage.
Oh.
That's what I would do. Sort of like the Tempest Cleric's Lightning Thunder Channel Divinity, except I don't think you need to limit it to Lightning and Thunder. I would limit it to single target spells. So I don't think it should work on a fireball, but I think it could work on like a mind spike.
Right.
That way it's essentially a knockout move, but you can sort of control when you're going to do it, and yeah, I think that would be the way I would do it.
How do you feel about also including a subtraction from the saving throw? From a saving throw, if it was a saving throw spell.
If I were you, Quatus brings up a good point that Evocation Wizard gets a very similar feature, so maybe make it a little different. Maybe we don't do in that direction. I like you punch things and they get worse at saving throws. The problem is I feel like I don't think you should wait till 14th level. You have stacked this subclass, so there's not a lot of wiggle room to add things unless you really want to chop something out. But if I were you, if you really are keen on the subtracting stuff from a saving throw, you either drop the damage aspect of Arcane Knockout and really lean into the saving throw thing, or you pick another chunk of this thing to cut out and you put it there. Like, I feel like the ability to make creatures subtract things from their saving throw could also be a really nice 10th level feature, but that would sort of require you to drop the unarmed mage hand thing. And I don't like giving such dramatic feedback because that's so different. And it's not like this feature doesn't fit. It does fit. If I felt like this feature really didn't fit, I would just say cut this feature out and put the subtract thing here. But that's a pretty significant vibe change. But that would be an option, would be to try to figure out either leaning into the subtracting at 14th level or figure out where you could fit it somewhere else in the subclass.
Okay. So I'm thinking like...
It's a very interesting one. I'm going to say the last thing I'm going to say is I don't know how in the process of building this, how much did you look at and read sort of through or reference other subclasses as you were like writing out your mechanics?
I think I was looking at evocation, blade singers.
Okay, so you were
war
looking
magic.
at stuff. You were looking at stuff. So what I would
Yeah.
encourage you to do is take a peek at this is going to sound a little counterintuitive, but I would take a peek at fighters, and I would take a peek at artificers, and I hate artificers, but they do some stuff really well. For the language that they use for like swapping abilities out for things, and for things that are unique on attacks. And because I genuinely think the most important thing that this needs in terms of quote unquote work is tightening up the language of the second level features. That's the biggest thing, is punch casting needs to be a little bit tightened up and simplified. And I think that will sort of ripple effect into the rest of the piece. And I also sort of feel similarly about Fist of Muscle Wizard. They feel like they're almost over clarifying, and I think that it would be worth it to look at some more classes that get features that trigger on hits or have unique ways of interacting with the things that they're casting, to see how you could impact to see how that impacts the way you want to write it. But this is a very fun subclass. I enjoyed it, reading it quite a bit. Do you have any final questions, thoughts, things you want to share with the audience before I say goodbye to you?
Am I allowed to plug things or?
Sure, plug. I don't care.
Really? You guys can check out my music. I make music. It'll be nice.
Where do you make it?
It's just called VYLT on YouTube, or at Spotify and stuff.
Is this you?
Is who, me? Oh, sorry, the stream is like lagging.
Is this you? VLT music?
VYLT, I think.
VYLT music?
Yeah.
It looks like Vibrancy, and Envy, Villainous. This is you? All right, boom. There
Yes, that's
it is.
me.
All right, go
Thanks.
check her out. All right, cool.
All right, appreciate
Violet.
it. Thanks for the feedback.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on.
Helpful.
All right, I'm gonna hang up on you now. I love you. Bye. And that's how you hang up on people. You tell them you love them and you throw them to the wind. That was Violet. VYLT. Go check out her music. Seems pretty cool. What kind of music is it? Let's check. Now that she's not here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Very hectic. You were so soft-spoken, and that music was intense. Violet, why didn't you tell me you were such a rager? The playmat, I don't stop, my friend. This is the only way that I succeed, is I go forever. That, to be fair, I do stop. I usually do pretty tight 4 or 5 hour streams, but Thursday nights I go hard, and Sunday nights I go hard. My homebrew nights. I want to keep the people entertained. Here's the thing: is if somebody sends me some fucking stuff to read, they put the time in. I want to put the time in, you know. Cinder, she has to have songs to gain to. All right, that's legit. That's legit. Homebrew is so cool. Although playmat, dude, I appreciate that you've checked out my stream tonight. That's very nice of you. This is a good one to come into, because last week I was screaming at people, because the problem is if I start seeing like too much of the same thing, I start to lose my fucking mind. So if I see like 5 monks in the row, or like people, like there's just too much stuff that's not well written, I like melt. The thing is, I say that I yell at people, but everyone always says that I'm nice. So I think that my gauge for being nice is different, because I'm not good at being aggressive in real life. It shines through. Oh, the playmat, Matt. I also wanted to talk to you about something. I'm gonna hit you up off stream, but can we do let's do something together. let's do some co-streaming. I don't know what we should do, but I want to do some sort of co-streaming with you. So I don't know exactly what your schedule is, but even though we live on other sides of the fence, you over there on Twitch, me over here on YouTube, I think we can make it work. I think we can make the relationship work. But I would love to do some co-streaming with you. And if there's things you want to do, we'll talk off stream. But let's do something. I'm trying to do some stuff with I'm just trying to do more stuff with people in general. I'm trying to do something with Zach Speaks Giants too. I want to do. I already do co-stuff with Scarlet pretty regularly, although I haven't done anything with her in a little while. I kind of feel bad about that. But we should hang. We should hang. And I love guesting on other people's streams because I can just be a crazy person, and that's so much fun. Like when I'm hosting my stream, it's kind of my job to be the host, which is fine. But it's so nice when you can be the guest and you can just fuck around. I wouldn't just fuck around. Calm down. All right, Tex Gum, what are we looking at? Scarlet. Yeah, Scarlet 64. She's awesome. Scarlet 64 was the first. Okay, so there are two people that have reached out to me before anybody else did. Oh my God. Okay, so Matt, I mean this wholeheartedly. Let us talk. I can give you some pointers for getting off the ground. YouTube is kind of a pain to get the train rolling, and it's definitely hit or miss, but I have some ideas that I can talk to you about. So the two people that reached out to me when I was trying to do things that really were the biggest helps initially was a guy named Matty. Oh God, he's Matthew Perkins, but he changed his name, and I never remember what his new fucking name is, and I feel so bad. It is it's Matty P. And he's an Australian, and he was like the first YouTuber that reached out to me and gave me advice. And it was super helpful, and he's a wonderful guy. And then Scarlet was the first streamer that started to like raid me, and she was the first streamer that like got me getting eyes on my show. So they are two people that I am forever in the debt of and deeply respect and appreciate. And I think it's they're part of why I want anybody that wants to be on stream on. Like for my last two call-in shows, I had Hannah plays D&D, who's like really just she's young blood. She's like 20, just trying to get into it. And then Gina, who is also very similarly very new to the space, but like they're fucking cool people. And they're people that I wanted them to stream more because they will be good at it. Okay, Texgum says, I made this as a way to combat one of my players who wait, what did you say? Am I reading the right thing? I made this as a way to combat one of my players who power games. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. She doesn't think she needs to ever lose power. She thinks she can just keep amassing without consequence. This is my solution. Basically saying she needs to work with her party members more instead of against them. I'm gonna read this text, and I'm super curious to see. Oh, I hope you're in the chat. Are you in the chat? I would love to talk to you about this. Please be in the chat. You're not. Dang. Okay. I am not a fan of DM versus player mentality. Master Roxas said it before I could. In my opinion, if you are ever in a situation where you feel like you need to put a player in their place, that is an indicator of a larger issue that should be addressed as people, not as the game mechanics. And what I would say, if you feel like your player is not leaning on her party enough and is power gaming too much, the solution is to talk to her and to say, hey, I'm really trying to run this game in a way that is team oriented, and you are very good at power gaming, and while that is fun, it is not. I am struggling as a dungeon master to make that fun in a way that it's fun for everyone. And I would request of you to shift your power gaming mentality to one of helping the team power game together, as opposed to you doing your own thing. I would have that conversation. I would not make a monster where the goal is the monster teaches a player a lesson. That never ends well. That being said, let's take a look. Music break. Oh, I hope I don't get copyright claimed for playing your music for a couple seconds. Okay, this is called Brains to Brawn. Let's see what this is. Oh, it's an item? I was expecting a monster. Did I click the right thing? I did. Weird. Huh. Oh my god, Matt, yes! Oh, that's such a good idea. Oh my god, that's such a good idea. Yes. Yes. Be that. Oh my god. And then, can I do that on your stream too? Or are you just the villain always? Matt, I have no idea what you're like as a streamer. I just assume you're a tender, gentle soul. I've only seen you in like quick bursts or like, I don't know, busy in things where I haven't seen you do much like addressing your audience in a way where you're like, you have them in their vulnerability. I know you're not the fucking French guy always, but you a little bit are. That character was too real. I felt that character. Guys, I don't know what you guys are doing with your life, but please go check out well, go check out the playmat, but I'm not pitching you right now at the playmat. I apologize. Oh fine, I'll pitch you a little bit. Here. Go follow the playmat on Twitch. This is him. But what I really wanted to show you was okay, this is GM Workshop. Okay? Wow, it's GM Workshop. He's so cool. Look at this. Oh, it's episode 1 of the show that we did together. And you can watch the playmat be one of the best player characters I've ever played with in a way that made me uncomfortable. Not because it made me uncomfortable, because it made me feel like I had to step up. So anyway, go watch. I do play a fairy named Ponceris. And I was thrust into being a grump very early. Due to some trauma I had earlier on in my Feywild life, and mostly I'm just a grumpy little fairy, and it's a lot of fun. And my character is definitely not the coolest character, but if you like my character, you like all the others. Okay, go fucking check it out. It's gonna be a 4-episode arc, so it's really fucking short. So go watch it. Don't watch it now, but go watch it. Open this fucking tab right now. There's 53 of you here. I expect at least 20 of you to click this link I just sent 30 times and wait and watch it later. Okay? Okay. But also go check out the playmat. Okay. Brains to Brawn. Speaking of items that should be a conversation as opposed to an item, let's see what this does. Wondrous item, unknown rarity. The first page of this tome, whatever. Okay, this is annoying, but if it's going to be a tome, you should probably write in parentheses tome here. The first page of this tome states the following: an unknown tome of power to which no wizard has ever known before, something no one can wrap their mind around. Does this intentionally have bad grammar? Unclear. I would change it so it's written with more precise grammar. Okay, excuse me. If a creature wishes to turn the page, they must make a strength check equal to their spell save DC, or have their spell casting stat switch to their strength or dex stat. To a creature that fails, the next page then states, to a creature that fails. I guess you want to put a comma here. The next page then states, I know that was difficult for you, let me help. Afterwards, the book fades to dust, leaving a clue as to where they can get the effect reversed. I would not use this item, man. This is not a magic item. This is a way to get your player upset with you. You'll be the 6th best? Alright, fine. This is not an item. Text gum. This is a confrontation waiting to happen. This is a dungeon master going nee 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 nee. I wouldn't do this. I would not use this item. I don't know. I think that there's a time and a place for situations where you fuck with character sheets, and I actually am a big fan of them. But the thing is, if you want to mess with a character sheet, if you want to mess with a player character in a way that is fundamentally meta, you have to make it an environment that is fun. If you go into it in a way where it's like, I'm going to get you, it's not fun for the player. If you go into it way being like, this is going to be fun for you, I am going to make this fun and wacky, then it can be very fun. I will give you an example. One of my favorite things to do when I am running D&D is to incorporate elements of cosmic otherworldliness. And eldritch horror is a very common thing in D&D, and I am a big fan of eldritch that is not eldritch in the traditional tentacle sense. It is just unknowable cosmic light and sound. I was joking to, oh hey, it's Gina, but like I like my eldritch monsters to be less slime and tentacles and more like feathers and fur, where it's like there's just weirdness. If I am having my players interact with some cosmic ancient creature and they have a strange dynamic, I might create a situation where everyone, the players, have to take their character sheets and hand them one to the left. And for a dungeon or an encounter, each player is now controlling another character. That kind of shit can be really fun, but you have to design it with the goal of it being fun, because there is, how do I put this? There is an unspoken contract in D&D or in any role-playing game, which is that there is a fundamental assumption of what the rules are and how much those rules can change and bend. And usually that comes up a little bit in session 0, but a lot of the time it's just unspoken. Like, I know as a player, as a wizard, that casting a spell requires a spell slot. I know that. I know a fireball does 8d6 fire damage, and it takes a 3rd level spell slot. I know that intelligence is my spellcasting modifier. I know that I use d6s for hit points. These are all things that I know that I don't really have to, that there's no reason to assume that's not the way to play the game. Anytime you touch those fundamental truths and change them, it is going to rock your players. And I don't necessarily mean that in a good way. It is going to jostle them dramatically. And whenever you jostle a player dramatically, they are going to react dramatically. Which means that if you jostle them in a way that is confrontational, they are probably going to react confrontationally. And I don't mean confrontationally as a character. I mean confrontationally as a player. But if you set it up and you genuinely, in your heart of hearts, are coming from a good place and the goal of that place being fun, then you can jostle your players, because their reaction, if your players trust you, if you build a space that they feel safe, they feel comfortable, they know that you want them to win, they know that you want them to have a good story, then that jostling of changing a fundamental rule will put them in a place of like, ooh, like it's exciting. It's a little scary exciting. It's the difference between being scared when you're walking home and you hear a creepy noise in an alley versus when you're scared sitting at home watching a horror movie. You know? It's a similar amount of like, but sometimes that is like, this is fun. And sometimes that is like, what the fuck? And as soon as your player is saying what the fuck to something you do as a dungeon master, you're in a bad spot. So, I don't know. I genuinely tech scum. I genuinely think the move here is just to talk to your player about the way they're playing the game and the way that you are trying to run your game. And if you're trying, I know this is not a, we're doing homebrew stream, not call-in emotional support, let's talk about our feelings streams. Although we do those pretty regularly. I have one on Monday. Monday, I'm going to be having Diana of the Rose of TikTok notoriety. Here, I'll show you guys who she is too. So this TikToker is going to be on my stream on this lady. She's going to be on my stream on Monday. That'll be fun. So we can talk about feelings with her. But do I create content full time? I do, and I am quite poor, but that is okay. I will be very blunt with you guys. I used to be a teacher, and I liked that. And then I stopped being a teacher, and then I started working for like a big company that sucks, and I basically lost my soul. And I sort of made a choice, which is that I was financially stable and losing my soul, and I decided to be full of my soul and very financially unstable. But I'm working on it. To give you a sense of what it means to be a content creator full time at my size is that, now keep in mind I've only really been doing this for about a year. But, which I think is reasonable. I don't think I've made crazy gains. But in doing this for a year, this month is the first month that I am paying all of my bills and my rent with money from YouTube. First month. So, takes a while, but we'll see if it keeps up. If it keeps up, it'll mean I can do it for a living. If it doesn't keep up, I'll be fucked. And then I'll need to go back to doing jobs that make me want to blow my brains out. But hopefully we don't have to do that. All right, text gum. So yeah, talk to your player. Don't give him an item that fucks him over. Snotty? Snotty, I hardly know-y. My very first homebrew. Ooh. Enchanté. Regatonia. Mazzeruto. I love a good first-time homebrew. How many do we have left? We might get through all of them tonight. I'm going to try. My first-time homebrew. Barbarian subclass inspired by a work-in-progress character. Thanks to Coder Desmond. Reaver and the Red Devil for helping you make the piece better. Oh, I love when people work together in the Discord and then give each other love in the chat. Oh, it melts my ancient eldritch heart. All right, let's see. This is the Path of the Brutalist. Let's see what we're working with here. I wish I could support more. It is like the song you sang earlier, though. No. Okay, I don't like talking about the money part because I don't want anyone to feel guilty. I am doing this because I want to. And if you like it and you want to be here, that is all I ask of you. I do not want anyone to ever put themselves out on my behalf unless they, I don't know. I can't think of a reason why I would want them to. So, no, I don't want you to. Just, be here. And that's all you need to do. Okay, Barbarian, Path of the Brutalist. You revel in dominating the weak. Oh, meow. You will unleash... I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep getting more inappropriate as it get later, or my brain's going to melt. You will unleash your fury against any who oppose you or your goals through sheer force of your fists. I feel like that's a long sentence. Your enemies will bend to your will or be broken. Your desire to be stronger and more tough than any other fuels the fire of your rage. Excuse me. Let's see. It's all right, flavor text. I feel like you could probably cut this sentence, and it would be better. Brutal strength. At 3rd level, your fists become your weapons. You get unarmed strikes that are 1d8 and then or 1d6, and then they're 1d8 at level 14. When you take the attack action to make an unarmed strike on your turn, you can use your bonus action to make an additional unarmed strike that requires 2 free hands. I would probably clarify this and say, like, when I would just make sure that, like, I would probably just phrase it that it's like when you take the attack action with your turn, if you choose to make all of your attacks as unarmed attacks, you can make a bonus action unarmed strike or whatever. Because there's ways you could cheese that where you like one unarmed strike, great sword, drop the great sword, another unarmed strike, and I don't think you should be able to do that. Additionally, at 7th level, your unarmed strikes count as magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance. That's fine. All right, brutalize. At 3rd level, you channel your rage through your fists. While raging, when you take the attack action to make an unarmed strike, you can forgo your proficiency bonus to the attack roll to add twice your proficiency bonus to the damage roll. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like the scaling on that. It's like an alternative version of Great Weapon Master, but like significantly better. It's actually very similar, but I don't know. I don't know if I would... I don't know. I'm not sure. You think it's fine? +4 to +12 on the damage roll? Yeah, I don't know. I think there's better ways to scale your damage up. Here's the main... I'm gonna be honest with you. I have one big piece of feedback here, and it's kind of blunt, and you might not like it. But I'm gonna be honest. This is flavorless. this is not a particularly unique or original idea. This is just I punch better. And I want there to be more flavor to my subclass than I just punch better. To give you a perfect example of an alternative thing that I'm talking about, look to the Zealot Barbarian. The Zealot Barbarian is just a barbarian that is I hit better. But they get some other unique features that really change the way that they feel. So the extra damage that they deal is radiant or necrotic. So immediately you're like, okay, that feels a little different. Plus, they can be revivified for free. It's like, oh, that's weird. It's very situational. It's not useful 99% of the game, but it's so flavorful and unique and distinct. So I would encourage you to be like, okay, yeah, sure, this guy punches, but what else? What other reason is there for this thing existing? And it should have some stuff that ties into that. It should not be so two-dimensional. And I'm curious if I'm going to see those things coming out later, because right now I don't feel them, and I want to feel them by 3rd level. Vicious display. At 6th level, your ferocity instills fear in your enemies. When a creature you can see within 30 feet targets you or an ally with an attack, you can use your reaction to force it to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the creature is frightened of you until the end of its current turn. So if it hits an ally, it becomes afraid of you? Yeah, I'm not sure. The Beast Barb can claw 2 times at 3rd level. Yeah, no, the Beast Barbarian and what this thing gets are essentially the same thing. This just also gets extra damage on top of it. The Beast Barbarian, I think, is one of the best designed subclasses in D&D for barbarians. It has quite a lot of options and availability. I'm not sure if the disadvantage... So, okay, good questions are coming up. Does this mean that they would have disadvantage on the attack that they were making? Or does it just mean that basically, for the rest of their turn, they would have disadvantage on any extra attacks, and then if they had any movement left, they couldn't move closer to you? That's kind of what it means. It's fine. It's not great. I mean, it's interesting, but I don't think it fits for the 6th level. So pretty traditionally, barbarians at 6th level get like utility or defense, which like they can move differently, they can defend differently, they can defend themselves, they can defend others. And it's noticeable. You really feel it when somebody moves away from it. So the other thing is people in chat are saying they're confused. I mean, I kind of get it. This feature, I don't really see how this ties to these. That's part of the problem, is there's not a lot of flavor here. It's like the flavor is you're big and you punch hard. I want more specific. It's not defense. I disagree, Name. I disagree. I feel like this is the kind of feature that you would put at 3rd level or 10th level, but not 6th level. This is an offensive feature. You are giving a creature the frightened condition. It is essentially giving a debuff. That's not a defensive feature. It might end up making it bolsters your team, but it is very much an offensive feature. Negotiation tactics. Starting at 10th level, you excel at influencing others through might. You gain proficiency in intimidation and athletics skills. If you already have it, you can add your proficiency bonus twice. I mean, honestly, this is the kind of shit that I wish we were getting at 3rd level. Additionally, when you make an unarmed strike, you can choose to reduce the damage dealt by any amount to a minimum of 1. What? What is the point of that? So at 10th level, you get intimidation and athletics, and maybe expertise in them if you already have expertise. If you already have proficiency. And then you can choose to do less damage. What is the point of that? Because you can always choose to decide to be non-lethal when you hit. I'd add the reduced damage to your own strike at 3rd level. Wait, but Name, what is the point of this feature? I genuinely don't understand it. Is the point of it so you can like beat someone up without them going unconscious? I feel like this is the kind of thing that I would just have happen in roleplay. I don't understand it being a mechanical feature. It's not good, but it's flavor at least. I mean, it is, but like again, it's like what is the flavor here? It's like you're torturing someone? I don't know. Not for me. Like I feel like this is something that would just come out in roleplay. 14th level, Pulverize. At 14th level, your rage is reflected in the broken bodies of your foes. So while raging, when you deal damage to a creature with your melee weapon attack, you must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. Did you intend for this not to work with your unarmed strike? Or does melee weapon attack? I would just say melee attack. Cut out weapon. They must make a con saving throw or be affected by an injury determined by the rolled injury table. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns. All injuries have a duration of 1 minute. You shouldn't be able to do this every single time you hit a creature, because I see what it does. -3 penalty to AC and movement speed halved. -4 penalty to saving throws. -4. This is unfortunately this is too strong. You could significantly limit this, but in its current state, it's like just too strong. It's the creepy crayon. Okay, well, first of all, okay, one second. Creepy crayon. Thank you for the 10. Gina, what's up? Thank you, creepy crayon. I appreciate the support. Gina, I'm trying to do this for a living. I have to go very fucking hard in the paint. If I don't go hard in the paint, what am I doing with my life? Also, hi. Guys, Gina is like one of my legit new internet friends. It's weird to make real internet friends. And it's weird to make internet friends when they don't feel like internet friends pretty quickly. They just feel like regular friends. You know? Strange. You don't expect it. At least I don't expect it. I'm always afraid people think I'm trying to take advantage of them. Cause I am. It's confusing, but unarmed strikes do count as melee weapon attacks. Okay, cool. They are not, however, melee weapons for the purpose of spells or smites. Okay, cool. Thank you for the clarification, Tradosio. So, I'll be honest, man. I feel like this is a little all over the place, this subclass. I feel like if I were you, this is what I would do. I would take this injury table. I would significantly weaken it. I would completely remove the brutalize feature. I would put the injury thing at 3rd level. I would limit its use. Maybe put brutalize as 14th level. But I think we don't have enough. We're missing some flavor in here, my man. This isn't enough. Like, I understand it's like we're a big, tough fight and we're scary, but we need to feel that we're big, tough, and scary at level 3. I don't want to just be like, I punch hard. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this could be a 3rd level feature. This could be a 3rd level feature. Well, it couldn't be exactly, but I think you need to do some reorganizing of some mechanics. It says sneak attack friendship. Oh, Gina. You goof and you gaff. Gina, so Gina's going to Gen Con. Gina, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what your plans are at Gen Con, but I do expect not check-ins, but like updates. That's the word. I expect updates. I expect cool pictures, whether they're cool pictures you take of people or cool pictures that people take of you in like costumes and shit. I want to see at least a couple cool costume pics. I want to know if it's fun. If you see any of the people that I know, like, I don't think Hannah's going to be there because she's in the UK. But if you see Diana of the Rose or, like, any of the people that like, if you see, like, I don't know, who else is going to be there? I don't know if we know the same people. GM Workshop. Oh, man, we really don't know the same people yet, huh? Okay. If you see any of my friends, tell them I say hi. I think maybe the only person that I kind of have mutual with you now is Diana. But anyway, tell her I say hi. But if you know the GM Workshop, tell him. If you know fucking Blaine's, you don't know Blaine. All right, whatever, doesn't matter. I just want updates. I want to make sure it's fun. Okay, we're done. Barbarian is over. Click. You know what I wish I could do? I wish I could send you a list of my friends. Maybe I could. and be like, these are my friends. If you bump into them, say, Cinder says hello. Okay. If you see start playing games, oh my god. If you see them, or like or Total Party Thrill, tell them I say hi. I think you have a connection with them. I think that's mutuals we have. Mostly I just want to see pics of cool cosplay, and I want to make sure you're having a good time. Okay. Arcade. Yes. Okay, that's all I ask. Cool. I'm glad you're meeting up with her. Okay. I might have misread it a year ago or so, but from what I understood, you could use Divine Smite on armed strikes, but not in any of the spell smites. All I know is that I allow players to Divine Smite with an unarmed strike because I think it's cool. Friends are nice. Friendship is rare. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Friendship is rare. Arcade says, hello, Cinder. May I present to you my attempt at an aberration-specific Blood Hunter? Arcade. Listen, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to look at it, but I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know fucking anything about Blood Hunters, and I don't like them. The problem is here's the problem with Blood Hunters. Cool, yeah, Devin, please. Okay, so tell Devin I say hi, and give him a high five for me. He's another guy that's been, like, so kind, and, like, really, really friendly in the space. Okay, so here's the problem with Blood Hunters. So for folks that don't know, it's actually not a problem. It's just the truth. So if you don't know what the Blood Hunter is a homebrew class that was made by our wonderful creator Matthew Mercer of Critical Role fame and allure. And love or hate Matt, he comes up with some very evocative designs. Now, the Blood Hunter is that. It is very evocative. It is also, I think, quite, what's the word when something like sparks? It's controversial. And I think it's controversial because it kind of, and there is a crazy part of my brain that doesn't want to say this because I don't ever want to, like, I want to respect everyone's homebrew. But the way that I interpret it is that it feels like a class that he designed for one of his players. Which I think is probably the most noble reason to design a class when you're really just making it for your friend. Like, to be fair, putting a lot of work into something like that is cool. But he's also Matt Mercer. So a lot of people are interested in what he's making. So this is totally assumption, but the way I would assume happened is he designed this class for a home game and then changed it and did some, polishing to make it widely available in the public. And it feels like a class that fits a very, very specific niche that is very applicable to some players, but really not to others. But it's not commonly used. It's really not. And when you have a class that is not super commonly used, it is really hard to accurately judge it, or judge homebrew subclasses for it, rather, because I've never had a Blood Hunter in my game. I've never played with the Blood Hunter. So I don't really know how to judge them that well. I've had players try them for one-shots, but again, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way. In fact, if anything, I mean it as like a positive way. Although, if this is not the case, then maybe it comes off as disparaging. I'm going to dig myself into a hole. But in my opinion, it feels like a class that somebody designed for their friend, and they designed it well, but it doesn't feel like it was designed for public consumption. And that's such a shitty thing to say, and I apologize if anyone is offended by that. But I'm not good at understanding it. I'm good at understanding it for a one-shot, but I'm not good at understanding it enough to judge it. That is the long and the short reason of why when people send me Blood Hunter subclasses, I don't think I can give good feedback. It's the same. Honestly, it's the same thing as if you send me a whole class that you wrote. It's like I need to learn too much to read it well. The Creepy Crayon, another 5. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Would you recommend new DMs try to make maps? Of course I would. Please try to make maps. Please try to make maps. Also, thank you for the 5. Dude, making maps is so much fun. Whether you're making them out of cardboard or whether you're making them out of paper or whatever, make maps. Making maps is really fun. Making maps is also a really powerful way to like very intentionally build what you're working on. No, she's requesting a resource. Oh, what would you recommend? Oh, I'm so fucking dumb. Oh my god. Thank you for clarifying, Dragoness. Okay. It depends on the types of maps you want to make, but there's a website called Incarnate that I really like. This is what I used to make my maps. It's pretty solid. Do the free version, see if you like it, and then you can pay for it if you want to. Incarnate, though. It's good. That's what I would use. Boom. Easy. Sorry I misunderstood your question. Thank you for your $5. And thank you, Dragoness, for clarifying. Wait, what did people say? I just hope you had fun with it. I'd have to talk to a player about it. Yeah. The full publishing was for a charity from memory. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I made this very specifically for me to play. I've always been interested in playing a blood hunter, but none of the subclasses really jump out at me. Yeah, I don't know how to judge it. I'm not gonna like I don't know how to. I will say this: if you're making an Eldritch blood hunter, I think it's a cool idea. But I wouldn't know how to judge it. For me, it's not balanced. I don't know if it's not balanced. I think it's a glass cannon, which is hard to play sometimes, but I don't think it's not necessarily balanced. I just don't know enough about it. I've never played with one. I've never seen one in play other than the one on, what was his name? Season 2 of Critical Role. Taliesin played him before he played the character that I really liked. What was his name? The tiefling? Mollymock. Yeah, Mollymock was an interesting character, but I didn't connect with Mollymock that much, and I felt like the Blood Hunter class felt like it was designed for Mollymock almost. I know it wasn't, but like they were very... the Blood Hunter also kind of just feels like The Witcher as a class, and I wonder if that's tied to like when they had to do a stream with Vin Diesel, and maybe that was when he started working on it. That might have actually been the initial incarnation of it. But Mollymock was cool, but it was a glass cannon, and Mollymock, you know, spoiler alert. But I liked Caduceus quite a bit more. That's just me. Who cares? I'm just some fucking guy. If they enjoyed their characters, that's all that matters. I feel similarly about his subclass Gunslinger, which I'm going to try and tweak for a new character. Interesting. I am not familiar with the Gunslinger subclass other than it's like a battle master, but for guns. I will say this. I am absolutely in love with the Wildmount campaign book stuff. The Echo Knight is fucking amazing. I really like I don't remember their names, but I like the Time and the Gravity Wizard a lot. I love the new spells. But I don't know if I'm familiar with the Gunslinger, and I'm very unfamiliar with the Blood Hunter. The first time that I really got into Matt Mercer's homebrew was magic items. I think he makes amazing magic items. It's that fucking storyteller, man. You know, magic items are storytelling moments. Graviturgy and Chronergy, yeah. Yeah, they're cool. They're cool. You rad, Cinder? You rad, Frumpy? You rad. It was made for Vin Diesel? Yeah, okay. That's the actual reason it exists? Okay. All right, get out of here, Violet. I appreciate you coming on stream and sharing your music with us. And your crazy punchy guy. Listen, I used to love Boots of Haste. The thing is, overpowered items are fucking awesome if you're just ready to roll with it and you don't care. I made a TikTok about this, or a short about this, where it was like, balance is irrelevant if everyone's having fun. So like, crazy OP items are kind of amazing in the right circumstance. You just have to like prepare yourself to be interacting with them, you know? I think the Boots of Haste are overpowered. I don't actually remember what they did. So I'm just assuming that they are because you pointed them out. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to read this. I apologize. I have zero input. I will have nothing of relevance to say, other than to say I hope you enjoy it, Arcade, and I will give you some general feedback, which is that if you are designing this for yourself, be willing to work with your dungeon master to make changes as you go. Allow it to be flexible and dynamic as you figure it out. You got to go for the night, get some character details right. Good night, Gina. Gina, can you share? Gina, before you go, how long till we can? Let me just. This is Gina. Oh, hey, it's Gina. Go check her out. She is a really fun creator. She was my guest on my stream the other night. She's weirdly good at like sitting in character headspace. But Gina, I hope you can share information soon. Gina has a project coming up and I want to know what it is, and she's being real fucking coy about it. Okay, Arcade, I appreciate you sharing, and I apologize that I didn't have any insight for you. But I did appreciate the little rant about famous people making homebrew and the way that we all tear it to pieces. For better or worse. Can you imagine how stressful it must be to be on a show like The Adventure Zone or Critical Role or Dimension 20 or any of the bigger shows, and to be making homebrew for those games. So fun fact, this isn't huge, I'm sure everyone knows this, but like pretty early on in Critical Role growing, they just turned off Twitch chat. And the reason why they did is because it's like, can you fucking imagine dealing with that bullshit? Like, fuck you. We're playing a game. I can't imagine. It's one of those things where it's the double-edged sword of it, where it's like, you know, and I'm sitting in the content creator space. You know, I'm doing my of course I did a promo. Gina, you're fucking killer. Dude, legitimately, you're a fun content creator and you're my friend. How can I not give you shout-outs? Now, go to bed. Or make your character details or whatever you need to do. But can you imagine, just let's all Master Roxas. I'm gonna look at your piece in a second. But let's just take a second here. Let's think about this. Think about how stressful it is when I give you shit about your homebrew in front of 50 people. Imagine hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people reaching out to express what's wrong with the way you're playing your game or the stuff you're writing. I'm trying to be a content creator, and I think I have a medium thick skin at this point, but I genuinely can't imagine how I would handle that. That'd be so fucking stressful. I mean, you'd have to turn off chat. That would be the only way to do it, right? The Creepy Crayon says, how do I make NPCs good without centering on them? The easiest way to make NPCs good is make them useful, make them have tools or power they can give to the party, right? They give health potions, they have cool items to sell, they have some vital thing that they can give to the party, they have information they can give to the party, and they are funny or interesting. Those three things in combination. Doesn't need to be all three, but it needs at least a little bit of some of them. And then you go, boom, they'll be good. Your players will like them. Make them have something weird or unique about them. Good night, Gina. You're wonderful. Yeah, when Gina can share what her next project is, we'll have her back on. We'll probably have her back on before then. But she's about to be at Gen Con, so maybe not for a little while. But whenever, whatever I just said, make them have interesting information, make them have a couple weird details, and make them valuable to know. And then you're in a good spot. That's the easiest way to make your players like an NPC, is to just legit make them useful to know. Master Roxas has a warlock subclass based on Ramu from Final Fantasy. I have no idea what that is. I know what Final Fantasy is. I've never watched, know anything about it. Lightning and Justice flavored. Okay, tweaked it as best as I could. I'd like to think it's very flavorful and unique. Well, we'd all like to think things. I guess we'll see. You brutal honesty. Okay. You want to come on stream? Looks like you do. Let's see if you're in the strat. Go check out Gina. Final Gina checkout. Go check her out. She's very cool. Okay, Gina checkout over. That sounds inappropriate. Gina checkout. Okay, let me see if you're in the... Yeah, you are. Let me grab you. Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So what are we
Tired.
looking at here? We're looking at a warlock subclass?
Yeah. I originally made like a custom class, and then I realized it was a terrible idea, so I took all the ideas from that that were subclasses for that, and found base classes that they would fit on, because that's much easier to balance. And this is the first one.
I am a big fan of subclasses before classes. Pearls before
Oh no,
swine.
you convinced me. You convinced me on that.
Yeah, wait. Creepy Crayon says, I have a murder hober in my group, and if they kill NPCs, how could I make them regret that without railroading? I think you have two ways to go about this, Creepy Crayon. There is the correct way, and then there is the medium okay way. The correct way is to literally, as the Dungeon Master, say to your player, hey, I don't want to run a game with a murder hobo. You need to start not being a murder hobo, or it's not fun for me. You can just say that. You can just say, hey, I would like you to have your character act like they exist in the world, and people don't really do this, and if they do really do this, they wouldn't be adventurers. So I would like you to make a character that fits more of the type of game I'm trying to run. You can just say that. That's the real solution. The other solution is you basically have them hunted down and killed. Right? If they kill everybody, why aren't there, like, let's say your party is level 5. Why aren't there 4 level 10 paladins and rangers that are hunting them down to kill them? You know, how many people do you have to kill before a large, powerful organization pays people that are stronger than you to go fuck your shit up? But that's not going to solve the problem. The next character they make will just be a murder hobo, too. I would just talk to them. Just talk to them.
Definitely.
All right. Sorry about that. You know how we do. We got to interrupt for the questions sometimes. All right, Master Roxas. Let's see what we're working with here. So I'm not... What the fuck is this? I don't know anything about Final Fantasy VII. Elevator pitch me this character in, like, 2 sentences.
There's an art on the bottom page too, but basically, Final Fantasy, there's summons, and Rama's like a giant lightning wizard that smites with justice. That's, that's what he looks like.
Lightning wizard smiting with justice. All right, cool, gotcha.
Yeah, so I figured it'd make a good warlock patron potentially.
Cool. All right, so we got detect good and evil, chromatic orb, zone of truth, moonbeam, lightning bolt, call lightning, storm sphere, Mordekainen's faithful hound, Gaius. Legend lore. I would not do lightning bolt and call lightning. Just pick one. They're too similar.
I just saw lightning spells, so go with it.
Yeah, but you want to try to cover as much ground as you can, and you don't want to like these. Yeah. They both do the same thing. They literally, they both fit the same puzzle box hole. All right, let's see what we get. At first level, we get 2 things. We get blind justice and seeker of truth. Let's read blind justice. At first level, you can summon bolts of lightning to home. I think you mean hone. Hone in on your foes. Yeah, that definitely changed that. As an action, target a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus within 90 feet. You cannot target the same creature more than once. Make a spell attack roll for each creature. On a hit, deal 1d8 lightning damage, and a ball of lightning becomes affixed to the creature. The lightning ball will remain affixed for the next minute or until you drop concentration. If within this time the creature is hit by any melee attack, the lightning ball will discharge and deal an additional 1d8 damage to the target, and chain to all creatures within 10 feet, dealing 1d8 lightning damage as well. This is too strong. The creature that dealt this melee damage to discharged lightning is unaffected by the chain. The damage ball dissipates after a minute or is discarded. Lightning damage from this ability increases to 2d8 at level 10. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Okay, this needs to be a single target, not a multi-creature target. If you want this to be balanced in any way, you can't target however many creatures you said. It's one creature. I would lower the range to less than 90 feet. I would probably make it 30 feet, maybe 60 feet. I would also probably allow the creature to prevent it in some way. I guess you're making a spell attack roll. Okay, so that's fine. And the way that I would phrase it is whenever they are hit, okay, so they get hit by a lightning bolt that affixes to them, period. Don't say for the next minute there. Whenever you say the next minute until you drop concentration, that should all go at the bottom. So what you say is, okay, on a hit, the creature gets 1d8 lightning damage, and a ball of lightning is affixed to the creature. Whenever a creature with a ball of lightning affixed to them is struck with a melee weapon attack, they take an additional 1d8 lightning damage, period. Realistically, you shouldn't have anything else. Everything else is overpowering it almost immediately. So if you want to do the explosive where it hits everything around it, that needs to be something that comes in at a higher level. But being able to basically essentially create a power, it's essentially Hex. It's essentially the spell Hex, but a lot better. Because it's Hex, but it triggers on anybody, and it doesn't require a spell slot of you. So it is, yeah, so I would drop pretty much everything after... I would drop all this stuff at the end here. You can maybe keep the damage increase, maybe. But everything else I would drop. Let me look at Seeker of Truth. Also at first level, you gain proficiency in Insight and can add your Charisma modifier to checks made with it. Oh, that's cool. I like Seeker of Truth quite a bit. I like that. Yeah, I like Seeker of Truth a lot. Cool.
I like to try to do role play stuff too with levels if that.
Oh yeah,
sense.
you got to. You have to. There's no way not to.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best way to make a character. Oh, Link. I'm sorry. Boop. There you go.
Yeah, all the points because he forgot.
Yeah, you guys get all the points. Hey, red shirts, what's up? How'd you know my true name? Okay, Judgment's Arbiter at 6th level. Beginning at 6th level, you are charged with the Might of Ramu, giving you resistance to lightning damage. Additionally, you gain advantage on intimidation checks to scare or coerce a creature into cooperating or fleeing. Okay, I want to read the second 6th level feature before I say anything else. Mostly, I think this is good. The resistance makes sense. This probably is fine. Let me see what the other 6th level feature is. Also at 6th level, while a creature is affixed with Lightning Ball from Blind Justice, anytime they make an attack roll or saving throw, they must roll a d6 or subtract the number of the roll. I would not do this at this level. I would probably make this come in at a higher level if you wanted to do this. Or I would maybe make this be something where it was like, by triggering this feature, it would end the Ball of Justice. Like, any time a creature that is affected by Ball of Justice has to make an attack roll or saving throw, you can use your reaction to end Blind Justice on them and roll a d6, and they have to just subtract that number from their roll. I would make it something like that.
Yeah, because the idea was to like you choose whether to get extra damage from attacking them or you could keep a debuff on them.
No, I understand, but just stacking all of it on top of it is going to be too much, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably drop the advantage on intimidation checks if I were you.
Is there another thing that would go well with that or no?
I mean, this is just a lot for 6th level. So, like, one of the things that I talk to people about a lot when they're making homebrew is you have to ask a question to yourself, which is, like, how important is it for you to encapsulate every part of the thing if you're trying to if it's inspired based on fiction? Because there is genuinely no way to capture something that isn't D&D into D&D and make it balanced. It's just not possible. So
I understand.
So in my opinion, you're just getting a lot at 6th level here. You're basically getting 3 very good features. And realistically, at 6th level, you should be getting 1 good feature or 1 good feature and a ribbon feature. So you got to tone some of this shit back a little bit.
Like resistance and then a minor upgrade to the first thing.
I would completely drop the advantage on intimidation things, keep the resistance to lightning, and make this feature that it can be when you use it, it ends Blind Justice early, is how I would work it.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's too strong, I think.
Okay, what if then I'd ask one thing about the Blind Justice. If you get rid of the extra damage thing entirely, could you still have it be multi-target?
I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't have it be multi-target. No.
Okay.
It's fucking a lot, dude. It's a shit ton. It's like, well, what would it be if it wasn't doing what would it be if it wasn't doing damage?
Well, it's just because I also like look at some of the other warlock features, and they added one where like there's like basically like a sacred weapon on one of them for like 10 rounds, which would do more damage.
Which warlock are you talking about?
The warlock at the deep, like the fathomless. So I was like trying to gauge balance off that, but trying to make it a little worse.
Yes, but you have to keep something in mind here. Let's look at the fathomless for a second. this tentacle that they make, the most damage it ever does is 2d8, and it is always single target. Okay? Always. The way that you have written this, the damage that it can deal is essentially limitless because it takes 1d8 damage every time they take a hit.
No, it's supposed to go away. It goes away if they take a hit. It's a one-time burst.
Well, then you need to clarify that because that is not the way
Oh.
that it's written.
Well, no, it's down there. I guess it's just not written well because it says the lightning bolt dissipates if it's discharged.
Oh,
But I
see.
can make it more clear.
Yeah,
that's what I was trying to think.
That was very unclear. Very unclear.
Yeah, I'm still learning to write things more clear. But
That's
that's why I
okay.
wanted to talk about it.
So, do you see how you say that it lasts for a minute or until you drop it?
Yeah.
So because that is the like those are the rules of when it ends. So you basically have rules for when it ends here, and then you have rules for when it ends again down here. Do you see that?
Okay.
Do you see how
Yeah.
that's confusing?
Mm-hmm.
So you shouldn't do that. I'm not was there that's why it's confusing because I read this and I assumed that this is when it ends because you don't need to write when it ends twice unless they're like two. Unless wait a minute, are these two different features or am I just or did you write it twice?
It's supposed to be you get the damage on the hit, and then when it stays, then if you attack them to get the extra damage, then it goes away right away. It's gone. And then that's why I had the other one where you get the debuff if you choose to leave it on and don't take the extra damage.
Okay,
but I can see doing the debuff not permanently.
Cut this sentence out.
Okay.
This whole sentence, cut it out. And then what you're going to do is at the very end, you're going to be like, the ball of lightning remains affixed for 1 minute or until you drop concentration as if concentrating on a spell. Whenever you have the next part where it's like on a hit, they deal... Oh, actually, no, it's all right here. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. So basically, you're cutting this whole part out.
Okay.
On it, this is what I would say. As an action, you target a creature, blah, 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 blah. You can't target the same creature, blah, blah, blah. Okay, just make it one creature. Okay, on a hit, they take 1d8 lightning damage, and a ball of lightning becomes affixed to the creature. The ball of lightning remains affixed for the next minute or until you drop concentration, period. If the creature is... let's see. If within this time... No, don't say that. So... I would say, whenever a creature affixed with lightning is hit with a melee attack, the ball of lightning will instantly discharge, dealing an additional 1d8 lightning damage and ending this effect. Period.
Okay.
That's how I would write it.
And it's definitely too strong to have any kind of AoE at all. That's fine. I was just asking because I mean, like, even 5 feet away. I don't know. I thought it was a neat idea, but if it's too much, then I understand.
I don't think it's actually too much now that I understand that it dissipates after one hit. I think you can keep the AoE as long as you keep it single target.
Okay, so single target and then anything within 10 feet when it's discharged, because it can hurt allies. The only person that's immune to the discharge is the one that triggers the discharge.
No, I understand. I missed it. I was confused by the wording at first.
All right. My apologies.
No, don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Okay, that makes it a little bit more balanced. Okay. Yeah, I think a part of what the issue here is this is also just one giant block of text. You need to start using more paragraphs in the way that you write features. For example, Let's look at the Fathomless. Look how many paragraphs there are to explain the first level feature. There are 3.
So
See that?
separate it out.
Separate it out.
Okay.
Make it easy to find, navigate. You want to be able to know... I want to be able to look at a feature and understand where I need to find the mechanics as quickly as possible. I don't want to have to do that. Like, imagine how much that will slow down an adventure if a character goes to use a feature and then the dungeon master and the player have to have this back and forth that you and I are having. It's like, that's not good for flow, you know?
Okay, so then paragraph 1, it hits a creature. Paragraph 2 is the little AoE thing or whatever, and that's it. That's all you need.
I would probably... This would be a paragraph. This would be a paragraph.
Okay.
I don't actually. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to edit with this level of finality unless you want me to just help you with this feature. Otherwise, this is gonna take too fucking long.
No, I can I think I can handle it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Single target, you can keep the AOE because
The best way to break up paragraphs is gonna be basically when the thing that is most like when the action sort of shifts a little bit. So like the initial action is talking about just like how you do the thing. It's like the range, the attack roll, etc. Blah blah blah, and then like the initial thing that happens, boom, the initial damage, and then you can talk about the after effects in a new paragraph, boom, and then you can talk about the ending / limitation in the last paragraph, boom, and that is going to make it a lot easier to read. Honestly, even just putting indents is surprisingly going to help people navigate through it. It's a weird thing about the human psyche, where it's like if you see a giant block of text, your mind kind of zonks, but if you see paragraphs, it zonks way less. It's part of why like a lot of like the classics that don't use a lot of paragraph breaks are so fucking hard to get through, even if their writing is really good.
Okay, that's cool. All right, so then that's fine, and then so the 6th level, drop the intimidation, and then change the charge to a reaction one-time use of, and is that fine?
I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, well, the other thing that I was gonna say is you could also, depending on how powerful, here's what I would say. I'm gonna say 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
You could do what you just said, but what you could also do is you could also buff this feature. And you could make it almost do like AoE. Like every creature that gets hit, like, you know, you deactivate it and all creatures within 10 feet have to make some save or something. And if they fail, they all have this effect on them where it's like their next attack roll or saving throw, they minus a D. I wouldn't make it a D6. I'd make it a D4 if I did that. And then I would make this a once a day feature if I did that. But that is also a different move to go in. But if you wanted to sort of push back on more AoE stuff. The other thing that I was going to say is... the AoE of the initial ball lightning thing, the creatures that are around it should get to make some sort of saving throw to contest that damage, even if it's just a little damage. It shouldn't be automatic.
Okay, so all creatures or just the ones that are the AoE ones?
I don't know what the difference between those 2 things are.
I mean, the one that it's attached to. Does that one also make the save for extra damage, or is that one because it's attached to them, they're just taking it and then the rest of them do that?
You're gonna have to decide that for yourself. It really will depend on how you build out the rest of the thing. I think it's probably fine either way. I don't think it's gonna make I don't think it's gonna make a huge difference. I think just the AoE should have a saving throw. Let me look at Collaborators of Justice. At 10th level, you can share Ruma's power with your allies to aid your quest for justice. As an action, choose a number of willing creatures you can see equal to your proficiency bonus within 30 feet of you. For the next minute, these creatures are given some of Ruma's power, allowing them to deal an additional 1d6 lightning damage when they hit with a weapon attack. They should only do that damage once per turn.
Okay.
Additionally, they gain advantage on intimidation checks to scare or coerce a creature into cooperating or fleeing. You can use this ability up to 3 times, regaining all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I probably wouldn't do 3 times. I'd probably just do once. It's a lot of extra stuff. And how long does it last? A minute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would probably just do it once per rest. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. 3 times for long rest feels like a lot. I'd make it once.
Okay. It's just a teamwork feature that I wanted to have.
I would also not limit the advantage on intimidation to scare or coerce creatures into cooperating or fleeing. I would just give them advantage on intimidation checks.
Okay.
I would also make it so that you could make it so you were one of the targets of it if you want it to be.
Choose what number of willing creatures, including which can what's the word for that? Include
which can include yourself, something like that.
Okay, that makes sense. So that one's pretty good. Just a slight edit on that one.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I mean, I'll be honest. Most of this so far is I like the vibe a lot. It took me a while to understand Blind Justice, which is why I was kind of digging into it. But the idea of like putting static on a creature and then having it burst later, I think is very, very fun. I like that idea quite a bit. Like with the 1-2 punch feature, I like quite a bit. Let me look at 14th level. Yeah, there's not a like it's overpowered at the moment, but not in a bad way. Most of the thing about Homebrew, I don't know how much Homebrew you write, but what I would say is in general, it's better to make Homebrew too strong and have to tone it back than to make it not strong and have to tone it up, because it's easier. It's emotionally harder, but it is mechanically easier to tone something down than tone something up. Like, you're going to not be as happy about it because you're, like, losing things you love, but it's just easier to do, and you're going to refine it better if you make it overpowered and then tone it back. You can make it not strong enough and tone it up, but then it's sort of like, it's like thinking about, like, growing a tree, right? Like, if the tree is too big, you can know how to trim it in such a way to make a really clear shape. If the tree is too small, you can encourage it to grow, and it's going to kind of just grow, and you're not really going to know what its shape is, so there's less guidance there. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's actually what I was trying to do, is make it slightly overtuned, if anything, because I do think it's easier to mechanically nerf.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, now that I understand how Blind Justice works, I don't think it's OP if it's single target. I think the burst is fine. I think all of that is fine if it's single target.
Okay.
Let's see what else happens with 14th level. Finally, at 14th level, you can unleash Ruma's final judgment on a deserving foe. As an action, you can summon a mighty Levin bolt. Is that supposed to be lightning bolt?
Yeah, that's a thing from the games.
Okay,
so
okay,
that's
cool.
just flavor from the game.
Okay, I accept. To strike your foe. Make a spell attack roll against a target you can see within 60 feet of you, and you gain advantage in the attack roll if you have learned that the target is evil or if they have been intimidated by you. Interesting. So the way I would phrase that is you have advantage on the attack roll if you know the creature's alignment to be evil, or if you have succeeded on an intimidation check against them. I would change it around a little bit that way.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
it's
'cause-
exactly the same mechanically. It's just changing the language a
Yeah,
little bit.
the idea is because it's like the whole point of the class is to find the truth and stuff, or if you use the spell Legend Lore because you took it, then like, yeah, if you learned that they are truly evil, then you can get advantage on the attack roll, so you hopefully don't miss your once-a-day ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
That's the idea.
On a hit, the target takes 11d10 lightning damage, and the target is paralyzed until the end of your next turn. You can use this and don't say you can use this ultimate judgment once per long rest. Just say what you want to say is once you use this ability, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Why did you go for 11d10 lightning damage?
Because I looked at the DMG for creating a spell and a 7th level spell for single target. They suggest 11d10 and the DMG.
Understandable. I would lower it only because paralyzing a creature is very strong.
Well, if they fail a save. I did add a save for paralyzed.
I see, but it's still very strong. I would probably make it 10d10. Also, 10d10 is kind of how much damage most Warlock 14th level features do on average.
Okay, that's fine. As I said, I just looked at the DMG and it said 7th level spells, 11d10. Sounds good.
Yeah. So, yeah, mostly it's fine. I think that though I wouldn't count this as I wouldn't balance this against the spell. I would balance it against other 14th level features.
Okay. Yeah, so 10d10, and then if they fail a save, it's 1 turn of paralyze.
Yeah. Until the end of your next turn. I mean, that's still a lot, but it's good. It's very strong, but I think it's good. You'd lower it. You think it should be less than 10, Tradosio? Yeah, it does feel like a lot, doesn't it? Only because, like, for example, the Fiend Warlock, which is like a really good one to balance against, essentially has the same exact feature, except instead of. Yeah, so the Fiend Warlock has almost exactly the same feature, except instead of it doing 11d10 lightning damage and paralyzing, it does 10d10 psychic damage, and they're banished for a round. And I think being banished for a round is significantly less bad than being paralyzed for a round.
Yeah.
So
I get that.
Yeah, so I would probably tone it back even more. That's a good point. In general, when you're balancing class features, the most important thing to balance them against is other class features of that same class. So, like, the best way to get better at writing your D&D homebrew, if you're trying to make a warlock, is to look at other warlocks. And it sounds like you did some of that with, like, the Fathomless, but I would strongly encourage you to not limit what you're looking at to one subclass, but I would pick a couple. And I will say the Fathomless is a great one to balance against. Usually when I'm balancing my warlocks, I use the Fathomless and the Arc and the Fiend. Those are like the two that I kind of try to sit a piece between. Because the Fathomless is really strong, has a lot going on. The Fiend is pretty strong and is very simple. But it's good. It's a good grounder of, like, I don't want to get too far away from what it does. Because everything it does is very straightforward, very simple. It can help sort of guide you a little bit. Overall, though, it's a lot of fun. I think it's a neat idea. And I will say this. I want to give you credit where credit is due. Because I'm a harsh judge. Oftentimes, people will send me homebrew that is inspired by something from a piece of fiction that I'm not familiar with. It happens every stream. And in my opinion, the sign of a successful version of that versus a non-successful version of that is often, do I understand the vibe without understanding? Do I still get the vibe even if I don't know what the fuck it's referencing? And I do think that this is pretty solid vibe. Like I think that there are a couple places where you could tie in justicey shit a little bit earlier, but overall, the idea of like a lightning judgment warlock shines through here pretty strong. So you should feel good about that. Like that is a success, I think.
Yeah.
So give yourself a pat on the back, and then decide to ignore everything I said, or listen to everything I said.
No,
Some
I
combination.
think most of those things you said are pretty good. I think there's like maybe only one minor thing, and that's about it.
Yeah. Well, is this the first piece that I've read of yours where we've talked?
Yes. Yes.
So just one thing to keep in mind. I am acutely aware of the fact that I am a streamer, and that people will often hear me talk and feel a little bit of extra pressure to listen to what I say. So what I would suggest is try anything you can to avoid feeling that extra pressure. If there's anything I say that you don't agree with, you really don't need to listen to it.
I understand. You didn't read the flavor text though, if you wanted to see that.
Oh, did I skip it?
Yeah. Just to see, make sure it gives the vibe right.
Yeah. I mean, I'll read it. If it's talking about stuff related to the Final Fantasy, I won't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let's see. Legend speaks of a powerful entity known as Ramu, who is said to be a wizened old wizard that gained unfathomable power. I would just drop the who is said to be. I would just say a wizened old wizard who gained an unfathomable power.
Okay.
You have forged a pact with Ramu to obtain his mastery over lightning. Ramu's only decree is that you seek to ensure all evildoers receive their rightful judgment for their crimes. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty straightforward. Just cut out this part. He's not
Okay.
He's not said to be. He just is. Let him be. He is.
Yeah. Yep, I just wanted to keep it simple and not have any, and just give the feeling of the class.
For sure. All right,
Yeah,
buddy.
so do you,
Thank you for sharing.
the last question I have is, do you have off the top of your head, a suggestion for a 3rd level spell to get rid of the double lightning?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I would have
That's
to
fine.
go through. I would have to hunt through the spell list, and I don't really want to right now.
No, I'm not asking you to do that. Just thought if you had one off the top of your head, but I'll go look.
No, but I think what you could probably do is, just hunt around, just look around. You know the vibe of this thing, and 3rd level is a very dynamic level of spells. Yeah, Thunderstep could be. But Thunderstep's not a bad one. And Thunderstep might already be on the Warlock spell list though.
Yeah, because specifically warlocks need to find one that's not on their spell list, since
Yeah.
they don't just get it for free.
Yeah. Divine Favor, someone suggested. That might work. All right, Master Roxas, I'm going to kick you out now, but you're wonderful. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Bye, buddy. Click. 4 left. Fuck, I think we might get through the whole list again tonight. That's 3 fucking weeks in a row of getting through the whole list. If there is any reason for you to think it is worth becoming a member or a patron, I'm proving it now. Blood spells are here. The vibe I'm shooting for is immediate, swingy self-damage. You've already seen Tainted Blood, and it is unchanged. If you pick one spell, pick the 3rd level one, Blood Missile. All right. Are you going to be on stream? I think I saw you. I did. All right, let me grab you. Excuse me. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Yeah, how's it going? I'm doing good.
You're a little quiet.
Oh, I will move my microphone. I have a physical stand-up mic.
Oh, fancy.
I bought it on clearance, so not that fancy.
All right, so let's read. We're going to dive right into Blood Missile. So let's start with the flavor text of the Blood. Did I read the flavor text of the Blood Compendium? I don't think I did. Let me read that first.
No, it's the only one that's...
Compendium of Blood Spells. The 4th, Odala, was not pleased with this mortal life, for it was unable to move itself, restrained by the soil, so she offered a corruption of blood. These blights on the land were no longer restricted, roaming the earth, marring even more of this new world. That's fun. I like that. Blood, the 4th element of corruption, is the corruption of the animate life and energy of the world. The price of blood is immediate and simple. The only limitation is its practitioners can be measured in liters. All right, that's fun. A very nice flavor text. Vibe me. So it's like you hurt yourself, you
So
do
it-
lots of damage.
Yeah, it's hurts. So generally, it's more focused on guaranteed. So blood missile is my take on magic. Then. So for context,
It's your take on what?
magic missile.
Oh, okay.
You know, the most famous spell ever.
Yeah. I got you. All right. Blood missile, 3rd level necromancy. Ooh, it's
Oh, I misspelled feet.
that's okay.
Oh no.
It's okay. I'll leave it highlighted so you can feel bad about it. 1 action, 120 feet, verbal, somatic, material, a sharpened blade, instantaneous. You rend your flesh to strike your enemy without fail. You create up to 5 darts of blood. Each dart hits a creature of your choice that you can see within range. A dart deals 2d10 necrotic damage to its target. The darts all strike simultaneously, and you can direct them to hit one creature or several. As an additional cost to casting this spell, you take 1d8 necrotic damage for each dart cast. This damage cannot be reduced in any way, period. In addition, I wish there was another word, but I understand why you wrote
I know.
that. In addition, you must make a Constitution saving throw equal to the damage taken. Is that the damage which damage is that?
Your damage, the one you took to yourself.
I would clarify here, and I would say, in addition, you must make a Constitution saving throw with a DC equal to the total damage, you have taken.
Okay.
So because the way that I'm reading it, it would be like, does that mean I'm making 5 Constitution saving throws?
No. It's one.
Yeah. So it should be a total. Yeah. On a failure, you're stunned until the start of your next turn. Any damage taken this way does not trigger a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration. Interesting. So it does an automatic 10d10 damage. Huh. So let me just clarify this. Let me just understand here. So minimum what's happening is 10d10 damage to enemies and 5d8 damage to you.
Up to. You don't have to.
You have 5 darts. Okay, up to 5 darts.
Oh,
I
up
see.
to
I
5
see.
Yeah.
So it's between 2d10 to 10d10.
Right.
Damage dealt and 1d8 to 5d8 damage taken.
Mm-hmm.
With the potential chance of you getting stunned.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, conceptually, I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't know is if the math of that damage going out and going in will work well. I don't. This is going to be a playtest pretty quick thing, I think. This is what I'm going to say 2 things. One, another way to balance it could be to have you stunned until the end of your next turn, not the start of your next turn if you fail. That could be one way. That's not as fun, and I acknowledge that.
Right.
But that could be one way. But I'm going to say genuinely the move here is to, like, and actually this is going to be a case of a lot of spells that you've sent me, is you want to get some players to test these spells out, and specifically the players that you want to test this out are players that are good at cheesing the game. Like, I would want to get a player that would try to break the game with this spell to see to stress test it. Basically, a good way to think about playtesting, especially if you're futzing about with like unusual new dynamics, is to think about it like QA testing, where you kind of want people to like play the game, but what you actually want somebody to do is to walk and hit every single thing, every single inch, to see where the cracks in the system are. And the way to do that in D&D is to get somebody to try to break it. Yeah, power gamers. It's one of the only time that you really want power gamers. Somebody asked what classes get access to this, and I also think that's an interesting question because I do think that could also potentially affect how powerful it is.
This is intended for like wizardy kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would see this as be like wizard, warlock, sorcerer spell.
I have the cantrip is simple, and I wanted to know.
Did I look at the cantrip yet or no?
The only one you haven't seen is the first level.
Let's look at the cantrip then for a second too.
Okay.
But wait, did you want to talk more about blood missile first or no?
No, I mean that you gave the feedback that I needed. That's it. I don't have much.
Wait, so what was the other one you wanted to look at? The first level one or the
So
cantrip?
I have the first level. So there's a cantrip, and then there's a first level spell, which is my take on shield.
Okay, let me look at the cantrip first. Salted Wounds. One reaction which is used when a creature in range takes...
Oh, well, it should say... Oh, yeah. Which you take when a creature... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I just misread it. It was just me. One reaction used which you take when a creature in range takes bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage, 30-foot ranged. You agitate a freshly open wound. Gross. The target takes an additional 1d4 poison damage. Oh, so it's like the opposite of shield.
This is cantrip. This is not a cantrip. This is
just a general thing.
Damage.
It's like reaction 1d4 damage.
It's just a reaction 1d4 damage.
Is there intention behind it not scaling?
No, I just didn't want it. Like, it feels like it would be too much as a reaction to do. Like, it's just like a quick.
Oh, I guess because it is a reaction.
And there's no save. It's just.
Oh, I didn't even notice there's no save. Huh.
And then I have a shield, which is... I almost think it should be a cantrip, but I don't know.
You may get a lot of this with Warding Bond. That's a good point. Well, doesn't it say the damage can't be redirected or reduced in any way? No, it just can't be reduced.
It does,
I would clarify also can't be redirected.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, okay, redirected. It's okay.
Yeah, that's a good close to the Tradosio coming in clutch.
Tradosio, yeah.
Totem Barbarian, Warding Bond, Sorcerer, Twin spells. Well, you can't cast spells when you're raging, so that wouldn't work, no.
Mm-hmm.
This is a weird one. I like it. I get it. Yeah, no, you can't make that damage scale. You're right. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's kind of a fun little one. It's weird because it's like really, really good and then immediately really, really bad. It's like nothing in between.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, there are spells that you want to switch out. There, like, Sleep is a good example of that. Sleep is an amazing spell, and then it's a terrible spell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like it. It's a weird one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I feel. I understand why you picked poison damage, but I have mixed feelings about poison damage.
Okay.
Well, you know what the problem is? In D&D, we don't have pain damage.
Yeah, no, I get it.
That's what, because it should be pain damage. Okay, let me look at this first level thing. So this is your alternative of shield.
Tainted blood you've seen. So then scroll up a little bit because you're at the top of it. There's blood shield.
Oh, blood shield. Okay.
Yeah.
Blood shield. One reaction when you fail a saving throw. Okay. Roll any number of d4. That's a dangerous thing to say. You take an amount of piercing damage equal to the amount rolled. This damage cannot be reduced in any way. Again, reduced or redirected. Just change it to say that. You gain a bonus to the saving throw equal to the number of dice rolled, potentially turning the result into a success. I would not make it unlimited.
So it's number of dice rolled, not...
I know, but I don't think you should be able to roll 10 d4 to get a plus 10 to a saving throw.
Okay. Is there a good cap?
The cap should probably be your proficiency bonus.
Okay. Should this be a cantrip? Because you're just hurting yourself for a minor bonus?
I don't know. This is what I would say, honestly. This is what I would say. The actual thing what I would say is I would probably... Because bonuses to saving throws are better than bonuses to attack roll to armor, in my opinion.
Sure.
So I don't know if it should be a flat 5. But maybe the solution is a flat number. And I don't know what that number is. If I was going to pick a number, I would pick 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you made it a 3, then you could play around with what damage that would be. Like, would 2d6 make sense? I don't know. Those are the types of questions I would ask myself. Like, or 1d10 maybe. But like,
yeah.
I would pick a number. I think the way to build this out, because I like it, and I think it makes sense, and it fits the vibe. I think the way to build it, well, let me rephrase before I tell you what I think. Do you want it to be the thing where you can change it? Do you like that? Is that something that's important to you about it?
I wanted it to be so that you had a little bit of control on how much, like kind of a risk reward thing.
So then I think you should make it between a +1 and a +3.
Okay.
And then
I can cap it to 3.
Cap it to 3. and then maybe keep it at D4s and see how that feels. And if it feels like it's not enough, you can make it more. Like you could make it, you could just up the die if you need to. But I don't know if you need to. I don't know if you need to because it's still a reaction. It's a reaction. It's a spell, and it's some damage. So I think this is what I do. I would make it a. I would just make it a 1 to 4 or 1 to 3 bonus, and then you roll D4s depending on take damage depending on that. And I would see how that feels like that. I don't think it should be a cantrip though. I think it does make sense for it to be the spell slot helps balance it. I think. I do like the agency. Yeah. What if the cantrip for the salted wound also prevented regeneration? I think that would be too strong. What up the die? You think you should up the die? I think the D4 might be fine.
It's one save.
Yeah, I think the D4 is fine. I think the D4 is fine. I think the only issue is that I just don't think it should go up forever.
I kind of originally pictured
I'm wondering
if
the cap could be 5. Maybe the cap can be 5. What do you want the cap to be?
I wanted the cap to be like I like the idea of you just rolling 10d4. So I mean I'll get it as high as I can get away with.
So here's what I would say. In the same way that if you give a class 4 options instead of 1, each of those 4 options kind of has to be a little bit weaker because you're creating a lot. The fact that you're giving options is a power. I think if you make it uncappable, you need to make it D6s instead of D4s.
Right.
Something like that.
Okay, and then this was a point I wanted to ask if this was a reasonable concern to have. Is I didn't say make an amount, like I don't tell you what the saving throw is or equal to the difference of the saving throw. Like I don't tell you what the saving throw is in the spell, which is why it's also kind of a lower damage. So like you could, I don't necessarily know what the DC is.
So what you're saying is it intended that you have to make this before you roll or before you know whether you succeeded or failed?
Yeah, so you know you failed. So like so the DC is 12. But if like I don't know the DC was 12 a good chunk of the time. So if I rolled an 11, I might only need 1 die.
That I don't know if that needs to be clarified.
I explicitly didn't give you that information.
Yeah, but Shield doesn't give you that information either. Or there's a lot there's lots of stuff that doesn't give you that information.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to.
Yeah, so okay. Cool.
Yeah, I don't think you need to.
After this I get to make subclasses.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I think overall. I like the idea. I will be very blunt with you. Blood is I think my least favorite. Not because I don't think it's good. I think it feels like it almost feels like a necessity in a way that it's like you just have to get because it fits the vibe. But if I was gonna be leaning into these, like I would definitely be sitting in other spaces just because I don't think these are as weird as the other ones, and I don't know if that was important to you or not. Do you care about that?
No, I just kind of it fit with the vibe of the rest.
It fits really well into the system.
Yeah.
It just no. This is not a disappointment thing. Don't sound disappointed. You're fine.
No, I'm disappointed with Blood because I don't have a better one.
Yeah, but it's hard to figure it out. It is the least unusual. But it's also maybe that's okay because it's very straightforward. Like it makes sense. Blood is vitality. It's like tomatoes, potatoes. Do you have any final questions or thoughts or anything about Blood or any of the things that I looked at before we say goodbye?
I am probably going to make a wizard as my first subclass because I made a bunch of spells. It feels appropriate.
Are you going to make it focused on one of the schools, your flavors of magic?
I was going to ask which one.
I think I lean Rot.
Okay.
Rot or Shadow? No, Rot. I lean Rot or Earth. No, Rot or Dream. Okay. Rot or Dream.
Right, okay. Those are my favorites.
Yeah, Rot was my favorite. The one with the fucking blindness coral eyes. Yeah. That sold me on it. Okay, cool. The fact that I remember that means I think that it was pretty evocative to me because I don't remember anything that I read. Okay, cool, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, buddy. Click. That was Name. Name is making crazy shit, and it's fun to read. All right, all of your stuff is fun to read. Everyone is beautiful. There's fucking flies in my room right now. I don't know where they came from. It's driving me crazy. I don't know. There's not like food out or anything. Maybe they're like in the plants. I don't know. They drive me fucking crazy. Kuwait, are you here? No, you're not gonna be here. Kuwaitus. Hi, this is a spell I created to inspired on one of my character uses of prestidigitation. Okay, oh, interesting. I don't think Kuwaitus is here anymore. The only downside of your pieces getting picked towards the end is I'm a little tired and you might be asleep. But that's okay. We still get through. We still get through. Your stir fry is done. Post some motherfucking pics in the Discord, baby. We got a food channel for that purpose. Give me that motherfucking pics of your delicious food. The fact, God, I hate how much I want to go on tangents because it eats up time, but I don't care. I cannot tell you how jealous I am of the amount of food that's posted in this in our Discord, and it's so good. So good. If you're not in the Discord, go join the Discord. Go look at some pictures of food. Annoying presence. I like the name. Cantrip. One reaction, range self, somatic component, illusion. Okay. You create a quick distraction like a handful of glitter in the eyes, a nasty smell, or a stinging powder, allowing you to escape from imminent danger. The creature that hit you with its attack. Okay, so you need to specify a creature that's hitting you before you talk about the creature that's hitting you. I would say when a creature hits you with a weapon attack, you create a quick distraction. Or when a creature attempts to hit you with a weapon attack, you create a quick distraction. Period. The creature that attempted to hit you, not hit you, must roll 1d4 and subtract the roll from the attack roll, potentially causing it to miss. If the use of this cantrip causes the attack to miss, you can't cast spells other than cantrips until the end of your next turn. Interesting. I'm going to point something out here about this, which is the only reason why I don't like this. Because I do like this. This is not a downside if I can only cast cantrips. So, for example, let's say I'm a rogue fighter. Let's say I'm a fighter. If I take Magic Initiate, and I take this, I could just... This is not a downside. This is very similar to the War Wizard subclass. So the War Wizard, which is a great wizard, by the way. The War Magic Wizard gets this nifty ability, where they can add bonuses to their AC or saving throws. But when they use the feature, they can only cast cantrips on their next turn. Now, the reason why this downside works for the War Wizard is because it's a fucking wizard. So this, I'm going to be honest, feels more like a class feature than a spell. And I think that if you want it to work as a spell, this limitation I don't think is enough justification to balance it out. Unless you figure out a way in your home game to just limit it to spellcasters. What's up, named James? Welcome to the show. I like the idea, but I think it's not gonna jam well with like multi-classy kind of shenanigans. It's like this is a class feature, and also it's just really similar to this class feature. Like this is a +2 to your AC or a +4 to your saving throw. This is a -4 to an attack roll, which is essentially the same as a +2 to your AC. Like it's really similar. You have to go to sleep. It's 1 a.m. It's 1:30 for me, but you can go to sleep. Do whatever you need to. Could you make it a feat instead? It's the same issue if it's a feat. It's literally the same issue. If you want this to work as a cantrip, there needs to be a bigger downside. Like, there needs to be a bigger downside. The fact that you can do these late means I can actually attend, so maybe I'll submit some stuff. I don't always go super late. I usually go medium late. Sometimes I go late. I usually start around 7 and go to like feel like I'm no longer giving good advice. Oh, Creepy Crayon, thank you very much. I appreciate the little dono. You're a champion. I appreciate it. Yeah, so the downside can't only matter for casters. That's not the move here. But it's a neat idea for a spell. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough with this. You could create you could fuck with the action economy. You could be like, you could only use your action to disengage, dodge, or dash on your next turn. something like that, where it's like it sort of forces you to do something that is not class specific. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Annoying presence, funny name. All right, 2 left, Glad and Baba. Let's see who they are. Hey, Baba. Baba, are you coming on stream? Pull you back in. Hey, you want to come on stream? I might be around to come on stream if it gets picked later on. Well, it did, man. It's second to last. Hello?
How's it going?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Pretty good. I'm glad. I'm kind of glad I got picked late because I would have missed it if I got picked early.
Hell yeah! I love when the coincidences of the wheel. Sometimes the wheel is just.
Sometimes.
So tell me what the goal. Tell me what the goal is, or do you want me to just dive in?
I think I can tell you the goal. The goal is to make an old feeling spell. I want this to kind of feel like old magic.
Oh,
So
interesting. What an interesting
an
vibe to be
evocative-
aiming for. Okay.
I think it's kind of a tough vibe to hit. I think so.
It
Let me know
is.
what
How do you
think.
make something feel aged?
Right.
I'm not sure.
So
All right,
it's
let's see. 1 action, 30-foot range, 5th level spell. 5th level is also it's a hard level. 5th level is a fucking weird one. 5th and 6th are like weird. They're
Yeah.
hard.
In
The
between
spells
space.
that sit on 5th and 6th, it's like they are as poorly balanced as monster CR. Like they're 4th level, 3rd level, everything above that, even 7th. I don't know. It's just a thing I think about a lot. Okay. The ground opens in tendrils of dark energy. It's concentration also. 1 minute. The ground opens and tendrils of dark energy pull at a creature you can see in range, drawing them into the new grave. I would say I wouldn't say the new grave. I would say drawing them into like I would say this is what I would say. I would say drawing them into a new grave or an emerging grave, because we don't actually get any reference to the grave before this word here. And I would clarify it as a grave or message it as a grave. I see you're getting a fucking link. Everybody calm down. Jesus Christ. Fucking goofs and gaffs. Somebody said Zelda. Who said that? Tridosio is the only one that gets points that round. Drawing them into a new grave or an emerging grave. Yeah, it's a minor detail, but I would change that. The target must make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they fall prone and become restrained. While restrained by this spell, an affected creature can't stand up. Interesting. At the start of each of their turns, the target takes 4d10 necrotic damage. If this necrotic damage reduces the creature to 0 hit points, they are pulled 5 feet under the ground and die. A creature restrained by this spell, or one that can touch the creature, can use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. On a success, the target is freed and the spell ends. Ozilis, thank you for the pounds. Good, I appreciate a little bit of UK love. Thank you very much. Doesn't restrained prevent you from standing up anyway, since your movement is 0? That is a good point. You can.
I'm not sure if you can or you're not, because you can use half
can't.
your movement.
You have to use half your movement to stand up, and if your movement is 0, you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, you can actually remove that part. That is a good point.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, that is a good point, Colonel Mustache. Okay, so let's talk about what this actually does. It is an automatic restrain knock prone, which is not nothing, because a prone creature,
you're getting an advantage on them.
You're getting is prone different than restrain for getting advantage?
It is different, because prone will give ranged attacks against you disadvantage.
Yeah, but it's not advantageously better, right? Like it's. I want to look.
I mean, I would rather be prone than restrained.
No, I know. I just
yeah.
want to make sure that I want to make sure this is doing enough. Let me just look up for a second.
Yeah.
Prone is okay. They don't have movement. They have disadvantage attack rolls. Okay, blah 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 blah. Let's see what restrained is. 0 attack rolls. Yeah, so prone doesn't. Okay, so here's what I'll say. Aside from the fact that the ranged attacks now have disadvantage on you, was there another thing with the proners?
I mean, to be very honest, the main reason I wanted prone in there was to add to the evocativeness of the spell.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with prone being there. What I'm saying is it enough for a 5th level spell slot, strength saving throw, restrained? We're not going to worry about prone as a bonus because it's a flavor.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, yeah.
Restrain plus 4d10 necrotic damage every round. And they can use an action, or a friend can use an action to free them. I don't know if that's... when I first thought that, I was like, that's a lot of damage every round. But now that I'm thinking about it, this is better than them making a saving throw to break free because friends can help. So like,
I'm half and half on that because friends can help, but it also takes it's taking somebody's action.
Yeah, it's taking an action. No, I'm not. What I'm saying right now is I don't want you to change anything in what it is. I like the action economy of it. What I'm trying to think about in my head is if there needs to be another aspect to it. Like, you said you wanted this to feel like an old spell.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that... I'll tell you where I think it feels like an old spell. It feels like an old spell with the, like, drag them into a grave aspect. That is, to me, where it feels like the most old spell. Because, in my opinion, one of the things that old D&D spells do, or the feeling of old spells, whether it's older editions or, like, ancient spells, is that they are a little bit more dramatic. There is bigger feeling of, like, oh, kind of stuff. So, what I would suggest doing is adding some flavor mechanics, potentially, that are the kind of thing where they have minor effects that could maybe be major effects. So let me give you an example. One could be that for every round that a creature takes this damage, a certain amount of years are cut off of their life.
Oh, that's yeah.
You know, it could have I'm not even saying it ages them. It's like they lose years of their life. That's the thing you could do. But I would lean in those sorts of spaces that are like sort of sit between flavor and mechanics. You could also do something that has to do with, like, you know, their feelings of dread. Like, I almost want to encourage you to be like, you know,
fear effect might be good.
Yeah,
but also that could be like that's an extra save probably.
Like, well, what if it's like this? What if it's like this? The creature is restrained and frightened. Okay. Or maybe they're just restrained and they're taking this damage. And then when the spell ends, whether they escape or concentration breaks or whatever, what if the end of the spell triggers another saving throw? That is a fear effect saving throw. Something like that might fit. And it would be like
with death kind of.
Yeah, and maybe it would even just be a round of fear, right? Like they're just feared for until the end of their next turn or something like that. But somebody said every round they lose a year of their life. I think that could also work really well. But that's what I would do if I were you. I would sit in that headspace of, like, to me, the difference between old feeling D&D spells and newer ones is older ones are more dramatic or more grimdark. And this I think could benefit. This is pretty grimdark, but I think you could turn the screw a little bit harder or tie in some grammatic stuff, you know?
Here, let me pitch a thought at you.
Yeah.
What if it doesn't do much more maybe if it does like a little less damage, but it actually starts drawing you into the ground right away. Like it starts dragging you underneath the ground each turn.
Oh, okay. So it's like every round you sink deeper in.
Yeah.
I like that.
I might have to kick it up to level 6 if it does that, but that feels pretty sick.
Yeah, that actually, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I think that might be the move right there. That might be the move. I like that a lot.
That feels fun.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Sticking out of the ground and gets sucked to the ground. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. I think I have a good direction then.
Okay, cool.
Very cool.
Any final thoughts or questions or anything?
No, get on with the stream.
All right, buddy. I appreciate the call. I'll hang up on you as soon as I find Discord. Oh, you left already. Amazing. You know the game. All right, let's do one more spin. Let's see who it is. Who could it be? Who do you think this next spin's going to be?
I have no idea.
All right, let's check. Oh, shit. It's Gladahedral.
That's me.
What's up, dude?
Tarot stuff again, but
First
not
attempt at a Vestiges of Divergence style item. Dude, I fucking love these kinds of items. I'm afraid it might be a little lacking in the lore flavor. That almost doesn't matter if the mechanics are there. This item is supposed to represent a whole suit of swords from the tarot deck. I'm not confident I hit the mark on that one. I don't really know the suit of... What is the suit of swords supposed to feel like?
I can tell you because I have a little app that tells me all the tarot stuff. The swords is a suit of intelligence, logic, truth, ambition, conflict, and communication.
Okay. Cool. All right, good to know. We will think about that as we read forward. I just posted the link in the chat. You can all go fuck yourself. Sash of Swords. Legendary. So I'm going to point something out. Minor detail. The Vestiges of Divergence that are weapons are usually... Actually, that's not true. Let me see how you do this. The way that it's done in the Wildmount campaign book is that the Vestiges of Divergence are not weapons. They're items. And the arms of the Betrayer gods are weapons. And they both function the same way, where they are like multi-tiered expanding objects. And all of the Vestiges of Divergence are legendary items. And all of the arms of the Betrayer gods are artifacts. I don't know if that matters here, because I don't think you added any bonuses to hit. But that's something to think about. All right.
Well, this isn't a weapon. It's a sash.
Oh, it's
like
literally a
belt.
sash. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Let me dive in then. Let me shut the fuck up and read before I make assumptions. I apologize. I'm glad that you can appreciate that when I fuck up. All right. This sash is worn by those who seek truth, exhibit flawless logic, and expertly... I say words so weird sometimes. And expertly negotiate conflict. The garment has an angular pattern. That is woven into it with platinum thread. You got a that's missing there. And its fringes are lined with silver. The Sash of Swords imbues its wearer with powerful magic. For any spells it grants you, use intelligence for your spellcasting modifier. Okay. I am going to make a strong suggestion here. You should just give it spell save DCs and spell attack bonuses. I am not a fan. Oh, never mind. It changes your intelligence. Let me shut the fuck up and just read it. Sorry. Okay. You answered my own question there. Okay. While wearing the sash in its dormant state, you gain the following. Proficiency in all weapons. You learn the Booming Blade and Sword Burst cantrip. You can cast Shadow Blade twice a day. So just to point something out, minor detail, but very important for items, is that you need to specify when items recharge. So the way that you do that is you say, you can cast the spell Shadow Blade from the, Sword of Sashes twice per day. It regains all uses on a long rest. You need to clarify not on a long rest, at dawn. Or it regains all uses at twilight, or it regains all uses when left under a blood moon. You need to give it a specified time, because magic items don't recharge on the same way that character abilities recharge. They recharge on specified times or conditions.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's okay. The Sword of Sashes reaches an awakened state against the following properties. Excuse me. You gain resistance to piercing and slashing damage. You can cast Calm Emotions and Zone of Truth at will. That's pretty strong. You gain a bonus to your back. I'm gonna say something. I'm actually gonna go back on what I said. This is not. You only get the intelligence buff at Exalted. These should just have spell save. They should have give them DCs. Don't worry about unless you're making an intelligence thing happen throughout it. Don't have them casting your intelligence modifier. Give them their own spell save DCs. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Don't listen if you don't want to.
Should it be the same DC at each level, or like 15 at dormant? I would probably do 13 at dormant, 15 at awakened, and then 17 at exalted. And the only reason why I say that, because it's a little bit less, is because it's a lot of stuff. Like, generally speaking, if you're making a Vestige of Divergence and one of the features that it gets is spellcasting, and that spellcasting uses spell save DCs or spell attack rolls, and then on top of that, you're getting other features. The other it usually only gets one other feature,
or like 1 or 2 little ones, and you're getting some big ones. Like resistance to piercing and slashing damage is huge. Like these 2 features alone, the resistance to piercing and slashing and calm emotions and zone of truth at will alone, probably enough. I don't think it needs to be more than that necessarily. So just make sure that what I would do if I were you, and have you looked at the other vestiges of divergence while you were working on this?
Yeah, the one that I kept finding myself going back to was Stormgirdle. I don't know why, but that was the one
don't look at Stormgirdle, because this is such a different item than Stormgirdle. Look at what the fuck is the book called? Wildemount?
Explorer's Guide to Wildemount, I think.
I don't want to fucking look for it right now. Okay, here we go. Magic items, vestiges of divergence. So this one, yours casts spells. Okay, so you want to look at one that casts spells. So what I would say is you probably want to be looking at like the key. Where's the key?
Towards the bottom.
You want to be looking at shit like the key for how to balance it.
Okay.
More than Stormgirdle, because Stormgirdle like essentially just gives you an avatar state that does a cool thing. It's very different than yours. The key is closer to yours, where it's like you get little bonuses and a bunch of spells. Little bonuses, a bunch of spells. Okay. Let's keep going. As a bonus action, you can enter a battle trance, which you must concentrate on as if it were a spell. While in this state, your movement does not provoke opportunity attacks, and your attacks deal an additional 1d4 force damage. The battle trance lasts for 1 minute or until you choose to end it. No action required. I like that. I'm going to be honest. I think you drop the calm emotions and zone of truth at will. That does not feel like it fits at all. I would just drop that entirely. I would just keep the other 2. Maybe once a day you can cast. Maybe you can cast. Yeah, I don't. They don't fit the vibe. I don't know if they're supposed to or if there's something missing. But either make them not at will or make them not a part of it.
Like once a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even once a day feels like it. You're getting very valuable damage resistance, like really valuable damage resistance. I don't know. I might just drop them, like unless there's an intention behind them that I'm missing that you can tie back in.
The idea was that the Suit of Swords is about intelligence and communication and navigating conflict.
Then drop the resistance to piercing and slashing damage.
Okay.
Or drop the battle trance. Drop one of them. Drop something. Or twist them a little bit. Maybe just give calm emotions at will. Or just zone of truth at will. But it's a little too much for the middle level. When the Sword of Sashes reaches an exalted state, anyone who wears it becomes a paragon of logic and ambition and gains the following. They get 21 to intelligence. You can cast Shadow Blade. You can cast it at 5th level, as if you're a 5th level spell. That's really fucking strong. I don't know if I would do that. You're immune to the charm condition. You can passively read the surface thoughts of creatures within 30 feet of you. You can cast the glibness once per day. Yeah, you just made this thing too powerful. You got to cut some of these features out. So a good way to think about the vestiges of divergence in general is there should be a level of progression that logically makes sense, where it's like, if you can give features that slowly get better, or you can give features that slowly add on to each other. And like a good example of that, I think that you're doing here is like proficiency in all weapons, and then battle trance. Like those sit nicely on ways that sort of feel like they're expanding on each other. I also could argue, yeah, I mean, those are the ones that I think that grow the most. But like, there's things like when you get to the exalted level, a good way to think about it is this: dormant and awakened should feel pretty intrinsically tied together, where you get stuff at dormant that sets a base tone, you get stuff at awakened that expands on that base tone, not just by the numbers getting bigger, but it's like adjacently expands, if that makes sense, where it's like, okay, you get like, I have one cool thing or I have 2 cool things, and then here's cool things that kind of fit the same vibe of those cool things, so that by the time I have all of this stuff, it's like I know exactly the vibe of what this item is. And then the exalted should be 1 or 2 improvements on either stuff from awakened or dormant, and then 1 new thing that's fucking crazy. So like, for example, the let's go with the key. So the first level key, it's a lockpick that is a really good lockpick, and you're good at stealth. Second key, it can now become a magical dagger, and you can cast spells that tie very intrinsically to the idea of being good at stealth and the idea of picking locks. And then the exalted form is you can just like create pocket holes in walls. So you can just be like, fuck you, this is changing. Reality is shifting. And then you get spells that also kind of still expand on the spells in the same sort of way. Or like, if you look at like the Hide of the Feral Guardian, it's like the AC bonus casually increases. Then you are a little bit better with damage casually increases. And you get turned into a giant owl, which is pretty cool. It's a giant owl. And then you get turned into a bear, which is pretty cool. It's a giant bear. And then you get like a magical new super wolf that you can turn into at the final form. Or like the goggles. I really like the goggles. Like the goggles crazy one is like you can just fucking cast anti-magic field. It's like boom, 8th level spell. Go fuck yourself.
So with mine, I guess the exalted form just doesn't tie well in enough to the other ones.
I guess you could argue that the Shadow Blade feature is the super feature, but like I don't know what the super feature is. Like there's just too many things going on. Like I will tell you this. If you dropped glibness and dropped charm, immune to charm, I would still be like that kind of, okay, that makes sense from a balance perspective. And I would also still be like, I'm not sure what the ba is. I want to know, like, we should feel like we're climbing stairs, and at each stair that we climb, we're getting a little, we're building off of the things we did before, but we're moving towards something. We're getting something that like something to look forward to. And this has like there's just too much going on. Like glibness on top of passively can always read thoughts on top of, immune to charm. Like there's just a little too much difference. I would think about it more like you're building that pyramid,
Would it help to build from the top down for something like this? Like think of the really cool thing and then figure out how to get there, or build up the other way?
So I have made a lot of these sort of items. There was a while where I was trying to make one a week. A bunch of them are on Reddit. They're all on my Patreon. Plug for my Patreon. And I always started from the bottom up, but I will also say that what often happened is I would start from the bottom up, and then when I got to the top, I would like rewrite the first features now that I knew where I wanted it to end. So a lot of the time it would be like, I'll start with the level 1 thing, then level 2, then level 3, and then I'll sort of take a step back and I'll be like, what's cool, what's not, and then I start writing it over. And I would basically write the whole thing over, but with an understanding of like the larger piece and what I wanted it to drive towards.
Okay, so you build it up, figure out where you want to go, and then repave the road.
It's sort of like how people will often not write the title of their book until they're done writing it. Like, it's like you write your whole book and then you go back and write the first chapter. It's kind of like the vibe a lot of the time. Or that's actually more of a video game thing too. It's like you make the first level last is often another sort of thing where it's like you just want to know. You kind of need to have a sense of where you want it to go to make sure you're starting it in the right way. And it can be really hard to do that without just sort of blindly walking through it. And then sometimes when you blindly walk through it, it's just ready to go and you're groovy. And sometimes when you blindly walk through it, you find something that you didn't realize you liked so much. So let me ask you a question. Like, looking at the exalted features, what's your favorite exalted feature?
The one that I thought about the most, or think that I would want to keep the most, I should say, is the Shadow Blade buff.
Mm-hmm. So,
because I feel like sword, like even if you don't give a shit about the tarot part, you're gonna say, "Hey, this is a sword thing. I want a big ass sword."
So, what if you started over and we're like, "Okay, let's make that work." Level 1 is solid for that. Now, how does level 2 tie into Shadowblade stuff? Does it? Battle Trance kind of does, but it doesn't really fit the vibe of Shadowblade. Calm Emotions and Zone of Truth don't really. Piercing and Slashing don't really either, but what does? Okay, so let's see. What does Shadowblade need? Shadowblade needs Darkness. Shadowblade deals psychic damage. Shadowblade sits in this place of sort of being like a whimsical, magical, ethereal weapon. So like that's where my head would go. It's like, okay, what things can we do at the second level that will lead us into being so excited for that 5th level Shadowblade? Do you know what I mean?
Okay. I get where you're going.
There's not a right answer here. This is more talking about like design of game development process and like there really isn't a right mood. Good night, Baba. You're wonderful. Love you, buddy. Thank you for the 5. Very, very generous, very kind. I appreciate it. But like it's more of like you just sort of have to play in the space and try to think about like it's very similar to the way I give feedback on subclasses, where it's like you boil this down to the most important sentence and then make it that sentence. So if the thing that you're most excited about is I want you to be able to have a badass fucking Shadow Blade weapon, what kind of class, what should it be like that it leads up to that? And then the other thing is, does that thing you're most excited about, does it satisfy your mission of the Tarot's Sash of Swords? If it does, great. If it doesn't, then maybe this is not the item. Or maybe Shadowblade might be what excites you most right now, but you need to shift that excitement to fit better the flavor and the feeling you're going for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm following.
So I think it's sort of a matter of like, it's sort of similar to that fucking monk that we looked at earlier, where like it sort of presented itself as like you learned the simple ways, but it like read as like you are a master of complicating the simple ways in a way that like I felt like this flavor didn't quite fit. It sort of feels like that, where it's like I feel like I'm not sure if the flavor fits the vibe because I'm not super familiar with tarot cards. But if the Shadow Blade, if you're looking at this and you're like, what's the coolest thing? And it's 5th level Shadow Blade, I think you have to question what that means about what should the item be, and if that should be the thing that is the coolest thing. And if you're like, this should be the coolest thing, build towards making that the coolest thing in a way that feels like it builds up to it, and then like it like does, it's like unique and a little different in the way that it interacts with it. And if you're like, I don't know if Shadow Blade should be the coolest thing, then I think you need to take a step back and be like, well, shit, what could I make the coolest thing that fits, you know?
Now I'm thinking I should maybe, instead of making it Shadow Blade, because all the darkness and the psychic damage don't really fit my picture of the suit of swords for the tarot deck. So maybe I could make it have its own special summoned weapon instead of that.
You could definitely do that. I mean, there's also like spiritual weapon could be a great thing to build off of there. That's literally what spiritual weapon does. There's also like you could make it different. Like this is called Shadow Blade, but what if you cast a unique version of Shadow Blade and instead of dealing psychic damage, it deals piercing or slashing magical damage, your choice, and instead of having advantage on those attack rolls in darkness, you have advantage on attack rolls based on some other condition that is determined by you, and you know what I mean? Like you can change it up. Like if Shadow Blade mechanically is close but flavor wise isn't there, you can just twist it a little bit to fit.
Okay. Well, I think this has helped my process for this item.
Cool, man. I appreciate you sharing.
Yeah, thanks for looking at it.
Of course. All right. 1 second. Boop. All right, you lovelies. Guys, we got through the whole list. We got through the whole friggin'... 1 second. I know it's from studio mode. We got through the whole list. Where's chat? Why can't I see you now? There you are. We got through the whole list. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. Folks, if you want to post things for me to do in the next one, you know, consider you know, submitting to a thing for Sunday or becoming a patron or a member. No pressure. You guys are really wonderful. And if you have not been here when I do my closing credits, they are fun. So no pressure to stick around. But listen, great stream. Thank you guys so much. Oh, I will be back on Saturday night. I will not be streaming on my main channel. I'm actually probably going to stream on my main channel a little bit for Saturday to try to draw people in. So what I'm probably going to do is do a little bit of a call-in show Saturday afternoon, and then we're going to raid into the Unbalanced Encounters channel. And I think that's what we're going to do. I have to figure out how to do that. But listen, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much to everyone who came by. Thank you for everyone who submitted pieces. Thank you to my creator friends that came by, Playmat, Gina, go check out their stuff. And we'll be back on Saturday. I'm probably actually going to stream Saturday afternoon. I'll probably be around Saturday afternoon for a call-in show. So listen, you guys have a great night. Get home safe. Don't forget to feed your pets. And be good to each other. And have a good one. Be good. I'll see you later. Look at all these wonderful people.
Think about it.
Look at all these wonderful, generous people. Crazy.
About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.